Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work, I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, but I don't even know my name. It's a story about an ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
Hi, guys. Hello. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. How's everyone doing out there? Everyone good? Everyone good? Everyone having a lovely Thursday, I guess, as much as you can, given that it's still not Friday or whatever. But hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Everyone doing well? Everyone doing well? Everyone good? Okay, let's see who we have here. Excuse me. Let's see who we have here. All right. I'm very excited to see who we have here. First person was Gwen. Gwen, great, good job getting here first, Gwen. Thank you, Gwen. Hello, Gwen. So glad you're here, Gwen. You've got 30 minutes to make dinner. What are you making, Gwen? Ooh, she shares them with the rest of the class. Thank you, Gwen. Yes, guys, please hit the like button if you're on YouTube, hit the like button. It'll help get more people in here. And subscribe if you haven't already. That'd be very helpful. Let's see here. Okay, let's see who else we got here. We got SoCal. Hello, SoCal. How are you doing, SoCal? I feel like I haven't talked with you for a while. How are you doing? Everything good over there in California? Glad to have you here as always. Hello, James Nordoff. So James Nordoff, so glad you're here as always. So glad you're here, James Nordoff. Who else we got here? James Nordoff, are you in the United States? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I'm just curious. Are you? You don't have to. If you don't tell me, I won't. Remember anyway, so it's okay. But just curious. Waiting for the water to boil for pasta. Lovely, Gwen. Okay, let's see here. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Roar! Yes, Mayflower Kid, as always. Mayflower Kid introducing herself with a roar. Mayflower Kid says, the like button and the like button and the like button. Yes, thank you. Please hit the like button over on YouTube. By the way, I forgot to put on my lucky necklace, so I need to do that because I'm an atheist, but I'm still superstitious. You never know, right? It's okay to be a little bit superstitious once and again, okay? It's like if you choose to be superstitious, but it's, whatever, it's fine. Let's see here. Let's see here. It's a human thing. Who else we got here? We got God damn it. Now I can't. Now I got to put this on before I scroll down further. You know what? I'll scroll down while I'm putting it on. All right. Let's see here. Hello. Hello, Inga. Also, no, is that Demosthenes? Demosthenes is Inga, right? I always get this mixed up. Forgive me, but I think that is. I'm pretty sure that is Demosthenes. Hello, Demosthenes. Let's see here. Oh my God, this is still not working. God damn it. Okay. What else we got here? Who else we got here? Finn. Hello, Finn. Yes, the real ones are in the chat. That's for sure, Finn. Anyone who's not in chat are not real. The rest of them are fake. They're bots. If you're not in chat, you're a bot. I'm just kidding. We got actually a lot of people who are in the background who are members, very well established members of the community. But okay. Let's see here. What else? Who else we got here? We got Global. Hello, Global. Questioning authority is normal for Americans, thinking that they are exceptional. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Global. I don't know about that. See here, Alyssa. Hello. Trump failed. Got that sent to mod for some reason. What got sent to mod? That's weird. But hello, Alyssa. So glad you're here. Hello, Doug. Yes, I did, Doug. Kansas did have 5 tornadoes on Monday. Insane. Yeah, there were a lot of tornadoes yesterday too. We're having tornadoes left and right. Okay. Some stuff to do. What do you mean, guys? To prove your Mountain Dew message, capitalist Gwen. Okay, all you arguing with each other. That's cute. Okay. Hello, Tiago. How are you doing, Tiago? How are you doing, Tiago? Yes, we liked the song you chose yesterday, Tiago. It was lovely. We loved it a lot. Okay, absolutely. All right. Hello, Outer Signal. So glad Outer Signal is here. So glad Outer Signal is. Hello, Outer Signal. We got Super Creeper Bat. Hello, welcome back, Super Creeper Bat. So glad you're here, Mr. Super Creeper Bat. All right. Let's do this, Finn. Exactly. Let's do it. All right. Did I miss anyone? Okay, let's see here. India. Oh, that's right, James. You are in Indiana. That's correct. Okay. Well, hello, James. I know you're probably like 45 or like a 2-hour drive from me or something. Yay, don't we love Indiana, James? Anyway. Okay, did I miss anyone? All right. Yes, exactly. We got a whole bunch of Hoosiers in here and former Hoosiers. All right, you guys. So hello. Oh, you got to go, Retro Asher. I'm sorry. Well, that's okay, Retro Asher. May the everyone hail Gazoo, the great sky whale under his fin. We all pray to Gazoo. There we go. That's Gazoo's cry. The great prophet Retro Asher must leave us. But great to see you here, Retro. Hello, Matt Sai Guy. Hello, Matt Saiga. How are you doing? Matt Saiga, that was a whale call. That was a whale call. Okay, that was a whale call. That you should have known that, Matt Saiga. You're a scientist. That was clearly a whale call. All right. I don't know if you could tell. Okay, Trump failed. Oh, hey, CR. Apparently, hello, Trump failed. Apparently, migrants in the UK are being told to act gay to keep their asylum. That's hilarious. That Trump failed. I support it. I support it. Okay. Um. Okay. No, it wasn't a cow. It was a whale. There. See, that was kind of whale-esque, don't we think? That was pretty good whale. Whatever. You know what? Fuck all of you. It doesn't matter. You know what I always thought would be funny, guys? This is sort of off topic, I guess. I sound like a pig. I can sound like a pig, Matt Saiga. I just mimic you when I want to do that. So kind of off topic, but wouldn't it be funny if Pokemon just like said their own, I'm sorry, if animals on Earth just said their names like Pokemon do, like if a whale is just like, whale, and like a cow is like cow. That'd be really funny. I really wish we have a world like that. Anyway, so moving on. That's just, things I think about when I'm trying to have trouble sleeping, whatever. I also have a sandwich I'm eating. So, I'm a fat pig, as Matt Saigai says. So, Okay. All right. And then like a spider, you would always know where a spider was because you'd suddenly hear spider, spider, and it would get louder as it got closer to you. But anyway, moving on. Okay, I'm shutting up. So guys, we have a lot to talk about today. We have a few stories to talk about. We we have a few stories. Now, we have some positive stuff to talk about, weirdly enough. And I want everyone to leave this stream today with a sense of revolutionary optimism. Now, the presentation I made is shit. It's not very well designed. I threw up a bunch of stuff on the page without adding much design because I'm a lazy F. Actually, there was so much I wanted to talk about, I couldn't decide what to design, so I just kind of threw a bunch of information on the page. So forgive me in advance. But we'll still learn. We'll still learn. Okay, we'll still learn. All right. So anyway, we'll learn some shit. Everyone ready for this shit? Y'all excited? Y'all excited? All right. I don't know what you're laughing at, Mayflower Kid, but screw you. Okay, let's go on. So we have a few things to talk about. We'll get to it. It'll be fun. Oh, I know. Isn't that exciting, Matt Saiga? I love it. Yay, Lamira. Hello, Lamira. So, guys, I wanted to, look at this. Look at how shitty this is. This is awful. Oh, my God, it's awful. Whatever. It's okay. You all will be fine. I'm sure you'll survive. Okay. So, a few things here. Let's talk about some positive shit. Okay. Yeah. There's a war going on. And yeah. American Empire doing evil things. Gotcha, Mayflower Kid. Doing evil things. American Empire, murdering people, destroying the global economy. Thank you, Alyssa. I'll take a drink. Destroying the global economy. It's another day, right? Thank you, Alyssa. I do need to wet my lips. Okay. So that's cute, right? We know that. And those negotiations apparently are still going on. So there's not much really new to report in that news right now, except of course that American Empire is evil, et cetera, and we're still doing the shit we normally do. And yeah, and let's hope Iran wins the war, et cetera. So, okay, let's talk about some things. First of all, we're going to talk about one bad thing just to start with. Okay, one bad thing just to start with, because we have to, because it's a pet peeve of mine. So I don't know if you all heard this story, right? I don't know if you all heard this story. So in Oklahoma, a principal. So Cal, I know you want it, right? I know you want an image of me wetting my lips. Okay. In Oklahoma, there was a principal, who was shot while tackling an ex-student who was armed with handguns. Now, why am I telling you this story? Well, because this wasn't that big of a news story. Okay. Like, I don't think it was talked about much on mainstream news. I saw it. It was like long down my list. Long down in my list of Google stories that was recommended to me. That's true, Gwen. So that is a good point. Well, thank you, Gwen. You're so right. Gwen says you wouldn't be a jester without some bad news. Correct, Gwen. Okay. So, yeah, but like, I want to point out that they're gonna make this guy a hero, and he is a hero. Okay, here's the video. I believe if there might be an ad beforehand of the kid coming in, the former student coming in, and the principal comes and tackles him in an act of extreme bravery. And he amazingly outflanked the guy. The student, not a trained shooter, obviously, didn't think to check his six, as they would say in the military. Uh, okay, and they kicked the gun away. Now, here's the thing about this, guys. This guy, he was shot, by the way. The principal was shot in the leg. He is expected to survive. Listen, okay. I know we all disagree about guns in this stream, but can we at least acknowledge that we have a big fucking problem in this country? I gotta keep emphasizing this. We hear about the worst school shootings that happen all the time. Okay, like we heard about Sandy Hook. We heard about we heard about Parkland. We heard about Columbine. We hear about all these school shootings that happen that with lots of people die, but we rarely hear much about all the failed school shootings that happen, of which there are many, many, where they either get to the student before they even come to the school, where they stop the student as they're walking in, where the student enters the school and then has changes their mind because they're talked down. That happens all the time, guys. All the time. If those were headline stories, that'd be the only headlines we'd ever have, were the stories of failed school shootings. Okay? And I have been in schools where there have been failed school shootings because the student has been caught beforehand due to like social media feeds or whatever. They've been caught, they've announced they're going to do it and they were stopped before coming to school. I've been to schools where, okay. Okay. Anyway, my point is that this stuff happens all the time. All right. You're right, Alyssa. I don't think there are very good stats on it. I don't think there are stats on failed school shootings. There's really only stats on successful ones. I could look it up, but there's a lot of them. And so I just want to be clear, guys. You have to understand the shootings we see are a very small portion of attempted shootings. And so I do hear people say, well, it's very rare for a school to get shot up. Like, it's unlikely my kid's school will get shot up. Well, yeah, mostly because if there is a shooting there, it'll probably be stopped beforehand. But isn't that a big problem? That we're constantly having to fight against school shootings, that we're constantly having to stop them from happening because they're so common, and or like there has to be a principal who tackles a school shooter. Yeah, and like that, and that sounds like, oh great, what, that's amazing, that's heroic. A principal got shot, and the kid was able to get into the school with a gun. That is still a big goddamn problem. Anyway. So, yeah, schools do need hazard pay. My point being, like, can we just, like, I don't know. I don't know what to do about it, but it is just insane to me that this, it's just insane to me that this is commonplace. Yes, I did, Alyssa. I saw the video of the teacher who was shot and crawled to shut the door to save the kids. Yeah, teachers are constantly martyring themselves for the sake of their students, and they shouldn't have to. All right? Administrators are martyring themselves for the sake of students. We are not paid. Teachers are not paid enough to be the martyr for our students. Okay, you want to see what I mean? Okay, I know that's dark. Yeah, there you go. Another orphan crushing machine story. This is goddamn dystopian. Goddamn dystopian. And I don't know why this kid did this. I would bet probably be like the manosphere or some shit. Let's see here. Okay. Kirk Moore. He had two, by the way, semi-automatic handguns. Okay, so if you think that only assault weapons are a problem, which is what we like to focus on, we like to focus on people getting access to assault weapons. Semi-automatic handguns also very deadly, by the way. Anyway, Kirk Moore, principal of Pauls Valley's high school, was shot in the leg as he wrestled the attacker, a 20-year-old said by court documents to be obsessed with the with the Columbine shooting. Okay, let's see here. There's no doubt in my mind that he saved kids. Yeah. He's a hero, obviously. So he doesn't really say here. I don't think it really says what his thing was, but okay. Like he probably had a mental health issue. Probably felt that, felt disconnected from society, all these things that we could make less likely by having a better society. But in the meantime, people are being murdered all the time, okay? Or almost murdered. All right, let's see here. I'm trying to see here. Look at this. Also, the high school developed and practiced safety measures that should be there for an intruder or dangerous individual on campus. And I can guarantee you guys, what they're going to talk about in the media. They're going to say, "What was wrong with the security at the school? What was like? They need to improve their security. They need to improve their security because that's the only thing that people talk about. They never they because they know that um okay, that there's not going to be any change in the gun laws. The best that they can do is obsess about making the school more like an armored complex, like a military base to protect students, which is insane. Okay, deified the Columbine shootings. Is that true? He hated the school. Okay, okay. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about it, and it's something that really drives me crazy. It is absolutely insane, and I cannot emphasize this enough. A lot of Americans are used to it, and we view it as a normal thing. It is not a normal thing. It is not a normal thing, and other places around the world know it's not a normal thing. Okay? Anyway, yeah, I agree, Lamira. I don't think semi-automatic weapons should be allowed, and I know, people are gonna hate me when I say that. Okay, if lefties want guns, well, there's illegal ways to get it. See what I mean? I'm just saying. Ugh. All right. I don't know. Anyway, I hate you, Messai guy. So there we go. There you go. That's it. That's it. You sent me another warehouse fire on TikTok. Excellent, elevator lady. So that's it. That's just my little dark story there. My little dark story. And then we can get back to the good stuff. Okay. So let's get back to some positive stuff that just, don't forget all the people that are getting shot or almost getting shot who are not being killed, but are still getting shot because of this nonsense. Okay, so let's go back to this. Is that true? Trump failed. Israel and Lebanon agreed to a 10-day ceasefire. We'll see if that lasts. We know last time Israel was saying that there were ceasefires in regards to Gaza. They broke them every single time, so we'll find out. $10 says, guys, if the United States and Iran sign a peace agreement, Israel will suddenly start bombing Lebanon again. Anyway, okay. Right. You're right. Correct, Fetty. So that's what we're going to talk about next, guys. I want to be clear, guys. Let's talk about something positive. I always mention the necessity of having revolutionary optimism. It is, and I know I'm a dark person. I'm always talking about depressing shit. Okay. Because there's a lot of shit happening in the world that's depressing, and I'm not going to hide it from you. Regardless, there are some things to be very happy about, or I should say, hopeful about. We should have revolutionary optimism. We know we want to create a better world than the fuckers who control things have created. Okay, we're better than them. Okay, we're better than the fuckers in charge. I got to tell you, at least I think so. So we should have hope in ourselves. And another note here, guys. Do we remember the guy that burnt down the warehouse, the employee who was a badass and a hero and burnt down a warehouse? Okay. And his name, I think, was Abdul Karim. Abdul Karim. I'm not sure what his first name was. And the thing he said while he was burning down this warehouse was he said, all you had to do was pay us enough to live. And then he said it a second time. He said, all you have to do is pay us enough to fucking live. All right. And then he burnt down the warehouse, and now he's on trial. This is resistance, right? About people being mistreated. Now, what you guys don't know is that there have been probably 6 or 7 other warehouse fires that have happened in the past few months. Okay, there's been other fires that have been breaking out. A lot of them haven't been spoken about or haven't been talked about in the media at all. They've been little fires that have started. There was a video on TikTok recently. Thank you so much, Lamira. Okay. Of a woman literally walking up to an AI data center and just lighting it on fire. Okay. Lighting it on fire. She just walks up, casually lights it on fire, and then walks away. Okay. And it wasn't AI and shit like that. And a lot of these things are not being talked about much in the media because they're being viewed as separate criminal incidents. These are not separate criminal incidents. This is a trend. We are seeing an uptick in violence, or I should say, arson and sabotage in workplaces, especially big warehouses. We're seeing an uptick in that. Testing debit card. Thank you, Akalon. Thank you. Okay. It worked. Thank you, Akalon. So no problem, Lacroix. Fine. I forgive you this one time, Lacroix. Okay. And yeah, it's Antifa. Oh, shocking, Matt Guy. So we are seeing an outburst of this. Not only that, guys, we're not only seeing an uptick in people taking things into their own hands when in regards to burning down warehouses. We're seeing an uptick in things like this. There was a man a couple days ago accused of throwing a Molotov cocktail at Sam Altman's house, who's the CEO of OpenAI. Okay, threw a Molotov cocktail at his house and fired several bullets into it. He was caught, and now he's going to be in jail. He's going to be imprisoned. But we are seeing an uptick in people resisting. And to be honest, guys, these people are heroic. But I do want to point out that this isn't necessarily because these individuals are particularly cool people. Yeah, they are. I don't want to say they're not. But we have to look at structural reasons for this. It takes a lot to convince oneself to do this because it's dangerous. You're going to be put in jail probably. Okay. There's been 19 warehouse fires. Amazing, Doug. You're going to be put in jail probably. You might get killed doing it. What would it take, guys, for you to feel, there you go, Super Crew Bat. What would it take for you to feel brave enough to do this? It would take a lot. It would take a lot. People are having trouble containing themselves. This is a structural problem. People are starting to feel the pressure. There you go, Mats. Okay. And so we're going to start seeing just naturally more people lashing out in this way, which is a sign that people are getting fed up. Okay. It's a sign that people are getting fed up. And whether or not we agree with these actions, this is a sign that people are getting upset. And they're starting to feel that the only recourse they have is violence. Okay. And that is both bad and good, right? Obviously, there's certain things I can't say here because I'm on YouTube. Correct, Mayflower Kid. You're right for premeditated cases. But yes, but Mayflower Kid, that's the point, right? You're right. I would bet a lot of these folks didn't think much before they did it. They were angry, and so they did it. And you can guess that they were angry for a long time. Okay. You can guess that they were angry for a very long time. And then they finally could not contain that anger anymore, which is a sign that the system is really fucking up because it takes a lot to convince people to do this. Now, here's the thing, guys. I'm going to give you a test right now. Okay, yeah. I'm going to give you a test. Yeah, Mayflower Kid, but I get what you mean. I'm going to give you a test right now. Okay, ready for the test? If I were to say to you, and I have to actually remind myself what the test is, okay? So he threw a Molotov cocktail at that house, etc. Okay. If I were to, well, you know what? I'm going to wait to do that. Give me a second, okay? My point is a lot more people are feeling comfortable doing this, all right? So that's a problem. I mean, it's not a problem, but you can see that there's something wrong with the system, okay? And if you guys remember, if you go all the way back in my YouTube videos, one of my first YouTube videos, if not the first one, was me getting in front of a camera that was a really shitty camera and saying, I'm concerned we're going to start seeing a lot of violence here pretty soon because people are getting very upset and there's no outlet for it. Okay? So, okay. You see my point? All right. Anyway. And okay. So you get it, right? You get it. Now, I will ask this, guys. Who here thinks, okay, I want you to think about this yourselves, okay? You don't have to necessarily say it out loud unless you want to, right? Does anyone here feel like this is, how do I frame this? You know what? Okay, I keep starting and then stopping. We'll keep going. I'll decide whether to ask that later. Okay, so not to dehumanize a person, that is a pillar of our fascist reality. But maybe he had one of those $1 million fire fighting sprinklers like that one celebrity. Who knows? Maybe. Okay. Here's my question, guys. This is, do we think this guy was mentally ill? That's the question I wanted to ask. Do we think he was mentally ill? Now, obviously, this is a weird question to ask because you don't know anything about him. But he said that the reason he did this was because he's worried about the effects of AI on society, and he's worried about what Sam Altman is doing to the country and things like that. The answer then, and he may have prior mental health issues, is that they're immediately saying, "There you go, Lamira." Lamira says, "No, he seems perfectly sane." What about the guy who burnt down that warehouse? There are reports that he was experiencing personal issues and that he may have had a mental health concern. They haven't said what it is, but he claims the reason he burnt down the warehouse was because he felt that they weren't paying him enough and that they were being exploited and stuff. Do we feel that that is a mental health issue? Do we feel that that is an unjustified reason to burn down a warehouse or throw a Molotov cocktail at a house and that it must be a mental health issue? Okay. Yeah. Do you see what I mean? That's okay, Gwen. I understand. Yeah. And the reason I'm saying this, guys, is because almost all of these people are being it's said that they're having mental health crises. Okay. And uh yeah, and Luigi was said to have had a mental health issue. And um it's interesting that if I bet a lot of us, if we were to read the reasons they did this, we'd be like, "Oh, well that's completely understandable." But it's being called a mental health issue. And this is super interesting to me because at what point is our mental our what we talk about in regards to mental health is socially constructed, and how much of this is like depression and sorrow caused by the state of society and psychosis caused by the state of society, and so people start acting out and then it's called a mental health issue, right? So anyway, I am talking legally, okay? If you don't clean up the links, yep. So do you see what I mean? And I would bet a lot of us kind of feel that these things are justified, whether or not we like what he did or not. Okay, you can understand why someone might do this. And I don't know if it's fair to say they're mental health issues, right? I think without a mental health issue, someone could do this and feel justified in doing it. All right, Lamira. So stress can cause mental health crises or exacerbate them. Correct. Correct, Lamira. A lot of the mental health issues can be resolved with strain. Okay. I am not implying guilt almost. Well, Mayflower Kid. Okay. So Mayflower Kid. Okay. Sorry. Let me take a step back here. Lamira says so stress can cause mental health. Correct. Okay. Can cause mental health crises or exacerbate them. But ultimately, a lot of this mental strain could be resolved by having social safety nets. Correct. Now, Mayflower Kid, you say you're implying guilt almost for mental health. You know what's funny about that, Mayflower Kid? I see what you're saying. But do we remember that? So, for example, the guy that burnt down the warehouse, all the media were saying that he was having a mental health crisis, and yet he's being punished like he doesn't. He's getting years in prison for it. He's getting years in prison for it. So I do think it's interesting that our legal system, even though the media claims there's people with mental health crises, our legal system still locks up people even if they're having a mental health crisis. If these were actual mental health crises or enough of a mental health crisis that they could be hospitalized, why do they always end up locking them up? Now, obviously, it's partially because our justice system is insane and backwards. Okay, but okay. At what point, though, guys? So, at what point, folks, do we say that doing these attacks, okay, is not mental health? Um, Yeah, there you go. If you can't use insanity as a defense, then the media shouldn't be claiming it's a mental health crisis. Anyway, I think a lot of times, guys, the media does this to avoid talking about the issue. Okay. And I get it, guys. I get it. And I'm just saying there is a lot of issues in our criminal justice system that these people then aren't being put in mental health institutions. Anyway, and guys, I know we can debate this. We can debate this. A lot of people are really disagreeing with me in chat. I totally understand it. All right. I'm just saying there is a trend of people starting to resist, and we shouldn't judge individuals. We should judge a system that is creating creating the environment where people feel like they should do this. Okay, And Finn, I agree, but Finn, we need to blame the companies and blame the society that is pushing people to do this because it's a trend, which means it's not individuals that are the problem. Okay. Mamdani is going to make an announcement live in 27 minutes. Fascinating. Okay. So if we don't like it, um, okay, you're teetering on the line of dismissing some. No, guys. Okay, if I came across that way, I'm not saying that. I am not dismissing mental illness. I have mental illness. I have ADHD and major depressive disorder. But I'm saying there are people, guys, who the media is always accusing them of a mental health crisis, who claim the reason they did things. The reason that they claim they did things doesn't require a mental health excuse. Okay, you see what I mean? So it's interesting that the media then blames the mental health rather than talking about the reason why they said they did it. Okay, you see what I mean? Obviously, guys, mental health is an issue. I'm not dismissing mental health. Okay. There are, by the way, a lot of people who are accused of crimes shouldn't be accused of crimes. They should be getting treatment for mental health issues. All right. Okay. So, all right. You get what I mean? And if I was unclear about that, I apologize. That was not my intention. I'm just saying it's funny how they always say that these are mental health issues. Okay. All right. Okay. And again, guys, if we, yeah, there you go, Lamira. You could say that, that the Boston Tea Party was an insane response to like a 5% tax increase. All right. Yeah. Um, yeah. It's a statement about the media's portrayal of it and how they only focus on that. And if I was unclear, I do apologize. Okay. So anyway, guys, do you see my point? Does that make sense, Elevator Lady? I don't want you to think I'm being dismissive of mental health issues. Okay. So anyway, all right. So that's my point, is that we're starting to see more of this, and that's a positive sign. And let me explain to you more why. Why? Okay. Okay, excellent, Elevator Lady. Just making sure everyone understood. How dare you, J-Mac? I wanted to show you guys something, and I know, again, here's an image, by the way, of a very, oh my God, whew, such an attractive man, Luigi Mangione. God, I just get all flustered whenever I see him. Anyway, moving on. So we have here, I wanted to show you some stats because my point will become a lot clearer when we start looking at some statistics. I have said this before. Yeah, exactly, Lacroix. Okay. So, Fetty. Okay, guys. For the folks in chat, we can have disagreements on this. I think Finn has a perfectly justifiable ideological reason for not supporting the death and harm of people. I think that Fetty, you also have a perfectly reasonable belief there. Okay. And this is tough because people have different values and things like that. Gwen has a perfectly defensible reason, like the death of any human being. That's a perfectly valid idea. So Gwen doesn't support this stuff, and I get it. I'm just saying, and I know. It's okay. I don't mean to. I'm not actually a teacher here. I'm not supposed to be telling people, but we can disagree about these things, okay? These are very tough issues. Okay, so let's look here, guys. Yes. So, guys, okay, let me say something else. Yes, adventurism is not effective. Individual acts like this won't end up having much of an impact. If anything, it could make it worse. But but my point here is this, guys. Exactly, guys. Let me explain. Okay, I'm not saying that we should do things like this. My point is that society is creating a situation where this is happening more often. And if we don't want this to happen, we need to make other changes to society. By the way, historically, guys, like acts like this can make things worse. You need organization. You need parallel government structures. Correct, Sir Bart. Unless Sir Bart, like the Luigi Mangione thing, may have radicalized more people. It depends on how you do it. Okay. Let me rephrase that. Sometimes these things can be useful ideologically and propaganda wise, but a lot of times, unless you have a structure backing it up, like a parallel government structure, organization, clear demands, it can make things worse. This is very hard to think of, but I will say the more that these things happen, you're seeing more and more people idolize people like Luigi Mangione. Okay. You're seeing more people who idolize Abdul Karim. People all over the place love these folks, and that is a sign. And this might cause more people to start organizing, and we need more organizing, all right? You see what I mean? Um, all right, you guys, so let's go on. Okay, so let me just show you some stats here, okay, about what I'm talking about. And I know this makes sense. Exactly. Probably why the news is hush, hush, hush on all of it. And guys, obviously, there's more that I would like to say, but I can't say it on a live stream. I'm sure you can guess. I could talk more about political violence and its uses and unuses, its utility and its non-utility. I'm kind of nervous about doing it. You see what I mean? About figuring out what the lines are there. But let's see here. Mayflower. While civil war itself is not biologically a pandemic, um, it is increasingly treated by public health experts as a major public health crisis and a primary catalyst for but fascinating Mayflower. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Um, all right. So, but my overall point, that's fascinating, Mayflower. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. My overall point here, guys, is that this is a sign. So, guys, in the United States, there are 350 million people. That's a lot of people. Okay. Now, why am I telling you this? Well, what percentage, guys, if we were to guess, what percentage of people, guys, knowing that a lot of us in here are radicalized, that would probably make the assumption that a lot more people are radicalized. What percentage of Americans do we think are radicalized to the point where they would find something like Luigi Mangione or this guy on the right agreeable and like what he did? If you were to guess, what percentage? Okay, what percentage? You should throw out 5%, Lamira. Okay, 20 to 25%. Okay. All right, we got some good guesses here. 69%. So fantastic, 25%. I bet it's higher for Luigi. Not even one. That's fair, Sir Bart. But let me point something else out, Bart, because I prepared for that. So you guys got a lot of good ideas here. Let's say it's as low as 1% of people. Okay, let's just say, let's take a very low calculation. Hello, Dolly Boy, welcome. Let's take a very low calculation, and let's say 1%. If 1%, only 1% of Americans are love Luigi Mangione and are radicalized by him, that's 3,500,000 people. That, you see what I mean? So even if a small portion of the population is getting radicalized and is starting to resist, that's a lot of goddamn people. Let's go to what Sir Bart said. Less than 1%. Okay? If 0.5% of people in the country are getting radicalized, that is 1,750,000 people. That is a lot of people. All right? Do you see what I mean? So if I go further, by the way, all right, if I go further in this, and I say 60% of Americans disapprove of Donald Trump, that's sort of an estimate based off a bunch of things I've read. Okay. If so, and by the way, guys, these are very low estimates. I suspect it's higher than 1% of people who are feeling radicalized. Okay, I suspect it's much higher than 1% or 5%. Because if we look at 60% of Americans being majorly disapproving of Donald Trump, I don't know what I just did, but I made it. Okay, that's 210 million people. Okay, that's 210 million people. And even if I take just a percentage of that, those 210 million people, that is still a lot of goddamn people. Do you see what I mean? Hello, Invalid Axiom. Okay, so I don't mean to sound dark. I don't. Yeah, Gwen, right? That is a lot of goddamn people, and people are okay. 40. Okay, there you go, Philly cheese. 41% of people aged 18 to 29 polled by Emerson said the United States CEO shooting was acceptable. Thank you, Philly cheese. So, guys, if 41% of that number of people, that is millions of people. Okay? Just think about that. That is extraordinary and a very good sign of optimism. And we're already starting to see the leakage. People are taking their own action. They're burning down their warehouses, whether we agree with it or not. That means people are starting to feel radicalized. It would be nice if there was more organization, okay, and people started acting in concert. But luckily, we have the internet, which makes it a lot easier to act in concert. We can contact these people and communicate with them, right? So my point is like, you see what I mean? Okay. Um, there you go. Yeah, Mayflower Kid. It's like acting that the virus will just disappear if you don't test for it. Correct. All right. For now, correct, Lurking Snow Leopard. And I know, and obviously things can change, but you see my point here. There is reason for hope, and there is reason for revolutionary optimism. Uh, yeah, I think Gwen says, I think there's a huge generational gap because for the last 10 years, it's all been Trump and COVID. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Yeah. All right. And actually, we do see that, Gwen. We see a big generational gap here too. But still, that's a lot of people. All right. Okay. And how many people, guys, come on. How many folks out there do we think are thinking to themselves, when is he going to disappear? And by disappear, you know what I mean. When is Trump going to disappear? When is it going to happen today? Is it going to happen tomorrow? Oh God, please someone do it. Do it. Do it. We know that so many people are thinking that way. And I'm not saying that that is like, you see what I mean? Okay. I want the news, angels sing. Yeah, okay. Like I'm not being, yeah, guys, like we all know, like I can't say it out loud, but I'm sure a lot of us might feel that way. Okay. All right. So, you said, what'd you say, Alyssa? I want the news, angels sing. What do you mean, Alyssa? Alyssa, what are you referring about when you say you want the news? Did I miss something on the news? Okay, I can't wait. Going to party like I never have. His face, right? You guys know. And no, guys, clearly, yeah, don't make me Fed post. I won't make you Fed, guys. As you know, I want to point out, um, guys, that you should do that, right? I'm simply saying, that's what a lot of people are thinking about. Like, can we do it? Like, is someone going to do it for us? Okay. Uh, you want the news, Alyssa? Uh, oh, I get it, Alyssa. Okay, I got you. I'm a fool. Okay, we got it. I got it. You see what I mean? So, okay, just being clear. Paul Squaw, I know, but Paul Squaw, I'm talking percentages. If even 1% of these 60% of Americans are radicalized, you see what I mean? Okay. No, and guys, I'm not saying that okay. Maybe I'm being misunderstood. I'm not saying that's going to happen to him. My point here, uh, okay, my point here, guys, is that like that's a sign that people are radicalized. That so many people are thinking in that way, right? That's a sign that so many people love Luigi Mangione. That means a lot of people are thinking in that way. That's radicalization. Okay, that people are starting to think violence is okay. Okay, you see what I mean? All right. Yeah. Right. Okay. So moving on. You guys get my idea? I just think he's hot. I do think Luigi Mangione is hot, J-Mac. Do you blame me? He is hot. Okay. Shame on you, J-Mac. You know he's hot, J-Mac. Even though you're straight, you know he's hot. Okay. Everyone thinks he's hot. Okay. There you go, Lurking Snow Leopard. You get it? Okay. So that's my hope for you guys. He is. Of course he's hot, Doug. You know it. Everyone knows he's hot. He's good looking. Come on. No, he's hot, J-Mac. Anyway, shame. So, okay, this is my point, guys. All they had to do, as Kareem Abdul said, all you had to do was pay us enough to live, and they can't even manage that. Nope, he is, Finn, and that's why we need major changes in this country. It's not enough to just have JD Vance, right? We need like national strikes and things like that. But people are being radicalized, that's for sure. Okay. A question is, what are the levels of factors? Violence, poverty. This is from Mayflower Kid. Violence, poverty, oppression, etc., needed for a civil war. That's a good question, Mayflower Kid. I don't necessarily think we will see a civil war. This is complicated. I'd have to think about it, Mayflower Kid. There are different indicators for that. All right, we got it. We got that, guys. All right. Hello, Drizilla. All right, Drusilla. Okay, hello, Drusilla. So, okay, there we go. There's my little bit of hope, guys. We have to have revolutionary optimism. We have to understand, we have to imagine. Exactly, guys. You're right, Louise. The whole administration needs to go, or otherwise we'll have Vance moving in and Miller as VP. And the only way to do that, guys, is through massive resistance, shutting down the economy, doing other things. And I know that sounds like, if even if we just get rid of Trump, we would need to put enough pressure on Vance that he calms down. We need the elites guys to be afraid of us. We need them to think that if they don't change, that it's going to be the end of them. I've said this before. I want the elite, make the elites afraid again. That would be my campaign slogan if I ran for president. Make the elites afraid again. Make them afraid of us again. Make them concerned about how we're feeling about them. Okay. You see what I mean? Okay. All right. Unless they feel like they're going to be effective, they won't change shit. Okay. All right, you guys. Wow, thanks YouTube for okay. We got it, guys. Yeah, there you go, Gwen. Why do you think I want a guillotine tattoo, Gwen? Even like, as much as we don't do, as much as I'm not promoting violence, it would be nice if there was a fear that violence would happen. Okay, amongst the elites. Okay. Anyway, and apparently, guys, after that Sam Altman's house was attacked, there were conversations amongst the wealthy, okay, about this. And they were very upset about it. Yeah, and Mayflower Kid, we could make major change without a lot of violence. There'd probably be some violence, to be honest, just because of how these things go. But like, if we had a massive national strike, what are they going to do? That's the end of them. If we have a national strike and we shut down all of their businesses, like, they're not going to be able to do anything. But so I don't want, I've always said, guys, violence is the last option in any scenario. You all know I feel that way. And this is why I'm worried that unless there's major changes, that will be the option that people see as left. Okay. And that's a problem. Yeah, Sir Bart. Okay. Anyway, guys, I'm going to stop talking about this because I think maybe we can have a conversation on Discord sometime so that I don't get, demonetized for some of the things I could say. All right. Oh, I know, Lurking Snow Leopard. But this is a good sign. Okay, this is a good sign. So have some hope out there. There's a lot of people that think like us. I know. Exactly, Paul Squaw. Okay. Sir Bart, I'm not saying I disagree with you. I am not saying I disagree with you. Okay. Yeah, Body Swap, thank you. Join the book club, guys. I have been very bad. I feel like, oh, okay. Yes, thank you, Lamira. Straight bestie? Lamira, don't insult me. I'm not a dirty straight person. Come on. I like, that's so unnatural. Being straight is so unnatural, okay? God did not create human beings to have sex in that manner. Anyway. Okay. I'm joking. Okay. I love you, Lamira. All right, guys. So please join our book club. It's great. It's been bad because I've been ruining it because I accidentally planned yesterday. I accidentally planned yesterday to do an After Dark stream during the book club and stuff. So yeah, please listen to Buys Up them. Paul Squawk, you can be straight, just don't do it in public. Exactly. That's so inappropriate. Outer Signal, I'm an American. It's just a peanut butter and jelly sandwich because I'm gross. Okay. All right. So guys, let's go on. Let's go on here. I wanted to talk to you guys a bit. We've talked about, you know what? We have some other news stories. Let's get back to the other news stories. Okay. Yeah, I know, right? Remember, guys, Bella Ciao. Okay. Oh, by the way, one other thing too. I forgot to mention this incident. This happened last year, but do we also remember when Josh Shapiro's house was attacked? Okay. Josh Shapiro's house was attacked because Josh Shapiro was pro-Palestine, he's the governor of Pennsylvania, and they entered his house and they burned it. Okay, like, we're seeing more attacks like this, and people aren't putting them together. We're viewing them as separate incidents, but there's been a lot more attacks like this. Okay, that was the other one I forgot to mention. All right. Exactly, Fox. Which is why they attacked his house. They attacked his house because he's so pro-Israel and anti-Palestine. Okay, correct. So, Cal, jam and jelly are different. Okay, jam and jelly are different. Okay, all right. Yeah, and the Minnesota legislators. That's true, Gwen. That is very true. Those were left wing got people, right? Were those left wing people? He is pro-Palestine, Alyssa. Shapiro is pro-Palestine. No, I'm sorry. Did I say pro? Did I say pro-Palestine? I meant anti-Palestine. I didn't. Oh my God, I didn't mean to say that. He's anti-Palestine. I did not mean to say that. He's very pro-Israel. God, that was a mistake. No, no, no. He's not pro-Palestine. If I said pro-Palestine, it was a slip of the tongue. He is very anti-Palestine. He's very pro-Israel. Dear God, that was a slip, wasn't it? Okay. Shapiro, yeah, he's absolutely a Zionist. I didn't mean to say it. I didn't mean to. I slipped. Okay. Yeah, my mistake. Okay, my mistake. Forgive me. Jesus Christ. Look at this. See, fake news. Always see what other people are saying. Okay. Anyway, I am pro-Palestine, Mayflower Kid. Jesus, how did I mess that up? I know I did, Alyssa. I probably kept meaning to say pro-Israel, and I accidentally said pro-Palestine because that whole area should just be called Palestine and be a single state. But anyway, okay, whatever. Screw me. I messed up. Paul Squaw. I swear to God, Paul Squaw. Yeah. Okay, so let's go on, guys. Thank you, Alyssa. I guess. So let's go on to the next story. So you know what? Since we're on this topic, now before I show you this, guys, I want to be clear about something. As I've said before, Zionism is not the same as Judaism. Okay. Okay, Gwen. All right. I see that comment, Gwen, about Shapiro. Okay. It's not the same as Judaism. All right. And we okay. But I want to show you some images. Okay, but I want to show you some images, and you guys may have seen these. And as a historian who studied the Holocaust very closely, okay. Okay, I know, Gwen. It's okay. So let me explain. All right. I've said that the state of Israel is one of the most anti-Semitic states on the planet. It is one of the big reasons why there's so much anti-Semitism out there in the world right now. And I'm going to prove my point. And I want to be clear that when I'm showing you these images, I am not conflating Judaism with Zionism. I'm simply showing you how Zionists often conflate the two things. All right. So everyone, yep, you know it, Lurking Snow Leopard. So first thing here is this image, okay? This is an image of an Israeli soldier entering Lebanon. And on this Israeli soldier's back is a Sefer Torah. It's a copy of the Jewish holy book, symbolically being brought into Lebanon in a military bag, okay, as kind of like a like back in the Middle Ages, you know, Christians would bring giant crosses into battle. Apparently, the Zionists are bringing Torah ciphers into battle, bringing it into Lebanon, partially as a sign of is it a tombstone? Yeah, I think it's a cipher Torah. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it's a cipher Torah. Maybe it's a tombstone. I don't know. Well, but I thought it was a cipher Torah. From everything I've read, it's a cipher Torah. Bringing it in there, and as a sign of colonization, we are replacing it. It is a cipher Torah. Okay, we're it's a sign. Yeah, it makes you a big target, but it's symbolic. The idea here is that the Zionists are colonizing the region and bringing Judaism in and replacing the inhabitants with Judaism. Okay, this is extremist religiosity. No, thank you very much, In Your Groove. Exactly. For those who know Warhammer 40K and know the Empire, how is this not like an Empire of Man cosplay, right? Like, this is hilarious. And what do we think this image does for Jewish people all over the world? That the Zionists are going in here, the Zionist colonists are bringing in the holy book and then using it as a prop for colonization, genocide, and ethnic cleansing. And I just cannot. And it's even worse, guys, because when I saw this image, I immediately remembered an image I had seen when I was in grad school of this. Okay, this image right here. Okay, Mayflower Kid, let me explain, okay? Actually, Mayflower Kid, give me 1 second and I'll explain that, all right? That's a good question. All right, so Mayflower Kid asked, Judaism is a religion, Zionism is a sect, Israel is a state. Sorry, I know I want to understand. I'll explain in a second, Mayflower Kid. Great question. So this is an image from World War II. Okay, this is an image from World War II of, yep, there you go, body swap. Isn't that lovely? Yeah, okay. These are Nazis. These are Wehrmacht soldiers holding a cipher Torah and laughing at it as they're occupying, displacing, and murdering people in the Soviet Union. And so we've gone from Nazis murdering Jewish people, doing colonization, Lebensraum, and things like that, okay? And then now modern day, we have the Zionists who are now using the Cipher Torah as a prop in their own process of Lebensraum, colonization, and ethnic cleansing. Only this time, they're bringing it in there. They're bringing it in, okay? Do we see how dark this is, okay? And how bad this is for Jewish people? Okay, like this. Okay. Now, the next image I'm going to show you, I just can't. It drives me crazy. This next image, I'm going to show you this image, and I know I'm overly sensitive. I hesitate to even show it to you because it reminds me of Nazi propaganda. But it's true. It's an accurate image. Okay, it's an accurate. It is a picture. It is a photograph. All right. So I'm going to show this to you. Okay, this is an image that was on the cover of an Italian magazine called L'Espresso, which is a lovely name for an Italian magazine. And it is getting tons of backlash. I'll show you it here in a second because all the Zionists and stuff are coming out and claiming that it's anti-Semitic and that this is anti-Jewish propaganda and that they're mimicking the Nazis by having this photo on the front of this magazine, even though this is a real photo that was taken in the West Bank, okay? And honestly, I get it. I get how it looks a lot like a Nazi propaganda piece, but it's a real photo, all right? And yeah, they claimed it was photoshopped. It's not, and it's not AI. Here it is. Now, this is a Israeli settler in the West Bank humiliating, harassing, and videotaping an Islamic woman, a Palestinian woman, and laughing while he does it. Okay, it's a photo. It isn't made up. Okay, laughing. I think he ends up look at this face. Okay, is that not like evil incarnate right there? I don't have a video. I don't have the video, guys. I just have the image. So if there's a video, if there's a video, you can send it to me, but I don't have it. If you're on Twitch, you can post the video in the Twitch chat, okay? And this is evil looking, right? Yeah. And I don't mean to. I want to point out that obviously, this looks like anti-Semitic propaganda that the Nazis would put out. Of course, the Nazis would put out actual posters that were drawings depicting Jewish folks in horrible ways. Well, thank you, Zionists, for giving a perfect photo opportunity that really can present that makes Jewish people look evil. Okay? Like, I mean, they are creating this climate of extreme anti-Semitic enabling, right? The fact that they even, do you see what I mean? Like, this guy looks absolutely satanic. Okay, he does. Anyway, so this is yeah, it looks like evil incarnate. And, all right. I'm just saying this, you see my point here. I actually originally had a poster here. I originally had a poster, a Nazi poster. I don't want to show it on the internet. I just don't. You guys can look up Nazi propaganda about Jewish folks. But you can see that, like, yeah. And this is because of Zionism. Okay, this is because of the Zionists. And like so I want to point out there are Jewish folks in our community and they agree with all I'm saying. Okay. But, if we want to stop, if we also, because I know we care about everyone, right, in this community, if we care about Jewish folks too, we will help end the Zionist reign of terror. Okay. it isn't just for the sake of the, Jewish folks are also being attacked because of Israel. So just to be clear, isn't that disgusting? All right. So Outer Signal, is this the original video? Oh, damn it. Here. Oh, I clicked the wrong link. Let me find the right one. Here we go. Ooh. Okay, 1 second. Let me find this real fast. This looks good. Italian. By the way, that guy is also in other images. Like, he's a big harasser of women and stuff in the West Bank. Italian magazine cover. Here we go.
This Italian magazine cover has sparked
Let's watch this. This was sent to... What was that sound? Oh, here we go. Okay, so this was sent to us by Outer Signal. Let's watch it, guys. All right. And then I'll answer the question for you, Mayflower Kid, here in a second.
This Italian magazine cover has sparked a diplomatic backlash from Israel. It shows an armed Israeli settler dressed in military uniform grinning at a distressed Palestinian woman in the occupied West Bank under the title L'abuso, or the abuse. Israel's ambassador to Italy has condemned L'Espresso's use of the image, saying it distorts the complex reality Israel must live with.
Right. There's bullshit lies.
Prominent Jewish platforms say it plays on anti-Semitic stereotypes, while others have suggested the image is AI-generated. But a video from the scene where the photograph was taken confirms its authenticity.
Hey, Barbara. Oh, so here's the video. There's the guy.
It shows the same settler on the cover approaching the Palestinian woman. The photograph is part of a documentary project by Italian photographer Pietro Masturzo.
Honestly, guys, this photographer needs an award. This is like really good journalism.
It was captured last October near Hebron on the first day of the olive harvest. According to Masturzo, the Palestinian woman was reported...
Honestly, that guy's probably an inbred piece of shit, because these settlers are all like the epitome of inbred garbage. These Israeli settlers, they're monsters. They're some of the worst people on the planet, and I have no sympathy for them. He probably has that teeth problem because he, fucked one too many cousins in his life.
Trying to pick olives from her land, but was stopped by these men, as the Israeli military stood nearby with covered faces. The photographer said the settler's expression was captured after repeated gestures of him mimicking a shepherd calling his flock, saying he used it as a way to dehumanize Palestinians, as if they were his own animals. L'Espresso's latest issue is using these images as part of its report into the expansion of settlements in the occupied West Bank and the rise of violence against Palestinian communities. The magazine has refused to retract or apologize for the cover, with supporters arguing that Israeli criticism amounts to an attempt to suppress legitimate photojournalism. UN data shows that incidents like these happen every day.
Yeah.
More than 1,800
guys, there are so many videos that are heartbreaking, and I have trouble watching.
Attacks were recorded in the area in 2025, averaging around 5 incidents daily, while illegal Israeli settlements continue to forcibly displace Palestinians from their land.
Jesus. Okay. So thank you for that, Outer Signal. So Mayflower Kid, let me explain to you. So Mayflower Kid asked, what's the difference between Judaism, Zionism, and Israel? So Judaism, obviously, Mayflower Kid, is a religion. It's also, for a lot of folks, it's an ethnic identity. It's sort of for a lot of folks, it's kind of also viewed as like a cultural, not an ethnic identity, like a cultural identity. So there are Jewish people who are non-practicing Jews who are atheists. You can be an atheist Jew. Because you are culturally Jewish, your mother was Jewish, but then you don't practice Judaism regardless. So Judaism is the actual religion, okay? But there are Reform Jews, a lot of them whom are atheist, all right? So it's a cultural belief system, and it's a religious belief system. Zionism Zionism is a secular ideology. Originally it was a secular ideology. So it originally was a non-religious ideology. And the idea of Zionism is that the Jewish people need a homeland where they can be safe and things like that. And that homeland would be in what is today Palestine, Israel, and that in order for the Jews to have their own homeland, they would need to be the majority group on that land, which implies then that for Zionism to function, you have to exterminate or push off the people that are already living there. Zionism is, well, Matt Saigai, yes. Let me explain, Matt Saigai. It was originally, this is why I said it started off secular. What do I mean by that? Okay. The people who came up with this idea were doing it in a way to secure, they weren't doing it for religious reasons. They were doing it to secure a Jewish state, and they were secularist. But the propaganda that was used to push this was basically, using, no, Matt, it isn't Matt Saigai. So this is hard to explain. So okay, I don't want to go too much into it, but the early like Theodore Herzl and things like that, they wanted a nation. It's kind of like nationalists. They were nationalists. They wanted a Jewish nation, just like the Germans want a German nation, or like the French want a French nation. Okay, so it was sort of a secular idea, but it very quickly started getting linked up. Yes, they did, Lacroix. They actually, guys, the first places they proposed were not Palestine. They proposed Madagascar. They proposed other places, and then they decided on Palestine. And then they started integrating religious beliefs into this as a way to get more Jewish folks on board with forming this Jewish homeland. Okay, so that began the process of Zionism, and over time, Zionists have pushed the idea. Yes, Finn, it's really good. Zionists have pushed the idea that this is a religious mandate. And that the Jews, that the land of Palestine was given to the Jews, and that it is theirs by right. And so, yeah, okay. And so Zionism is separate. It is not, and Israel is the country. Yes, okay, exactly, guys. And America did the same thing. Lemira says using religion as justification for colonization. What do you think Manifest Destiny was? Manifest Destiny was mainly about economics, okay? The idea of American settlers need to what Matt Saigai. So let me explain. Let me finish this, and then I'll go back to that, Matt Saigai. The idea here was that we wanted to settle the Western United States for economic reasons and to get their own power, to get their own, to create an American empire. And then it was justified with religious language that we have a destiny, God-given destiny to occupy this country. All right. To answer your question, Matt Saigai, French, German, and others are geographical entities, though. Yes. So Matt Saigai, remember what I said, though. Judaism is also a cultural and ethnic group. Okay. At least they view themselves as a cultural and ethnic group. The original Jewish people, without going into too much here, were basically exiled from the Middle East. And we're spread in diaspora across the world. So yes, Matt Saigai, it is a combination religion and ethnic and cultural group. All right. It's kind of hard to describe. For a lot of Jews, that's how they view it. Okay. So yes, there was a sense of forming a Jewish nation in the Middle East. Okay. And yes, so we have here Mayflower Kid, Mormons have their own religious Zionism. Yeah, and this is my point, guys. There's tons of Christian Zionists who think that the Jews need a homeland over in the Middle East. Now, it is fundamentally anti-Semitic because their belief in Zionism goes back to the idea that the Jews need to return to the Middle East in order to spark the apocalypse, okay? In order to spark the apocalypse so that all the Christians can go to heaven and most of the Jews will die. But yeah, there are Christian Zionists who believe this too. And that also, yeah, okay. So Zionism is kind of a mixed bag. A lot of times it's justified by religion, okay, but it didn't necessarily start out that way. It was a political decision, and it was basically good old-fashioned European colonialism, all right? European colonization, all right? So anyway, and to be honest, guys, the early Israel and early settlers, it was very similar to other European colonization. They viewed themselves as culturally superior Europeans and that the locals were dirty savages who needed to be removed or civilized, okay? It was very similar, okay? Yeah. Yeah, they only later tied it back to Israel. And guys, a lot of Jewish folks, a lot of Jewish folks, because guys, one other thing here. We do know that most of the Jewish folks that originally went to Israel, the Palestine, were from Europe, right? They were Europeans. We may say they were ethnically Jewish or whatever, but they were Europeans, okay? They were Europeans. It was a European supremacist project. Matt Saigai, do we have writings by these early Zionists? Yes, absolutely. Matt Saigai. Now, these early Jewish writers were talking about the need for a Jewish nation to protect the Jewish people. Okay, they were very explicit about why they wanted to do it. So yeah, that's what they believe. They believe that the Jewish people needed a state because that's the only way to protect the Jewish people from discrimination and abuse and things like that. Okay. It is. Oh, absolutely. It's an ethno-state, guys. It's absolutely an ethno-state. They did, Luke. These European Jewish folks that went to the Middle East, they mistreated the local Jews, okay? And they still do because it's mainly about European supremacy. And the Judaism kind of has made it worse. Okay, so there were no initial religious Jewish Israeli Zionists. No, there probably were, Mayflower Kid. There probably were. Yes, absolutely, Wizard Bread's book. So there almost certainly were, Mayflower Kid. I don't want to, guys. I don't want to. I don't want to history is complicated. Were there some groups of Jewish people who, for religious reasons, believed that they should own the Holy Land? I'm sure there were. Was the Zionist movement, did that go back? Did the idea of forming an Israeli state, which is what Zionism is, go back to that? No. Because there were people who were already no, you don't have to apologize for that, kid. There were people who were already moving back to the Holy Land before that. There were Jewish people who would move back to the Holy Land before Israel was created, and they were perfectly fine with it. The idea of needing to create a state was a secular idea, okay? Anyway, you guys get my point here? No, they don't make a right Juvian. But the point here, guys, is it's ethnic cleansing, it's ethnic supremacy, and it has a religious bent to it. And especially these far-right Jewish folks that control the Israeli government definitely view it in religious terms. Okay? So, all right. Yeah, Bread's books. There were contemporaneous anti-Zionist Jewish writers. Okay? And this is my point. This is not, we can talk about, yeah. So all Jewish folks believe this. Matt Saigai, but didn't you hear what I said? Some of their initial ideas were that this land could be elsewhere. Okay. But they realized, Matt Saigai, that because there was this association with the Holy Land, that they could use it as a propaganda tool, basically, to convince Jewish people to move there. Yeah, it's complicated, though, Matt Saigai, and there's a lot of good research on this. There's a lot of good books on it. I recommend you go out and look up some history books on it because it's very complicated, but it was started off as a secular movement, a secular idea. Okay. All right. Correct. There's tons of anti-Zionist Jews, tons. Some of the Hasidic Jewish people are very anti-Zionist. The Norman Fink. There's a lot. Some of the greatest anti-Zionists out there are Jewish. Okay. So Judaism is not the same as Zionism. It's an ideology that developed many years after Judaism came into being and is a very modern kind of idea. It is a very modern idea. Okay. We got that? All right. So we get it. So Matt Saigai, let me ask you one last question, Matt Saigai. Yeah, but so just to explain, Matt Saigai, one last thing here. Was European colonization of the New World a Christian thing, or was it something else? Was it based in Christian ideology? And I say that because it's a bit different, Matt. I'm just trying to explain it easier. Yeah, Christianity was used as a justification, but that wasn't the main reason they did it. Does that make sense? Okay. They did, Outer Signal. They did consider a Jewish state in East Africa at one point. Okay. All right. So, yeah, the Pilgrims did, Gwen, that's for sure. But they also had a big economic reason for doing that, Gwen. They didn't want to go colonize they went to escaping religious persecution. Okay. I guess that's a bad. Oh, no, I'm not debating it, Matt Sagai. I was just trying to give an example. That's fair, Matt Sagai. Okay, moving on, guys. So there we go. So that's the annoying thing. That's just more nonsense to deal with. Israel's always driving me insane. Okay. All right. And okay, let's go on here. So let's go on. Speaking of religion, if we were to guess, guys, if we were to guess, as lovely people as we are, if we were to guess, what factors in a society might lead to more religiosity? Based on everything we've talked about in our streams, let's say we're looking at the number of people who have poverty. Excellent, Philly cheese. What else? Progress in science. Yes, Matt Sagai. So like, yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, more knowledge about the natural world. Lack of education. What about personal issues? What might make someone start gravitating more towards religion? Okay, fair, Matt Sagai. There you go in your groove. The impersonal nature of a smartphone-filled life. Yeah. Okay, so like you feel disconnected from society, you feel lonely, etc., illness. Okay. So knowing that, there was an Axios article that was showing how young men, especially, a loss of rights. There you go, okay? A loss of rights is a public health. There you go, Mayflower Kid. Yeah, there is, okay? There has been an increase for young men between 18 and 29, okay? There has been a massive increase in religiosity in this country. So it is sort of a truism historically that women are more religious than men, okay? That women have been more religious than men, but recently that has shifted, okay? And now it appears that men, especially young men, are more religious than women. And I know we're jealous, Matt Saga, okay? So Gen Z is basically 42% now of young men between the ages of 18 and 29 now say religion is very important in their lives. Okay? Very important in their lives. And that is a massive increase. That's 28% up. Okay? That's 28% up. And then when they ask guys, why is this the case? Why is this the case? I'm trying to see here. So a lot of pastors are reporting that there's a lot more young men looking for community structure or values. And the reason I'm saying that, okay, the reason I'm saying that is because this makes sense with everything else that we believe, that we've talked about. Okay, this makes sense with everything else we talked about. The growth of the manosphere, the fact that men have not been, there's not a new idea. There's not a new idea here of masculinity. Like there hasn't been a new healthy masculinity presented to men. Young men have been experiencing very high rates of suicide, and like much more, like it's gone up tremendously. All right. This is another sign of that. A lot of young men are feeling disconnected. They feel like they don't have values. They feel like they don't have community. They're lonely. And so they're seeking community and stuff amongst religious organizations. Okay. And same thing with the manosphere. The manosphere is the same way. It offers men a sense of community. It gives them a structure and values in their lives, whether we agree with them or not. And things like that. Okay. So yeah. So you see my point here. And I will say in most of these cases, there hasn't been as much of an uptick in people going to church or anything like that. But there has been an uptick in young men identifying as religion being very important in their lives. And Finn, it doesn't say, it just says religion being important. So that probably means spiritual also. I agree, Outer Signal. I totally agree. Aragorn is a role model for positive masculinity. I completely agree. And yeah, so it probably means spiritual and religious. Men who say that religiosity, is really important in their lives. And that's great. But like, that's fine. But the fact we see an uptick in it, Exactly, Juvian. Is like if you guys watch Louis Theroux's documentary on the manosphere, there you go. So okay. I hope not, Drusilla. I hope not. Okay. But you get my idea here. This is just further evidence that there's something going on with young men. Again, the reason I keep bringing this up, okay, the reason I keep bringing this up is because I experienced it as a young, as a teacher. I was going to say as a young teacher, but also as an older teacher. Um, the young men coming up in our society are very lonely. They don't have much guidance, and they keep turning to people on the internet and religious figures to find that guidance. And I'm not sure. Um, a lot of it, by the way, is it goes back to not economic issues. A lot of men feel like they're working really hard, but they're not making enough money. They don't have economic freedom, which makes it harder to go out and actually meet people. A lot of it goes back to economic struggles, but all there's other things too that have happened. Okay, but a lot of it I think has to do with the structure of our society. So if we change that, that would be very helpful. But it's just something to think about. And I know a lot of people out there will say that, well, young men, that's made up. Men aren't suffering. Men aren't suffering. And I get it. Women are oppressed. I know. That's true. We live in a patriarchal society. We just have to acknowledge though that men are suffering, and it's been very strange recently to see this uptick in these experiences amongst men. And you have to understand, guys, men, this is something men need to figure out how to fix, or the society needs to figure out how to fix. Okay, it's bad for all of society. Just like the mistreatment of women is bad for all of society. Okay. Yeah, people are suffering in different ways. All right. And I'm not downplaying the suffering of women. Okay. At all. I'm just saying I think people dismiss the suffering of men. Okay. I really do. Or the struggles that a lot of young men are having, young boys are having, and things like that. And they're told that they're just dismissed as being toxic. But we can't just dismiss. We need to talk with them and figure out and teach them and make sure that they have a different way of viewing the world. Okay. Okay. Jeremy, you're right. It offers clear structures you will not find. I suppose, Jeremy. Yeah. No, I agree, Louise. Exactly, Drusilla. I completely agree. Drusilla says men should be more feminist. I completely agree. The way to fix these issues is feminism. But unfortunately, for some reason, that word has a bad name. Okay, that word has a very bad name. And I think I know why. But we have to convince men to think like feminists. Yeah, we do, because it's better for them too. It is literally better for them too. Stigma, yeah, Mayflower Kid, but I think there has been a lot of the right wing often shows feminists that aren't very good at presenting things. I know I'm not blaming feminists. I'm saying that when right wingers and the manosphere talk about feminism, they always give you the worst examples. They always show images of like the women who say all men are evil and things like that. Okay. And that has made a lot of young men feel like they are under siege. I'm not blaming them because it's not true. Most women don't think that way. But like there's a lot of, I don't know. There's a lot to talk about in this case. Yeah, there you go, Gwen. There's a lot of issues here. I'm not blaming feminism. I'm just saying we need to figure out something. Yeah, no, you're right, Richard. Too much toxic masculinity is a big problem. But my problem here, Richard, right, is that when I was a teacher, yeah, a lot of young guys have a lot of toxic masculinity. And you know what everyone else says? They say, you're just toxic. You're just a toxic man. You're evil. You're horrible. They don't talk to them. They dismiss them as bad. These are children, by the way. That's what they know. We need to actually talk to them, and we need to figure out ways of joining them in with society where they don't have this toxic masculinity. Anyway. Yeah, absolutely, Gwen. So anyway, just something to think about. There is some issues going on with men, and we can see it in our society, can't we? No, Lacroix, I'm not joking. I would be okay with that. Lacroix says call it menism, menimism, and just teach them all the feminist stuff by tricking them into thinking it's a men's rights thing. Lacroix, that's what I do. I'm not joking. When I was teaching, I would say, you know what, guys, I do care about rights for men. And then I would talk about feminism. I wouldn't necessarily say it was feminism all the time, but then I would say, like, men are oppressed because it's like we have to be big and strong and muscular and stuff. Why can't we just be what we want to be? Why can't women just be who they want to be? Why do we have to have these strict gender norms? And why do we have to always be expected? You know what I mean? And I know that's dark. I know it's dark that we'd have to sort of lie and do that. But yeah, I think if you tell people what feminism is and you talk about it from a man's perspective, I know that's annoying that we have to do that. Tell them about how it's good for men. You will very quickly start to see, they will very quickly change their minds. All right. Yep, there you go, Outer Signal. Young men feel attacked because they don't know that we're evolving from a world where the standard, absolutely, okay? And I agree, we need to abolish gender. That'd be very nice, right? I totally agree with that, man. So, like, Rush Limbaugh waged a war on feminism, correct, okay? I think the right wing has been really good about demonizing it. It shouldn't be demonized, but they have been good at demonizing it. Anyway. Yeah, no, yeah, that's Wizard's Bread's books. I agree with you. Wizard says more than feminism, Marxism, socialism, or any other lens for critique or ideology, the average American is scared of big words. Frequently, you can change someone's mind by just avoiding $5 words and speaking at the forefront. Right. Okay, hilarious. All right, guys, we get that. That's it. Just wanted to mention that. We need to. I know, Mayflower Kid. I know I'm throwing a lot at you today, but we need to do something about it because these young men are also the ones voting for the Republicans and the right wing. So many men are overwhelmingly conservative in this country, and it gets worse every year. We are creating a fascist group of hyper-masculine, misogynistic men that's going to kill all of us, okay? So we need to do something about it. Yeah, I agree, Gwen. Guys, I know, okay, here's my hot take, and I've said it before. You know what I think? I think the first step to abolishing gender is having co-ed bathrooms. Fuck it. I know this is crazy or whatever. I don't care. Why don't we all just go into the same bathrooms together, and then you can have lockable stalls that are closed off from the floor to the ceiling, and like we're all human beings and we live in the same spaces. It's weird to me that we can't do shit like that. We can't just be in the same bathrooms together. And I know that sounds weird. And I know there's a fear of assault and things like that. But people, Alyssa, because guys pee on the seat. Oh, well, that's fair. Okay. Yeah, like, I don't know. There you go. Why not just have, I know that's a tiny thing. But Matt Saigai, if a man wanted to assault a woman, if a man wanted to assault a woman, he's going to do it. Like, do we think that having the bathrooms will make it less likely, that we can make it more likely? I get it. I know, guys, though, this is difficult because assault does happen and stuff, but like, I don't think anyway, yeah, I don't think Matt Saigai, it'll increase assaults. I just don't. I think those assaults would happen either way, and they're all bad. Regardless, this is, yeah, it doesn't matter much. We need to, this is complicated, though. I could be very wrong about that. I could be very wrong about it, Mayflower Kid. That's a small thing, and that won't fix everything. It's just something that I've always thought. Because I've been in co-ed bathrooms, and I'm like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Okay. Anyway. All right. Because, guys, also, one last, I'm going to put my face up before we keep going on. Really, Jeremy? Ew. Oh, are you in Germany? Guten Tag. Wie geht es Ihnen, Jeremy? So, forgive me for the using the formal there, Jeremy. I don't think I know you well enough to not use the formal. I mean, to use the informal way of saying that. Anyway, so what was I going to say here? We were talking about bathrooms. What else were we talking about here? I have a gender-neutral bathroom at home. Very nice, Drusilla. Oh, guys, I've always thought it was funny. This is just another side thing about the stupid bathroom. It's like these are all stupid conversations. I don't care. This is a stupid conversation. Like, why do we even have to talk about bathrooms? Like, anyway. Ja, bitte. Germany, Jeremy. Deutschland. Ja, ich liebe Deutschland. Okay. Anyway, what was I going to say here? So, you know what's funny is that we do have gendered bathrooms, right? We do have gendered bathrooms, but guys, I'm a gay man. Why am I allowed to go into a male bathroom? Do you see what I mean? Like, the whole conversation is stupid. If we think there's going to be assaults happening, why are lesbians allowed to go into female bathrooms? Why are gay men allowed to go into male bathrooms? It's a weird thing. Like, it's like, you see what I mean, elevator lady? It's like, okay, the whole conversation about like assaults and things like that, if we're going to start saying that people might get assaulted by going into certain bathrooms, well, then we better ban gay people from male bathrooms and ban lesbians from women bathrooms. Okay, no, I'm not saying that. I'm making a point here. It's a dumb argument, I think, or it's not a dumb argument. It's a very limited worldview argument to just think along men and women lines. Okay, and like, okay. You see what I mean? I'm not. I know I probably shouldn't give the fascists that idea. Okay, no, but yes, but that's the point, though, Jeremy. Right? If I'm a gay man going into a male bathroom, who do you think I'm going to be looking to assault? I'm not going to be looking to assault a woman. I'm going to be looking to assault a man. I know this sounds dark. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous, but you see my point. Okay, it seems to me it's about power and not about assault. Okay, you see what I mean? Because like if this were about assault, then the right wing would have been screaming about that long ago. It's about power, in my opinion. It's about men being separate from women. You know, and men having this irrational fear inside their minds that their wives and their daughters are going to be assaulted by some man and that they want the power. They don't want some man to do that to them. Anyway, I'm getting too close to the edge there. What do you mean, SoCal? Okay. Yeah, you guys get my point. I'm not trying to, I'm just saying how stupid this whole thing is. That we talk about men and women without talking about sexuality to begin with. Okay, that's why we should all just go into the same bathroom. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Fetty. I agree. It's about power. It's about consolidating vulnerable people so they are like fish in a barrel for people who want to assault them. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's true. Wizard Bird book's also about a fear of trans people. All right. Moving on, guys. I'm done with that. I like never said that argument out loud before, or at least not online. Okay, but like I think it's common sense. It's just something I've always thought about. There you go, Gwen. Right, but you see the notion there, Gwen, that women need to be protected unless they need men nearby or whatever, and they can't have men. Anyway. All right. Mm-hmm. All right. So let's go on. Hilarious, Fetty. That's funny. Okay. Okay, guys. So next thing we're gonna do. First of all, I'm gonna pee because you all know I have a very small bladder. I'm gonna go pee, but in the meantime, I'll be right back. Okay. I'm gonna go pee. Don't hate me. Please don't leave the stream. We're gonna do a politics 101 thing here in a second. Per Mayflower, well, per a lot of folks, we're gonna do a quick little thing about politics to get you all thinking about some stuff, and then we'll go watch some videos and we'll do some other news. Okay, so stick around. Yeah, there you go, Jeremy. Right, that's my point. So just stick around, guys. I'll be right back. Please don't leave me. I need you all dearly. Partially, Mayflower Kid. You'll see what I mean here in a second. I'll be right back. Love you all very much. Be nice to each other, okay? I'll bonk all of you, but not in the bathroom because never mind. That sounded awful. Okay. Anyway, give me a second. Here. Okay. Bye-bye. 1 second. I'll be right back.
dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you. Where the spaces can't erase this, you're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. When the haze clears all of your fears, now we have nothing left to lose. Fill the spaces, we can erase this, and not the feeling that you choose. You're tired of running, 'cause I lost the feeling. We're disconnected in our touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized.
I'm back. Yay. Hi, guys. Ooh, excuse me. Okay. Let's see who we got. Let's hand out some boops. Let's do some boops, guys. I'm gonna boop all of you. Okay, we're gonna pass out some boops here. We got LaCroix. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix says my headcanon is that every time CR goes pee, he does it down the storm drain in his basement, like he's the quartering. Maybe LaCroix, you never know. There's sometimes I go that way, so maybe some days I'm not going to the bathroom. Maybe sometimes I step outside and just piss outside because why not? Not that I do. I'm just saying. Anyway, elevator lady, you get a boop. Boop. Mayflower kid, you get a boop. Boop. SoCal, you get a boop. Boop. You're a pig, SoCal. Shame on you. You get a bonk. Bonk. All right, let's see here. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. Finn, you get a boop. Boop. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Oh, that song. That song is called Polarized by Coven. Coven. Go Koven. Okay. So we got Finn. I give Finn a boop. Finn gets a boop boop. Mayflower Kid. Juvian gets a boop boop. Matt Saga gets a boop boop. Fetty gets a boop boop. Anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone gets a boop here? Anyone else want a boop? LaCroix gets a boop boop. Did I already give LaCroix a boop? I don't know. You get a second boop. Whatever. Did I miss anyone? Anyone else want a boop? Wizards Breads Books gets a boop boop. Lamira gets a boop boop. You know what? Excuse you, Wizards Breads Books. That music that I'm playing, it's because you can pay $4 a month and you can access all their music for free. So it's not like I have much of a choice about what music I play, okay? It's just songs I have found randomly while searching that site. So screw you, Wizards, okay? Yes, Alyssa, you get a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone? Oh. Trump failed gets a boop. Boop. Lamira gets a second boop because I can't believe I missed Lamira. Boop. Oh. Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. Of course, Body Swap gets a boop. All right. You can't yes, I can. Wizards, I can unboop you. We literally have a name for that. It's called a bromp. And you know what? I'm going to give you a bromp. Bromp! I just removed your boop. So anyone else who thinks I can't remove a boop once I've given one out, you're wrong. You're deeply mistaken, okay? Boops are good. Bromps are the removal of a boop, and bonks are where I'm just punishing you, okay? Jesus. Correct, LaCroix. That is true. That is true, okay? Anyway, we good to go? Everyone ready? Everyone ready? Everyone ready? Let's go on. So, guys, we are going to talk. Wow, why was that so loud? We are going to chat just a little tiny bit, okay? Just a little bit of chat about Politics 101. And no, it's not like a class. It's not going to be like a. It's not like we're going to do a 101 class. I'm just going to briefly talk about a few things to get you all thinking about your own politics, etc. It'll be kind of fun, I think. It'll be so fun. You're all going to be absolutely excited. By the way, guys, if you like my content, you become a member on YouTube for as little as about $1 a month. You can hit the join button beneath the video and become a member, and you get access to a cute little jester hat next to your name and access to members-only emojis. You also okay, fine, Mayflower Kid, fine. I'll put on the jester hat. If you send if you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime, which would be very helpful to send me some of Jeff Bezos' money, which I would deeply appreciate. And then you no longer have to see ads. You can also subscribe regularly on Twitch, which would also be very nice. Would love that very much. Thank you for that. And you can send me bits over on Twitch, which would be very lovely. Help me survive. Same thing on YouTube. You can send me a super chat, which is also very nice. And I don't think I've posted. You know what? I'll post it now. I'm going to post here in the chat. A link to our Discord server. Please join it if you haven't already. It's a lovely server, and I don't just say that. It really is a nice server, and it's free, obviously. You just join it, and then you can recommend videos for me to react to, etc. If there's anything you want me to react to on stream, you could literally send it to me right now, and I will try and watch it. Okay, so here is a link to our Discord server. Please join that. Okay, I'll put on the jester hat. Thank you, Mayflower Kid, for the contribution. See, Mayflower Kid knows I am a jester, guys, for those that are new to the streams. Okay, bye-bye, Gwen. Thank you for being here. Okay. Oh, my God. Thank you so much, Demosthenes. Dear God, you know what, Demosthenes? I think that gets us the jester collar. Thank you, Demosthenes, for the $50. Thank you so much, okay? Wow, Demosthenes, you made my day. Thank you. All right. Let me put on this side. You know what? I'll put on the jester collar, too. Why the fuck not? I am a jester, after all. Thank you, Demosthenes. You're an angel. We love you very much. And now I'm going to have to strip because I'm going to get hot. So I'm going to have to strip in front of all of you so that I can put on the jester collar, because otherwise I'll get way too hot. There we go. Ugh. It's like becoming an OnlyFans stream, isn't it? There we go. Can I get it right there? Strip stream. Woo! Okay. Put this on now. We'll get the jester collar and the jester hat. Oh my God. You disgust me, Matt Saigai. Okay. There we go. There we go. Now we're full jester mode, guys. Full jester mode. Yay! Oh my God, it's been so long. I know, Gwen. We miss you already, Gwen. But good luck, etc. You're weird, Mayflower Kid. There we go. Oh, this is so much better. I feel complete. Okay. Now, I just need the makeup, but we'll do the makeup at different time. It's been a while since I put on the makeup. Whatever. It's okay. I don't care. All right. That's all good. I need to fix my hat now. Okay, guys, let's continue. So let's talk about politics a little bit, shall we? Let's talk a little bit about politics. So we're just going to have a brief conversation here. So when you're talking about politics, I don't care, Matt Saiga. You're weird. I'm sorry. I mean, Mayflower Kid, whatever. I'm mixing all of you up. You all look the same to me. Oh my God, Matt Saiga, you disgust me. Okay. So let's go Politics 101. Boo. Where's the little, damn it. Why am I so unclever? There we go. Why am I so clumsy? Here we go. Politics 101. I'll put it up on the screen. Politics 101. Yes. So Politics 101. Now, let's just talk really fast, guys. This is just sort of this is going to be brief. What are politics, guys? Politics comes from the Greek word polis, meaning relating to the city. Politics is how we interact with each other in a collective way. It is what we do publicly. It is sort of basically how human beings decide certain things together as a group. And one of the big things it does is this, okay? It does this. It decides who has the power. Who has power? So who has power? It decides who we think should have power in a society. And power is the ability to get other people to do something against their will, okay? Or to get people to do stuff, basically, all right? So who has power? What is public versus private? So you can also, politics can be used to discuss what actually is in the political sphere, right? And what isn't in the political sphere, right? So like if you sometimes politics doesn't talk much about certain things, all right? So part of politics is deciding what is in the public sphere to be discussed by the community and decided on by the community, or what is and what is not. Who has the power? What is public versus private? Okay. And basically, the last one is, well, the last one's kind of the same as the second one, but how do we act collectively? All right. So it's deciding all these things. Okay. I could probably add more. I could probably add more to this, but three of the big things are politics decides who has power. Okay, so who has the ability to make people do things against their will? There, at Outer Signal, que bono, well done. That you get a boop for using a great Latin phrase. Okay, what is public versus private? Okay, what are things that are up for discussion and debate publicly that are considered part of the public sphere, and what are things that are considered part of the private sphere? And how do we act collectively? Okay, so what are things that we do collectively together? All right, so, okay, Mayflower Kid, how can it decide how we act? So power is basically the ability to make other people do things against their will, or it can sometimes be in their will, but do things based off your decisions, okay? So, a president has a lot of power. They have the whole national government apparatus that can act based off what they say. So when you're in a society, okay, there are certain things that you have to decide collectively as a public, okay? Like we want to build roads. How do we decide how to build those roads? We have to probably do it publicly. So the power would be deciding who gets to decide where the roads go, who gets to decide how to pay for the roads, who gets to decide if there will be roads, okay? So this is general, okay? Yes, laws, Mayflower Kid. The laws regulate people's behavior, but those laws are made by individuals, aren't they? So you have more power if you have the ability to make laws. De jure or de facto, I think, is the two different. There you go, Dolly Boy. That's one thing, Mayflower Kid, okay? So deciding laws is one form of power. And policy, correct, another form of power. So, for example, guys, in a democracy, right? So in a democracy, who in theory has the power? If we're talking politics, in theory, by the way, who has the power in a democracy? Not in reality, because the United States isn't a democracy. But in a democracy, who has the power? The people. In theory, in a democracy, the people have the power, okay? They're the ones who decide what laws to pass and shit like that, okay? In theory, obviously. So that would be who has the power, right? In our society, what are some things that we view as matters to be discussed publicly? Okay, that are things that, that the government can get involved in, that we've sort of decided are part of our, okay, our thing, shit, okay? What do we think? A lot of things. I don't even know if I want to go into it. Not our wages. There you go, LaCroix. By the way, yeah, except for like minimum wage, we have often in our society, especially, we're very interested. It's very interesting. There's a lot of things we think are public, but then when it comes to businesses, we're okay with those decisions being made privately and the government shouldn't be involved with them, right? Okay. Yes, public health is an example of something decided publicly. So there are different kinds of government, and some of them have fewer realms that are private, public, and some of them have more realms that are public. So, for example, in a totalitarian state, the government controls almost every single aspect of a person's life, from what they do in their bedroom to what happens in a business. So, like, you can sort of decide with politics what is a public issue and what is a private issue. Okay. Um, and then how do we act collectively? We get this, right? Politics is about deciding how are we as a society or a group or a state going to act uh, together. Okay. Elevator lady, whoever is in charge, right? Whoever is in charge, elevator lady. So in a democracy, it would be us deciding, it would be the people deciding what's public or private. Okay. What should be left alone and what should be talked about. Society can also kind of think about it. All right. These I'm oversimplifying. I don't know if it was good for me to start this way, but like those are like three of the big things that politics does. It does more than that, but politics are basically about who has the power. Okay, so who in a society do we give power to? What do we think is a public versus private, and how do we act collectively? Okay. You're absolutely right, Fetty Spaghetti. You're absolutely right about that. Okay. So, and again, in our society, we've often been okay with wages and like work hours and shit being, well, not completely, but we've been okay with private companies being able to stay private and do whatever the fuck they want, versus something that gets discussed publicly. Okay. Anyway, so that's politics. Now, when we're talking about politics, right? So clearly, guys, there are a whole bunch of different ways to look at politics and to come up with a way that you individually view politics. Okay. So, for example, so let me ask you guys, where do you think the power should come from? Who should be making decisions collectively in a society? You don't have to answer it, but these are personal things. You can decide that. Okay. Who do you think would be best at making decisions in a society? Nightfall says the people. Okay. What do you think should be public versus private? What are things we think we should do collectively? Okay, so yeah, who do you think should have the power in society? And this is where we start getting to the different forms of government, right? Like a monarchy, the power lies in a monarch. In a democracy, it lies in the people. In an oligarchy, it lies in a group of typically wealthy people to make these decisions about what's public or private, or what should we act, how can we act collectively. There you go, an enlightened philosopher king. Thank you, Lacroix. Okay, so the different kinds of government do these different things. Workers, there you go. The workers should be the ones who make these decisions. Okay, so there's a bunch of different ways to do this in like a government. Okay, so now then, so you all are individuals, and you all can think your own way. Okay, you all can think your own way about these things. When you're thinking about politics, okay, how do you know, like, if you want to figure out where you are on like the political spectrum, which we're going to talk about here in a second, you need to think about a few things, right? First of all, what do you want to see happen for your own sake? Okay, so let me write these down, okay? Like, what do you need? Do you want/need from society? Okay. Okay. What do you feel that society can give you that you want or you need? Okay. And because it is society that would give it to you, you would have to decide that publicly, right? It would have to be a decision made collectively. Okay. So what do you think that we want or need from society? And what are your values? Your values/goals for people. So I want you to think about, right? A better way to think about who you think should have the power in a society is, Well, what do you think a society should provide, right? What do you think people should provide for people? Okay. What do you think you want from society or need from it as an individual? And then next, what are your moral values? Okay. What is your goal for people overall? So, and this will really help you decide who you think should have the power in a society, right? And what decisions do we make collectively? And what should be public versus private? Do you guys see what am I confusing you all by not doing this in advance? So list some things for me real fast. What are some things we want from society? Tell me in the chat. What are some things we think that collectively society should provide to us, or that we want from society? There you go. You want society to oh, got you, Fetty. So you think that you want secularism, right? So you think one of your values is that you think you believe in secularism. Okay, you want a government that is secular. Guaranteed housing. Housing. You think society should provide housing. What do we think? What else? Water, food. Okay. Food, healthcare. We all know, like, we can list a ton of things here, right? That we want society to provide to us. Safety. Okay. Safety. There you go. That's a very common one. Security, health, education. Okay. Like, these are all things that a lot of people agree on, that these are things that should be provided by society. Okay. Trump failed says strippers. Strippers. Obviously, this is your opinion. Okay. You think society should provide strippers. There have been cases in history where governments have provided sex workers. I know that's gross, but it's true. Human rights. There you go. Okay, human rights. So now that I can list a lot more here. You guys can decide what you think society should provide, etc. And what are your values and goals for people? Okay, so what do you think are some values that you believe in that will help guide your decisions about everything else that we're talking about? Okay, like for example, guys, if I were to say what is my goal for people in my politics, it's well-being. Well-being. I think the role of government and of politics ought to be to provide well-being to all people. And well-being doesn't necessarily, I know that's vague, but I want people to be well off. I want them to feel good. I want them to be healthy. I want them to feel satisfied with their lives. Okay. You see what I mean? So well-being would be my goal. What do we think? We think, what kind of values do you believe in for people? I heard someone say freedom. You think we should promote freedom. Okay. What else? Due process. Okay. That people deserve due process. Well, I guess that would be something the government provides, something physical it provides. Okay. Death, destruction, and chaos. Hey, you know what? I'll add that though, JMac, because that fascists love chaos. That is one of their goals for humanity is chaos. So chaos. What else? Love. You want people to experience love. All right. Opportunity. You want people to have opportunity. So these are personal values, guys. These can be derived from your religion. These can be derived from whatever. Opportunity. Okay. And I'm guessing I probably shouldn't have done this differently. I don't know why I can't spell it opportunity right now. Okay. I probably should have done these separately because these will dictate diversity. Okay. Yeah. Acceptance of diversity. I'll just put diversity, tolerance, I guess, or diversity. Okay. So I probably should have done this separately because clearly your values and your goals for people will affect what you think society should provide, right? Contentment. There's a good one. Contentment. So obviously, guys, we each have different sets of values. And my main goal for people is well-being, which is very vague, but I want everyone to be well off. I mean, well-being, and a lot of things comes with that. I think the more freedom, the better. In a lot of cases, but with restrictions. Okay, diversity is a good thing for people's well-being. Love is good. Okay. Contentment is good. So, okay. And then based off that, based off your personal values, you can decide what you think what society, what we should provide for people, what society should look like, and then who should have the power. So if guys, let's say you believe in chaos and structure, okay? That's like your main goal for people is that you want a chaotic society so that the best can rise to the top, but you also want people to be disciplined, okay? Chaotic societies, people can rise to the top, but you also want discipline. Who do you think would be bet like? What are some things you might provide to people as a society if you want to accomplish that goal? Would there be much you provide to people? What if you want a violent society? Okay. You know, you might want people. I got you. Let me rephrase it. Let's say you want a society that is violent. You want people to be constantly competing and fighting with each other. Some things you might want to provide to people are like guns, uh, you know, guns for everybody. Okay. You want, you train people to fight swords. Okay. You want people to, yeah, it is Mayflower Kid. This is a bad example. My point here is that, like, depending on your values, you can construct a different society, and you probably won't want to provide things like housing, food, healthcare. You want more chaos. You want shit to happen. You want unequal wealth distribution. So if we wanted to create a society like that, if you want people to fight with each other and not really have anything provided to them, who do we think should have power? Who do we think should have power? There you go, Outer Signal. Tell them that coexistence is impossible and guns are their God-given right. Hilarious, J-Mac. So, but based off what I just said, who should have the power? If in a society where you want people to always fight each other, compete with each other, and, but you also have to maintain order or whatever. There you go. A wealthy elite's a good one, right? You have a wealthy elite who controls it, or one dictator who decides it, okay? You probably don't want the people in power, because then they will end up doing things, making decisions that'll benefit them and preventing violence and stuff like that. You see what I mean? Okay. That's a bad example, but you get my point. So depending on your values, you can decide what you want society to provide people. And based off what you want society to provide people, you can decide who you think should have the power in a society, what should be public or private, and how do we act collectively. Do we get it? Okay, that brings us to the next part here. That brings us to the political spectrum. Now, I did this on purpose, guys. I did this on purpose, because someone in the Discord was asking about this. I think it was Mayflower Kid. So, political spectrum. So, there are different ways of looking at a political spectrum. Political scientists have looked at this damn thing for a long time, okay? And it's not scientific at all. It's sort of just a tool that we can use to understand how people think politically compared to each other, all right? So I'm actually quickly transferring over some images here so that I can show you some different kinds of political spectrums. I'll show you two especially. All right. So no, I've already taken the test. Okay. So let's talk about this. So when it comes to what we just talked about, radical far, this is a bad political spectrum, whatever. Okay. I'm going to draw the political spectrum I want to see. Okay. Be the change you want to see in the world, folks. All right. So here we have a political spectrum. It's a line. Okay. This is the most common form of political spectrum. All right. It's just a straight left to right line. Now, we talked about values, what we want the government to provide, and what we think who we think should have the power. All right. So on a standard political spectrum, if this political spectrums are about your ideology, they are not necessarily about what happens in practice. Necessarily, it depends on who you asked. Okay. I'll explain, Mayflower Kid, your political ideology. So Mayflower Kid asks, wait, spectrum to compare what? Yes, exactly, Mayflower Kid, your individual ideology, how you view politics. So when we think about like ideology, how people think and how they view politics and how they answer these questions that I just showed you, the questions I just showed you, we have a political spectrum. So right here's the center, okay? The farther right you go on the political spectrum, the more you believe in certain things, generally, overall, okay? One thing you typically will you agree with more, the more right you go, is hierarchy. Oh God, I can't write. This is too thick. Whatever. Oh my God, I made it way too big. Okay, I need to erase it now. Hierarchy. Oh wait, I need lower weight there. Okay. Hierarchy. Okay, so the farther right you go on the political spectrum, the more you believe that power should be hierarchical. Okay? So, for example, guys, what is hierarchy? Hierarchy is the idea that there are people above to give orders, to have power, and people below them to carry out those orders or to not have power. Okay? So the further right you go, the more you think power should be concentrated in fewer hands in a government. So if we were to go back to my questions that I had over here, if I can find where I put them, okay? The farther right you are, the more you're likely to say that you think that a smaller group of people should have power at the top. Okay? And there should be people to listen to them. Does that make sense? All right. Okay. So there you go. That's hierarchy. Another thing that happens the further right you go on the political spectrum is you believe in what's the term? Nationalism. Or I should say nation. So when we ask, what are your values? Do you think that, who do you think should be making political decisions? Should a nation make political decisions, right? So like, should a single nation like the United States be making its own political decisions? Or should all human beings be making decisions together? Okay. The farther right you go, the more obsessed people are with the nation, with a single geopolitical unit being better than everyone else and being where power should lie. Okay? Does that make sense? So hierarchy, nation, and last one I'm gonna have here is hierarchy, nation, and inequality. Inequality. Yeah. So the farther right you go, the more you believe in hierarchy, nationalism, and inequality, all right? That there should be fewer people in charge, that some people are better than others, that the nation is the most important thing, all right? And when it comes to inequality, and if you go farther enough right on the political spectrum, some people become so unequal that they're not viewed as human beings, all right? That's what the Nazis were. They were far-right fascists, and fascism is about as far right as you can go on the political spectrum. And you start saying that some people aren't even equal enough to be humans. Okay? There you go, Israel. Okay? So think about it. The Nazis are the farthest right, basically, you can go, somewhat. This can be debated. And they believed very strongly in hierarchy, in the nation, and in inequality, right? Okay. So the closer you are to that, the farther right you are. If I go back to the other side, all right, and then guys, we can debate. What do we think? Like, what kind of things would you expect a government to do, and who do you think you would want to have the power if you believe in hierarchy, nation, and inequality? Right? You would do policies that were very violent towards other nations. You would do policies that treated different people differently based off who they are. And you would definitely have an authoritarian form of government. Do you get it? Okay. Let's go to the far left now, which is where all of us are, right? We're all a bunch of radical lefties. Okay. Okay. Gray Soup, I didn't say that. Yeah, I believe more in internationalism, but we're just doing this. I'm just doing this to explain to people. That's a hard question, Lacroix. So I would say, Lacroix, probably fascist in some ways. This is why these are not perfect. Okay. Yeah, this is not perfect, Lacroix. So like a lot of times monarchists, they have different ethnicities underneath them and they don't murder them. I mean, they will treat them. This is complicated. This is why these things aren't perfect. They're just kind of general ways to look at this stuff. So if the farther left you go, okay, the farther left you go, the more you believe in egalitarianism. Egalitarianism. I can't, sorry, it's hard to see on here, whatever. Egalitarianism, which means people share things, they act communally, and there isn't a hierarchy. Okay. So like people work together. There isn't a hierarchy. It's like a mutualist, people work together like a hippie commune. Okay. The more you believe in egalitarianism, all right, the more you believe in internationalism. Internationalism. Okay. So egalitarianism, internationalism, and the opposite of inequality, equality. Okay. So do we see how these two things are very different from each other? Okay. So hierarchy, nation, and inequality versus egalitarianism, internationalism, and equality. Okay, go ahead. What's your question, Mayflower Kid? Mayflower Kid, people. Okay, so yes, when I say internationalism, I mean humanity. The belief that all people should work together versus individual nation states should work independently. Does that make sense? You're right, though, Mayflower Kid. For the sake of this, I say internationalism, but this idea that all nations should work together, that people should work together across the planet versus in these set units. Okay. So most of the people in here are on the left, right? Communism and anarchism are like the farthest left you can go. And those are the ideas that you have everyone works together in a communal environment where there really isn't a set government. It's kind of everyone working together collectively to make decisions. You have internationalism where the whole planet is united together in doing these things and everyone is treated equally, right? As human beings. Okay. So, and that's the exact opposite of the far right, which is hierarchy, nation, and inequality. Okay. So here's the reason I'm showing you this, guys, is because this is, and obviously there are gradations. This is kind of all opinion based. If you're far right, if you're far left, if you're center right, most, exactly, Wizard Bread Book. It's not different goals, it's different tactics. So if I were to go over here, guys, the American political spectrum is right about here. Okay, it's probably more to the right at this point, to be honest with you. It's almost certainly more to the right at this point. So I'm going to actually, I'll move this down a bit. I messed it up. Whatever. So the American political spectrum is probably like, I don't know, it's in this rare region. Okay, it's in this region. Okay, that includes Democrats. To be clear, except for some progressives who are more like over here and over here. All right. Like Bernie Sanders is probably a centrist if you look at the international scale. All right. So, but our America's political scene ideologically is on the right side, is in the right wing. Okay. Is on the right wing here. It is based off goals, Mayflower Kid, which is why I said that anarchists and communists are on the far left. Okay. They're just different tactics towards the same goal there, okay? Which is egalitarianism, internationalism, and equality, all right? So we are on the right wing of the spectrum in America, Okay, we are on the right wing of the spectrum. All right, so that's why the Democrats are right wing, guys. Right? Deke, yes, they do. They absolutely do. Communism is about egalitarianism. Okay, I'm not sure what communism you're referring to. If you're referring to Stalinism or a regime that claims to be communist, this is complicated. This is why this isn't perfect. But we're talking, yeah, that's just false. We could talk about, this is talking about ideology and goals, not actual government structures. Okay. So, for example, we are right wing here in the United States. Okay. And then Bernie Sanders is kind of a centrist. Most European countries are kind of like right here. You know, they kind of are in the center of the spectrum. Maybe and now I'm exaggerating a bit, but most of them are right here. We're really far to the right. Okay. I know Trump failed. Okay, so do we get this? Does this make sense, elevator lady? I'm not elevator lady, Mayflower kid. The idea here is that ideologically, goal-wise, the people on the far right typically have the goal of establishing strong hierarchies. Not the goal, I'm sorry, have the ideology of hierarchy, nation, and equality. People on the left are egalitarianism, internationalism, and equality. All right? No, it's okay, Bright Love. So does that make sense? Now, here's where it gets confusing, Mayflower kid. I know, guys, I'm talking to Mayflower kid, but this is for everyone. But Mayflower kid specifically asked about this. There is one theory that was popular during the Cold War called the horseshoe theory. Okay. And this is a theory I've heard a lot of people say they believe in. Here's the thing. And this is why these political compasses and shit are not perfect. Okay, they're just tools. They are not scientific. Okay, so God, this is supposed to be a circle that looks kind of like a horseshoe, whatever. Okay, so what we just talked about was ideological, what you believe. Okay, what you want to see in the world. Okay. Now, this is problematic, though, because, Stalin was Stalin was brutal, and he killed a lot of people, and he treated certain people as less equal than others, and he thought that some of them were so unequal that they deserved to die. He believed in a strong, centralized state with a strong hierarchy, with him at the top. Now, so if that's the case, where would Stalin, for example, lie on this spectrum? Well, that's an issue, isn't it? Ideologically, yeah, he's over here. Okay, he's definitely far left. But practically, in reality, he did not necessarily act in ways that aligned with this, okay? All right. So some theorists during the Cold War, in an effort to make the far left seem like they're just fascists, created a political spectrum that looks like this, where they said the farther right you go on the political spectrum and the farther left you go, the more you start looking the same. As in, like, the closer you come to Stalin and the closer you get to Hitler, you both start looking exactly the same. And so really the political spectrum is a circle. No, okay? They're completely ideologically different. Do you see what I mean? Do you guys see what I mean? They're ideologically different. I am not Wizard's Bread's book, but they're completely different. Now, yes, there have been communist societies that have done brutal things in an effort to achieve their goals. Do you see what I mean? Okay. I'm not lying about that, okay? And like Castro, for example, who I love Castro, did some pretty brutal things, like he executed a lot of folks. I still love Castro, by the way, but in an effort to achieve that left-wing goal. But guys, historically, that has always happened. So when there was an American Revolution, that moved us further left, and that was violent, was it not? When the French Revolution happened, it moved us farther left, but it was very violent, okay? My point being, that, yeah, violence happens during revolutionary changes. But politically, and if you don't like a party, so you might agree with a party ideologically, but disagree with what they do to achieve it. I get it, right? That's why you have so much lefty infighting, okay? Some leftists believe in certain approaches to achieving this goal, others believe in other approaches. But ideologically, the left and the right are like completely opposite of each other. And to be clear, the Nazis did not have the same goals as communists do. Nazis want hierarchy, they want chaos, they want inequality, they view those as good things. The left does not view those as good things. Do you see what I mean? Okay. Yeah, here you go, elevator lady. And what communism doesn't do is colonization and genocide. Well, they have done genocide, but I know what you mean, genocide lady, elevator lady. They don't do, you're right. There's not nearly as much colonization. Yes. Okay, Wizard Bread's books. Arguably, the violence of any communist attempt project state is dwarfed by the violence America inflicts. Yeah. And again, guys, these are all things we could debate. Okay, these are like, this is all, I'm sorry, Brilove, these are all things that the left continues to debate, et cetera. So thank you, Retro Asher. But they are completely ideologically different. All right. Okay. No, how dare you, LaQual? You know I don't mean that. But it is true. Communist regimes have done things that are genocidal. Okay, they have. I can't deny that. The Soviet Union did some things that were pretty genocidal. It could be stated that, like the Khmer Rouge, who are apparently, or in theory, they did some very genocidal things. But like, you have to understand, though, guys, that is not. This is my point, guys. That is not linked to ideology, right? That is not because they're far left. It's because they're human beings, and because states do things that are pretty horrific, and sometimes people do tactics to achieve their goals that are pretty horrific. They were Weird Amorphous Blob. Yeah, violence existed, guys, before this dichotomy of left and right. And like, I just want to be clear. That's why I sometimes try to clarify this. Like, for my fellow lefties out there, we have to know that leftist regimes are human beings. They're made of human beings, and human beings, no matter the society, can do horrific things to each other. Are they better societies? I think so. I think most left-wing regimes are much better than capitalist ones, but they can still do horrible things, right? But yes, okay. Regardless of the reason for it, by the way, because I'm sure I could come up with the American government can come up with some justification for any shit that they do, even if it's horrific. Same thing with communist societies. They can justify horrible things they do. It's complicated, right? The glorious yeah, no, you're right, Weird Amorphous Blah. Vietnam intervened. All right. So, but they are not. So we could say horseshoe theory was created as kind of propaganda to make it seem like the left and right are the same. They're not. But does this make sense, guys? And there are lots of other versions of this. I just like the standard left-right axis because I think it's a good tool. But like, there are other forms of this, like you could do a double axis, okay? Because these are just tools. And I think the tool of a simple left or right axis is much easier because you can just say further right, further left, far right, far left. You see what I mean? Okay. Weird Amorphous Blob. On its way to dominance, capitalists invented the transatlantic slave trade and killed hundreds of millions in colonial violence. It feels so strange how the comparison is not in the bloody march to existing, but between the developed and consolidated capital. That is true, Weird Amorphous Blob. You're right. Okay. There you go. Weird. That's a great way of putting it. Wizard Bread's books. Horseshoe theory relies on a person not being able to differentiate between goals, tactics, and targets. Correct. Okay. So the left has all the same goals generally, depending on how far left you are, right? Depending on how far left you are. And the right typically has all the same goals. Oh, gladly, Lacroix. The Khmer Rouge are lunatics. And that's one group I think all of my fellow lefties out there can agree universally. They were horrific human beings. Okay. They were monstrous. Pol Pot was was a lunatic. Okay. I know, Paul Squaw, right? I would have been genocided by the Khmer Rouge. Khmer Rouge. But anyway, so that we get it, guys. We get it. And I want to point out something else too. Okay. By the way, this is why I always say, guys, that you cannot have left-wing fascism. It does not make sense. It does not make sense. Okay? It doesn't make sense. Like that it can't have left-wing fascism. If you were to, like, for example, the Nazis did, built roads, okay, whatever. Bismarck, who was a right-winger, implemented universal health care in Germany, okay, whatever. Those are things they did to accomplish their goal. It was not because they cared about giving people equality or egalitarianism, right? Do you see what I mean? So it all, like, the things you do can be, or if they're still going towards a certain goal, even if they seem like they're progressive or lovely, okay? Yes, they do, Wizard. They love appropriating leftist language, okay? Does this make sense, guys? All right. So in our society, let me put up my face. Let me see here, Bright Love. Bright Love, I can't see your comments. Do you, yeah, I haven't seen anything, Bright Love, that I can allow through. One second, guys. I know my face isn't up. I'm just going to grab my chair. I know that this was kind of boring, but guys, I hope you learned something. I was just kind of trying to talk about, oh, well, no wonder. My lights just went out for some reason. You know what? One second, guys. Give me a second. I hope I didn't bore anyone too much. I hope you guys learned something. All right. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna sit down because I'm old and my back is hurting because I'm old. Give me a second. Oh my god. I think I'm just standing weirdly. Ugh. All right. Does this make sense? So America is pretty far right if you just, I know, right? I was saying, if you just, oh, I see you're talking about the comments. If you just look at, we love hierarchy, don't we? We love shit like that. And I think most of us really want egalitarianism and shit, all right? There we go. Okay. All right, guys. All right. Weird Amorphous Blob. Fun fact, British intelligence. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Weird Amorphous Blob. And then after the war, the United States CIA went after left-wing organizations in Italy. Okay. That's weird. Well, can you just tell me, is there a way you can put it over on the Discord, Bright Love, and I can go look at it? All right. Yeah, oh, absolutely, Weird Amorphous Blob. Oh my god, Weird Amorphous, horrific. Let me see what else people say here, guys. The only Mustache Man that was the only time Mustache Man was truly so socialistic. Okay, was when he was being imperialistic and expansionist. What? No, it wasn't, Trump. What do you mean? Socialists aren't, in theory, supposed to be that. This is complicated, but yeah. So Gray Soup, welcome, Gray Soup. You say I just want Trump to be gone and for things to go back to normal. Gray Soup, I think we need more than that. Because think about it, Gray Soup. Donald Trump was created by the system that came before him. I think we are way, we need major reforms in this country. We can't just go back to the normal. It's too late for that. We have to make major reforms. Things will not be good if we're just going to go back to fascism if we don't make major changes. Remember that Biden won, beat Trump, and then Trump came right back into office. So it's not just about getting rid of Trump. We need to really fix things so that we don't have another Trump. Okay. So Rita asked for my government ID today. Jesus, that's awful. Okay. Yeah, no, you're right, Wizard of Bread's books. We're screwed in a lot of ways, but I want people to know, yeah, they've been trying to make neoliberalism work. Oh, yeah. No, and that, guys, here's another thing, guys. So this is a great point, LaQual. You say they've been trying to make neoliberalism work for 40 years. It's time to try something else. Guys, it's not an exaggeration. It's not an exaggeration to say that when you have an economic system like capitalism, and or part of that neoliberalism, it almost becomes like a faith that's taken for granted. The same thing with feudalism. Like there was almost a faith structure to it. We believe the king is in power because God put him there. This is just the way to do things. Same thing with capitalism. We believe these private enterprises need to survive and do well because they work the hardest, and we just need to have faith that the market will make everything better. Okay. So Jonas, you say neoliberalism. Explanation, please. Neoliberalism has been a process of basically in the West and around the world of trying to privatize everything, basically trying to turn everything into a private entity, to make it abide by the laws of supply and demand and stuff. Okay, it's been a process since around like Reagan and Thatcher. Reagan and Thatcher sort of began this. It's been longer than that, but Reagan and Thatcher sort of began the process of privatizing everything and things like that. Okay, let's see here. What I mean is he was seizing. Oh, I got it. Trump failed. That's funny. Okay. What do you mean, Mayflower Kid? Forgive me. So, Mayflower Kid, when you said cultural or religious, what are you referring to? There you go, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. Okay, weird. People who want to play 20 questions about how your obscure socialist ideology would work and then proudly declare that would never work, act like our system now works. Oh, I know, that's for sure. Wizards Bread's books, and that's my whole thing, guys. Is that uh, that's my whole thing. Is that like I think socialism would work much better. It might not be perfect, but it's better. So maybe we should do that. Okay. Yes. No, that's fair, Gray Soup, and you're right. It might be that he doesn't have another term, right? And that's very possible. I mean, that's likely he won't have another term, but we need to. I'm still worried, Gray Soup, because I'm like worried that MAGA will still be around. They'll just find another lunatic to latch onto. And my concern, Gray Soup, is that the next lunatic they latch onto will actually be smart, because although Trump's a filthy fascist and is a piece of shit, he's a dumb piece of shit, right? So let's hope they don't get a smart piece of shit in there that actually takes over the country, okay? Yeah. That's hilarious. Le Quabois, only thing trickling down in this economic system, like rich people's pissed. Exactly. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to read everyone. Yes, absolutely, Jonas. Neoliberalism is capitalism on steroids. Yeah. Okay. It's like the reverse of progressivism. It's where instead of trying to improve things to make capitalism less harmful, you just make it worse. Okay, I don't know how to phrase it. And it's very influential. Hello. Okay, excellent. Let me see, guys. I'm just trying to make sure I get everyone's message here. See, your Pete Hegseth quoted the Pulp Fiction Bible. That's insane. That is insane, Brucey. Yeah. Wizard Bread's books. All right. We good? We good, guys? All right. So that's my little presentation there. Just to remind you, each of you can have your own set of political beliefs, right? Obviously, I'm a lefty. Because, Jonas, the corporations have all the power and we don't have a democracy. The corporations and the rich love neoliberalism, okay? So they promote it all the time as this way to fix things. Even though it guts everything and guts our own country and guts other countries. UCK, Liquid, you said, see here, Bright Love. I was trying to disagree with you a little bit. Like, NAME would. What do you mean name would? I think the far right are fundamentally lesser. What do you mean like NAME would? Who's NAME? Um, name being Stalin. Oh, I got you, Stalin. Okay, you Stalin. Yeah, I was trying to say I would disagree with you. I think the far right are fundamentally lesser, but different. To him, I want to help them. Okay, I see what you. I'm not sure. What do we disagree on there, Liquid? Forgive me. I'm not sure what you mean we disagree on. What we disagree on in that regard. Yeah, weird amorphous blob. So okay, we're what. There exactly, Jonas, and a lot of that neoliberalism came from America, from the Chicago boys. Which, by the way, guys, come to our come to come to our book club tonight. We're reading a book about neoliberalism and how it destroys the world. And part of that was the Chicago boys, who are neoliberal economists, went to the UK and helped convince Thatcher to do it there. The reason they can justify more of it, Jonas, is it makes them rich. It makes the elites rich. That's why they like it. It doesn't matter how it affects us. Um, I never said I don't think the far right are lesser. My point is that the far right, Liquid Alcorn or whatever, are just they have a different ideology. Does that make sense? Completely disagree with them, and I'm better than they are ideologically. Okay, Matt Saigai, thoughts on the argument that people had Margaret Thatcher more because no bullshit, Matt Saigai, absolute bullshit. She was awful. Yeah, and no doubt, Matt Saigai, yeah, I'm sure people were sexist against her. They were. As a matter of fact, like the people in the cabinet around her, who were all men, were pretty sexist to her about it. Anyway, but ideologically, she was a monster. Absolutely, ideologically, they were monsters. Okay, she was a monster. And it had nothing to do with her being a woman that she was a monster. And I think part of the reason why was that she did, she tried to be very strong and things like that. And that might have been because people viewed her as weak because she's a woman. Should she overcompensated? I don't know. But I think she was just a bad person. She was just not a good person, and she was a monster. And she was very judgmental of people. Don't like her at all. Okay. So Jonas, so we privatize industries that are low profit and then be shocked at the result. Yep. Jonas, because they don't care about that. They care about the money. It helps generate profits for them. The wealthy do. So it shows that there's not really a democracy, right? Okay, guys. There we go. Hey, there's your little presentation on Politics 101. As a reminder, guys, each of you can have your own politics. You have to think about what your values are. Think about what you might want to see happen in society to meet your values and what you want to see happen. And then who do you think should have the power in that case? What should be kept public or private? And how should we act collectively? Okay. Lamira, similar to Christy Nome offering her dog to make her look more tough to the men around her. Right, Lamira, right. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Outer Signal. And I don't want to say for sure that's what she did, but that can happen. Outer Signal says minorities on the right wing can often be worse than white men because they feel they have something to prove. Yeah. It's like a siege mentality. If you think you're under siege, you're going to act more radically. And if you're a woman in parliament and you're one of the only women in there, you're going to feel under siege a lot more. Of course, Jonas, of course. Love that. But she definitely was a sociopath, psychopath too. It's kind of like reminds me when people say that the reason people didn't like Kamala Harris was because she was a woman. Yeah, maybe some people, but I know that's not why I don't like her. Okay. So, Weird Amorphous Blob. She's hated for being a milk snatcher. She's hated for repressing a minor. Yeah, there you go, Weird Amorphous Blob. All right. All right, guys. So there we go. There's our little lesson for today, okay? And tomorrow, guys, tomorrow is Friday. And what happens on Friday? Tomorrow we'll be doing our Kahoot. We'll get to decide who the next King of Fool is tomorrow. And we might have some questions about what we learned today. There might be a question about the political spectrum. You never know. We might have a question about disasters, natural disasters not being fully natural, right? Not being fully natural. We have other questions too. Lots of other questions. Okay. So tomorrow we will do our Kahoot. Oh, yay. We'll do our Kahoot tomorrow. And then whoever wins gets to be crowned King of Fools. Everyone be excited. You be excited or I'll leave, okay? I demand some excitement in the chat. Everyone put a celebratory emoji right now. Let me see celebratory emojis. Let's see it. Do it. Help me do propaganda. I'll hand out a ton. Thank you. There you go. It's Shits McGee. Good. Okay. I mean, celebratory. Good. Excellent, LaCroix. Good, elevator lady. Good. Yes. Dance, monkeys, dance. Yes. Okay. Thank you, inverted panda. Excellent. Okay. Yes. All right. I feel so powerful right now. Which of these is a left-wing fascist? How dare you, outer signal? Okay. Thank you, Drizella. Yes. Yay, Gray Soup. Good job, Gray Soup. You'll fit in fine. Thank you, Lamira. Oh my God. Thank you, Lamira. Thank you, It's Chits McGree. Okay, thank you, guys. You're all the best. I respect all of you deeply. You all get a boop for being blindly obedient to me. You all get a boop. Weirdomorphous Blob, boop. Mayflower, boop. Trump fail, boop. It's Chits McGee, boop. Druzilla, boops. Okay, you get it. You all get booped. Inverted Panda, boop. You all get boops. Okay? You get a boop. Boop. You are, Lamira. I forgive you for your past failures. You're doing well this time, okay? All right, we're good. We're good to go. I love you all very much. So let's see what else we got here. We got some shit. Has anything shocking happened in the news while I've been ranting aimlessly about the political spectrum? I wasn't being obedient. I don't know. I think you were. Thank you, Jonas, for the contribution, really. Oh, we have a hype train. Thank you, guys. Really, we got a hype train going. Yay, hype trains. Yay, hype train. Oh, my God. Where'd my collar go? I just realized. Oh, I took off my collar. I'll put it back on. Mainly because Demosthenes donated $50, and I deeply appreciate that. So we'll put the collar back on. So don't forget, guys, we have a... there you go, Demosthenes. We have a... Oh, Demosthenes gets a boop. Boop. We have a Kahoot tomorrow. Okay, let's see what we should react to now. Let's see what I should take a look at here. Oh, good. Yeah, Doug, that's lovely. Lebanon had a high school blown up by Israel. Oh, that's shocking, and I would never have expected our cute little angelic state. Cute little angelic state. How dare you, Drusilla? Cute little angelic. Thank you, Grace Soup. Thank you for giving me a boop. The cute little angelic state of Israel decided to blow up a high school. Is anyone surprised? We all know how perfect Israel is. They never made any mistakes.
Why is Blackstone
put the
targeting
video
New
in
Mexico's...
Discord? We'll take a look at it, Doug. Thank you. Okay, let's find here. Yeah, so much for that so-called ceasefire. That's cute. Let's see here. Where'd you put it, Doug? Where'd you put it? All right. Let's see here. Israeli bomb. Oh, good. Let's watch. Let me put it up on the screen for you guys. I think that are we sure this is a high school? Or just making sure it's not. It's like actually a high school. Have you confirmed it, Doug? Okay, here we go. So this is, oh, great. The Israeli occupation army blows up a school in the town of Marwan in southern Lebanon. Let me put on my, I can't hear. God, I'm messing up left and right. All right. All right, let's watch. Okay, where's my face? Oh, good.
Wow.
Good. You know, I'm sure that was self-defense, guys. Don't worry. I'm sure all those. I doubt there are any students in there. It looked empty, but I'm sure that those students were all Hezbollah. Probably using them as the Hezbollah was probably using them as a human shield. I'm lying, right? I'm joking. That's not what happened at all. You're right. Weirdomorphous blob. So that's cute. Thank you, Doug, for that. Yeah, that is true, Doug. Okay, let's go on here, guys. Let's see what we got here to react to. Conversion therapy. Ooh, this looks good. Let's watch what Fetty sent us. I support this, Fetty. Oh, wait, I can't show it because it's, yeah, shit. Yeah, it's download
being tickled
stuff.
by his
Okay,
girl.
that's okay. So let's find something else here to react to. Okay, this was sent to us by. Who was this sent to us by? This was sent to us by Gwen.
Why don't we just
Why the hell? Can everyone hear the? Can you guys hear it when I play it? Yes, you can. Oh, that's because it's silent. There we go. Okay, so this was sent to. There we go.
for like
1 second. There's something weird happening on my screen. Where the hell? There we go. Okay. So this was sent to us by Gwen. Let's watch it. It is called, what is it called? It's called Facts Hit Hard. So let's see what it is about.
You actually just let me speak for like 1 frickin' second, bro?
Sure. That was the correct course. It got us to here. It succeeded. The successive events got us to the point.
The part that you're missing. The part that you're missing is that there was the Obama deal in the middle there.
There was
right?
a deal that happened.
So Obama signed a deal which Trump ripped up that limited their uranium enrichment, that said no nuclear weapons, that allowed international inspectors to ensure their compliance.
It would have expired.
Can you actually just let me speak for like 1 frickin' second, bro? Thank you so much.
And then we could have renewed it.
There was a deal. And Trump came in and said, I can get a better deal. And he ripped it up. And he didn't get a better deal. And then he went into that country at the request of another country's leader, and he spent $50 billion and killed thousands of civilians.
Gray, so you have to understand, Israel does it on purpose, right? There's no, it can't be defended. And a lot of people lie for Israel and say it's an accident. No, they do it on purpose. They're doing ethnic cleansing. It's genocide. That's what they're doing. They're trying to ethnically cleanse the people out of the area.
And at least 13 American soldiers and hundreds of American soldiers are injured. We've heard our bases. We've heard our radar. People hate America now. We had a president say that we're going to destroy an entire civilization. That's like if I came home and I held a gun to my wife's head and I said, for 13 hours, I'm going to say, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to blow your brains out. Just kidding. We'll talk about it again in 2 weeks. That does not make you a good negotiator. That doesn't make you a good guy. It makes you psychotic. And he's the leader of the free world. And everyone knows that now. Okay. So no, this is not some winning strategy that Trump came in after years of being begged to help with Iran. This is not what's happening.
Oh my God, I love her passion. Thank you. She's right. She is absolutely right about that. All right. Fantastic. Love it. All right. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, yes. Okay. I wanted to show you guys this. All right. And, this was sent to me by Outer Signal. I had actually seen it myself earlier as well. So, guys, just to be clear. Okay. Yeah, but ultimately, Weird North as well. They'll get rid of the Christians too. They're just keeping them there now for optics. But yeah. Yeah, of course, they're evil. They're monsters. Jonas, did you see the video I showed earlier, or the image I showed earlier of the settler? Insane. Anyway, so here we have this. Remember, guys, Orban. So Viktor Orban from Hungary is no longer in office. And one of the things he did when he was in office is that he basically consolidated control over the media under himself, kind of using similar tactics to Trump. He made a lot of the big media companies, he handed them over to loyalists, and also did some other government things to kind of take direct control of some of them. So all the media was sort of on his side, and a lot of the media there refused to speak ill of him or have on his political opponent. Exactly, Jonas, right? Hilarious. Okay, no, well, obviously not, but that's what we talked about, Jonas. It's so evil. Those settlers are the worst of the worst. Okay. So anyway, and then these news channels wouldn't allow his opponents to go on TV and things like that out of fear of Orban. So the guy that just won the election in Hungary, who, I'm not a big fan of, he's still he's a conservative, but I still got to give him props for doing this. He went on one of Hungary's biggest news organizations, who was before Orban while under Orban was very loyal to Orban. And he just humiliated them to their faces. Okay, so just watch what he says. I really wish we had something like this happen in America on Fox News or something. I would love that. Okay, I would love that.
Jó érzés itt lenni.
Now you have to watch these subtitles.
Pillanatra itt körbenézek, és jó érzés itt lenni. Másfél évvel azután, 2024. Szeptember 26 után, amikor utoljára itt jártam, utoljára beengedték ide a legnagyobb pártnak a vezetőjét.
Bocsásson meg, elnök úr, többször
Excuse me, Mr. President. We invited you here several times.
Nyilván ezt majd a két sajtóosztály egymás közt lelevelezi, mert hogy ezek az e-mailek megvannak.
Szerkesztő asszony, ezt már a Kossuth Rádióban játszottuk, 2026. januárig nem hívtak, be se engedtek. Ha esetleg elfelejtettek volna, volt itt tüntetés is, minden itt a a Kunigund utcába, de semmi gond nincsen, nincs bennem személyes sértettség, sem azért, hogy önök itt reggel, délben, este gyaláztak személyemben a családomat, a hozzám közel állókat, civil embereket.
Azt, hogy a családját gyaláztuk volna, ezt ne haragudjon, de valamennyi kollégám nevében.
So he was telling them to their faces that they insulted his family.
Itt ebben a stúdióban többször elhangzott, hogy az én kiskorú gyerekeim nem állnak velem szóba, miközben velem élnek. És utána tegnap voltam velük, sok hét után először el tudtam velük menni edzésre.
Nem hiszem, hogy ez műsorvezetőtől hangzott el.
Minden esetre azt tudom önnek mondani, hogy nincs bennünk személyes sértettség, de a programunk egyik eleme az, hogy ennek a hazugsággyárnak a Tisza kormány megalakulása után vége van. Fel fogjuk függeszteni azonnal ezt a hazug hírszolgáltatást, amit folyik, és meg fogjuk teremteni a független, objektív, pártatlan feltételeket a többi parlamenti párttal, a többi szakmai szervezettel együtt, hogy ez a propaganda, ami itt folyt, megengedő, befejezzem?
Persze.
Ha
már így másfél évet vártam erre a pár mondatra.
Nem állt szándékomban a szavába.
Köszönöm szépen. Szóval meg fogjuk teremteni a független, objektív, pártatlan média feltételeit. Tudjuk, hogy nincs tökéletes média, de ami itt folyt 2010 óta, ami után Goebbels, vagy az észak-koreai diktátor is megnyalta volna a 10 ujját, hogy egy igaz szó nem hangzott el, az biztos, hogy nem folytatható. Látom azt, hogy mióta a magyar emberek példátlan felhatalmazással április 12-én rendszert váltottak, mert hogy soha ennyi ember nem szavazott egy politikai közösségre, mint most a Tiszára, kb. 3.300.000 ember, és legalább 140 képviselőnk lesz egyébként a parlamentben, lehet, hogy 142. Látom, azóta itt vannak mozgások, és már másfél év után először élőbe adták egy sajtótájékoztatómat.
Okay. So he literally went on the channel that had been biased against him and said to their faces, as soon as I get in power, I'm going to shut down this media operation. And now I don't know if he means it. I don't know if he actually will do that. And I certainly hope he doesn't mean he's going to turn it into a factory of lies for himself. But like it is like, that's pretty cool. He goes on there and tells them to their faces, you're all a bunch of liars. You work for Orban. And now that I'm in power, I'm going to come after you. And he also mentioned the other parliamentary parties. So he's at least implying just like Trump. Yeah, like this is what Trump did. Trump did the same thing. No, it is cool, Brucey, because now this is what I'm saying. I don't know if he's actually going to do it like he says he does. If he is going to go back to Parliament and work with the other parties to make sure that these media companies aren't owned by Orban's goons and are fair and impartial, then I totally support that. Okay, I think that's cool. Okay. But Mayflower Kid, it's not personal retaliation, though. They were literally like, Orban controlled them, and they were doing propaganda for Orban. So this is like, and he's saying he wants to make them objective news organizations again. So, but we will see if he does. I don't trust him. But isn't that kind of cool? Okay. So what were they saying? They were basically refusing to have him on. They were talking badly about his family. They were demonizing him. They were constantly praising Orban. Orban controlled them. Okay. They did state propaganda for the Orban administration. Yeah, Alyssa, like they were spreading false information about him for the sake of Orban. It's kind of like imagine if like Obama had gone on Fox News and said, you know what, after he won the election, he's like, you know what? You've said some things about me over the past few years. You have been a mouthpiece for the Republican Party and for the Bush administration. I'm going to do everything in my power. I'm going to go to Congress and work with both parties to develop a bill to make sure that media companies like yours have to present unbiased journalism and don't do propaganda. I think that's cool. Yeah, I don't care at all. I think that's cool. And I wish someone did that to Fox News. I know, maybe I sound authoritarian. I am not calling for them to do propaganda for me if I were to do that. I'm simply saying that they're a monstrous organization and they aren't doing news. They're doing propaganda, and we should regulate that shit. They should have to be taxed at the very least for doing for basically doing political campaigning. Anyway, so yeah. All right. Yes. Oh, yes, Liquid. We also, by the way, guys, have a gaming club. If you want to join the gaming club, it's over on our Discord. Please join our Discord, folks, if you haven't already. Here, I'm going to actually send it again in the chat here. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. It's a fast-growing community. We have a lot of fun over there. It's one of the best Discords I've ever been in, and I'm not just saying that. So here we go. All right. Anyway, there we go. Yeah. Exactly. A gaming club. I wish Wizard Bread books. Basically it is. Okay, guys. So there's that. Let's see what else we got here, folks. Let's see what else we got here. Now, I have some other options of things we could watch. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yes. I know what I wanted to talk to you guys about. So apparently, guys, okay. Yeah, exactly. Weird amorphous blob. Exactly my point, right? I think you have to deconsolidate media captured loyal to a demagogue. You have to go after it that way. Real fast, guys. So there is a new movie coming out called Animal Farm. Okay, there is a new Animal Farm movie coming out. Now, why am I telling you about this? Because I love Animal Farm. It's just a good book. I like it a lot. And the original Animal Farm, written by George Orwell, is a critique of several things. It's partially a critique of the Soviet Union, but it's also a critique of America and Britain and capitalism. It's a critique of a lot of things. It is a critique of, I know, don't worry, guys. Wait for it. No weird amorphous blob. They're not. But it is a critique of a lot of, a lot of things. In this this new movie version, though, right? It's probably not going to be a good one, but they're mainly focusing on Animal Farm as an anti-corporate, anti-capitalist message. You'll see what I mean, okay? And the right wing is losing their minds about this, losing their goddamn minds. The Tim Pool was has done multiple segments, losing his mind over this readaptation of Animal Farm. So just listen and watch. Corporate enterprise. Thank you very much, Demosthenes. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. Really, thank you very much, Demosthenes. You're so kind. Dear God, you're gonna make me cry, Demosthenes. Thank you so much for those contributions. Really, it's fantastic. Okay, really, thank you. All right. God damn it, Demosthenes. Ugh, you're the best. Okay. Focuses on him, like the Napoleon, the big bad guy, becoming a corporate CEO and like working with a corporate CEO to take away the socialist animal's freedom. Do you see what I mean? And I suspect, guys, that this was not the intention of this movie. I suspect that because it's Angel Studios, they probably don't know. Yeah, you're right. Guys, it is true. Animal Farm is a critique of power first and foremost. I know it's a great book. So is 1984. They're all really good books. Oftentimes they are taught in American schools as being a critique of the Soviet Union, but you can read it and interpret it in many different ways. It could be the French Revolution. It could be the Soviet Union. It could be whatever. Regardless, I suspect that the Angel Company doesn't know what communism is and doesn't know what socialism is. So they just think that like communism and socialism are in big, bad, scary corporate entities come after you because they don't know what the fuck it is. So they've accidentally created an anti-corporate movie. But isn't that funny? I couldn't help it that they're presenting goddamn Napoleon as like a corporate CEO who's using yeah, exactly. Corporations are when communism is power. Yeah, okay. Exactly, LaCroix, exactly. Okay, Karl Mark. The Angel Company is supposed to make safe for children. There you go, Alyssa. So I suspect they're just morons and they don't know what they're talking about it. Yeah, the corporation playthrough with Stardew Valley. Yeah, they think that it's like they don't know the difference, and they know that people don't like corporations, so they're making it seem like, okay, that's like communism or whatever. But isn't that kind of funny? And just to show you, because I love Animal Farm, I just think it's a good book. It's really funny to me. I used to read it with my students, talk about how politicians can end up, or like powerful people can end up co-opting revolution and ruining it or whatever. So here we go. And I wouldn't talk about the Soviet Union. I would talk about America. I'd talk about the American Revolution. You can do that, by the way. You can talk about Animal Farm as the American Revolution and be like, oh, they started off with all these amazing ideals. like every animal was equal, all this other stuff. But by the end, some of the animals seem to have many more rights than the others. You could use it for really any scenario. Okay. So this is, let me show you real fast. Tim Pool lost his mind over it. Just to show you that the right wing is deeply upset. Okay, we'll watch this.
Has been written directly or
this is so we can let's just watch Majority Report. They did a segment on it. Okay, yeah, you could totally use it for the French Revolution, Weird Amorphous Blob. You could use it for a lot of different revolutions. That's a good point, Weird Amorphous Blob. You're right. The French Revolution probably works better.
Angrily about the new Animal Farm, and we'll play a little bit of this here. Yeah, this is a children's movie.
Watch.
I haven't seen
Tater
it.
Tot, exactly.
Wasn't even aware it was.
There you go. The beanie must be cutting off the flow to his brain.
Last year, but Seth Rogen's in it, so that's pretty cool.
Interesting.
I might check it out. But he's very upset about it, and we're going to go into the long history of Animal Farm and psyops.
Andy Serkis has written an op-ed for the Washington Examiner about his new film Animal Farm coming out, which is overtly and admittedly not a genuine critique of communism as the book intended, but a contemporary view on corporate greed and capitalism. That's at least what the media has been saying. And having watched the film, I will tell you that's
right, Weird Amorphous Blob.
That's the nice way to describe it. I would describe it as just...
I agree, Weird Amorphous Blob. Oh, he is. He absolutely is Matt Saiga. I think Matt is a social. He definitely is more left-wing. I love Matt.
Overtly anti-capitalist. It takes the worst elements of capitalism, exaggerates them to an extreme degree, and tells you the solution.
Doesn't sound like an exaggeration.
Is communist revolution.
I love it, guys. All your children should go and see this movie. If this is true, every child in America should see the movie that says the solution to capitalism is socialism and communism.
Oh, boy. If that wasn't their intention, boy, did they slip on a banana peel. Now, I will say this of Andy Serkis. He's awesome. I'm a huge fan. I don't like this movie.
Who the fuck is Andy Serkis? I don't know these names, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know so many of these names. I'm so bad at pop culture.
That's probably enough, right? So it's funny. He's upset that this George Orwell work has been portrayed as a... not what it's supposed to be, anti-communism, but as anti-capitalist. Now, George Orwell, in fact...
By the way, the original book was partially anti-capitalist. George Orwell had multiple meanings within the book. He was against any kind of mass surveillance state, any kind of... He didn't like capitalist states. He didn't like communist states. Or he didn't like the Soviet communist state. He didn't like anything like that, all right?
Has stated multiple times that he did not write a book about communism to serve as propaganda for the capitalists. That's one of the first things he wrote. But I have a copy of Animal Farm here. It's one of my favorite things. This is the Signet Classics edition.
I should have known. I should have known that, Lacroix. I should have known that. I know about. Anyway.
Millions of school kids have been given this to read about the Soviet, it's allegory about the Soviet Revolution. There's a piece in it from the intro here, if you could put this up, Brian, where it quotes Orwell from the essay Why I Write, which was written in 1946, and where he says, "Every line of serious work that I've written since 1936 has been written directly or indirectly against totalitarianism, ... Animal Farm was the first book in which I tried with full consciousness." Now, that ... is interesting because what is omitted there, and you can put that up just for 1 second because I want to make a point about how much space is left on the page there.
Wow.
What they take out in that ... is "and for democratic socialism," as I understand it.
Yeah.
You could have included that, but you don't want to put that in a book that you're going to give to the school children of America because...
Yeah, so he was a socialist, right? That's the thing, guys. George Orwell was a socialist. He was not a fan. He was not an ML. Let's put it that way. He was not he was not pro-Soviet Union. He had some misunderstandings about what was going on over there, I gotta say. But anyway, yeah.
Literally, this and the movie that came out in the 50s was American propaganda, specifically Operation Mockingbird, which was basically E. Howard Hunt, who we'll get into his bio a little bit after a while, but Spear led this project to...
God, he sounds like me. I have trouble putting all my words together without Okay, yeah.
Basically take all of the lessons
there you go, weird amorphous blob, right?
From Animal Farm, which are indeed anti-capitalist as they are anti-Stalinist. George Orwell wasn't anti-Stalinist. He was to Stalin's left. He went and served.
Okay, we might be going a bit crazy by saying he was to the left of Stalin. Okay, I don't think he was to the left of Stalin. That is a unique thing to say. I'm not sure what he means by that. That's kind of, well,
in the Spanish Civil War, and he was upset that Stalin told them to stop doing revolution and have a I'm blanking on the term.
I am so excited for that.
What we're supposed to have with centrists.
Internecine fight?
No, a coalition with
coalition.
Them. I forget. Okay. I'm blanking on the term, but Stalin said like we can't be fighting permanent revolution. We need support from like the American and Western capitalist states in this fight. And Orwell was with Trotskyists said no, we need to continue doing revolution here.
Right.
Homage to Catalonia is a famous book on that. So Orwell was.
So this is the flattening of the difference in like political ideology amongst socialists or in the Soviet Union, basically trying to attribute this to being like a critique of socialism more broadly. But
so he was again, guys, George Orwell is like the perfect historical example of lefty infighting. Okay. And like, that's what he was. It's like, the whole Animal Farm was basically a book about lefty infighting where he was mad at the MLs and mad at Stalin and the Soviet Union and wanted a democratic socialist society and had a different approach to it. But of course, American media and America during the Cold War took it as an anti-communist book and then used it as a book to Mayflower Kid, we were being indoctrinated. A lot of times when this book is taught, it's taught as an anti-communism book. It is not an anti-communism book. It's an anti-totalitarianism book. He was still a socialist, but a different kind of socialist. All right. So it's just funny to me.
The Stalinist critique, which basically every Leninist has that same critique, right?
Yeah, I mean, Orwell would have been a critic of both Lenin and Stalin.
Okay.
But basically, yes, he thought Russia had become counter-revolutionary by the time the Spanish Civil War ran out. And I think a lot of Orwell's sort of insight into the authoritarian personality comes from his experience at that. And I think kind of borne out by the immediate...
Yeah, you got it, Gray Soup. Partially. He was a socialist, but like he believed in democratic socialism, Gray Soup, so he believed in democracy. And not having an authoritarian government, but he believed that like people should own workers should own businesses and then run them democratically, as far as I know about him.
Sort of Stalin period after that. Nonetheless, what the CIA was interested in, which is to take some funds from the Marshall Plan, which everyone knows is the thing used to rebuild Europe after the war, take some of that money and use it to make cultural productions. And among that was the Animal Farm movie, which was helped made by E. Howard Hunt. Now, E. Howard Hunt is somebody, this is literally a psyop. Literally, there's a whole bunch of different changes made to the movie version that Tim prefers.
That's a good question.
Because he likes what CIA Daddy gives him, which is to like downplay the more maybe leftist anarchic lessons from this book, and instead say like, not all humans are bad. Which
so
is
I think we get the idea here. I thought they were going to talk more about. I thought they were going to talk more about Tim Pool, but Tim Pool very mad. Okay, very mad at this. A lot of right wingers are mad about it. But I can't help but think that the people who made the movie just don't understand don't understand Animal Farm, don't understand capitalism, and don't understand socialism. That's what it seems. Right, Sir Bart, but like it's just the whole thing is funny to me. Dolly Boy, what a surprise! No one understands Orwell and just use it to push their agenda. Shocking, Dolly Boy. Yeah, here's the thing though. Like I love Orwell's writing. I really like Orwell's writing. 1984 is a fantastic book, and you can use it as a critique of power in many different ways. Okay, I also really like Animal Farm, and I don't really think the original intent matters as much to me because it's such a good book. You can interpret it, you can fit it to many situations. He's also just a fun writer. Okay, when is Tim Pool? Not that's true. That is true. Okay, come here, you little. All right. So there we go. All right. So let's go on here. What else we got? What else we got here? I thought I had more to show you. Don't I have more to show you? I think I do. Okay, let's go. X. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're right, a bright love. I know, right, Lurking Snow Leopard? So many people have no idea what the F they are talking about it, but don't realize they are just spouting info they were fed. The more reasonable ones are shut up by. We both know you haven't studied this in a formal right, there you go, a bright love. All right. So guys, this is, I thought I had something I bookmarked to show all of you. No, I showed you that. Oh yes, guys. Yay, I got another positive thing to show all of you. Guess what Mamdani accomplished?
I was going to attack.
Okay, guess what our dear friend Mamdani accomplished? If you run out, you can play my live political commentary. I did. It's pretty short. What live political commentary? So the Mamdani, guys, was finally able to convince Kathy Hochul, Kathy Hochul, who is the governor of New York, to put a tax on the wealthy. Now, it is not the tax I would like to see. It is a great tax. I want more taxes than this on the wealthy, but he was basically able to convince her to exactly, Matt Saigai, but like we need more than this. We need a lot more than this. But this is a start. They put a tax on wealthy people who own homes in New York City where they do not stay in those homes. That isn't as far as I want to go, but it's something, all right? And he's going to probably keep putting pressure on her. So let's watch, okay?
When I ran for mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing the rich. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million.
I know,
this pied-à-terre tax is specifically designed for the richest of the rich, those who store their wealth in New York City real estate, but who don't actually live here. But even so, they're able to reap the huge financial rewards of owning property in, dare I say, the greatest city in the world. And most of the time, these units are sitting empty, since again, they don't actually live here. This is a fundamentally unfair system that hurts working New Yorkers. Now, it's coming to an end. This tax will raise at least $500 million directly for the city. It'll help fund things like free childcare, cleaner streets, and safer neighborhoods. As mayor, I believe everyone has a role to play in contributing to our city, and some a little bit more than others. Happy tax day, New York.
Matt. So there you go. He got a tax. Yay! Let's start, Bart. Thank God. I love him so much. Now we need more than that. We need an income tax for the wealthy in New York. But I would bet that he's still working with Hochul, who probably is being very resistant. And this is probably her trying to appease him. I hope it doesn't appease him. Okay? I hope this doesn't appease him. I don't think it will. I hope it doesn't. Yeah, he's so smooth, right, Alyssa? Doesn't it just make you feel all hot and bothered? Yeah, right, Namira? Oh, my goodness. Oh, I need a fan on me. Whew. He got so close to the camera. Did you guys see that? I looked like he was going to kiss me. Anyway, so like, love Mamdani. He's the best. I agree, LaCroix. We should do this. Yeah, Mom, Daddy. We should do this nationwide. There's so many summer and winter homes in Colorado that people only stay here for like 3 months of the year. Yeah, I totally agree, LaCroix. This should be done nationwide. Absolutely. So thank you, God. Thank you, Mamdani. The Islamic Caliphate of New York, proving itself to be the greatest place in the world to live. God bless Sharia law. This is what I want. Okay. If this is Sharia law, please let me live under Sharia law. Okay, moving on. So, you pervy perv. How dare you, SoCal? You know I'm right. Okay. Sharia law everywhere. Yeah, let's have Sharia law everywhere. If this is Sharia law, I would love to have Sharia law everywhere. Okay. You know, please, Jesus Christ, I love it. Somebody say shawarma. We could have shawarma law too. If we had a shawarma law where like everyone had to eat shawarma, that would make my day also. Love shawarma. Shawarma is the best. Okay, dear God. We could have Sharia law and shawarma law. We could call it the SS law. You know what? That probably isn't a good choice. We probably shouldn't call it the SS law. That might send a mixed message, but you get my point. All right. Going on here. Let's see here. Okay, don't impose CR. What do you mean? I'm joking. It's Allah, bless Sharia law. Yeah, there you go. Look, there you go. Shakira law. You need an ice challenge every time you see Mamdani. I agree, SoCal, I do, for my own health. In my opinion, no one should be able to own more than 5 homes. After your second home, you should have to pay a shit ton of taxes on each. Lamira's a communist. Oh, yeah, I totally agree, Lamira. I don't think anyone should be a billionaire, especially. I don't think anyone should have to own more than 1 goddamn house. And if I had my way, I would say no one should have more than $1 million. You know, like I know. I just don't see the value in it, and maybe we might have to compromise and say you can't have more than $1 billion at first, but eventually I want to get it down to lower than that because it's insane that we allow that. It's insane. All right. So, okay. Yeah, 5 is definitely generous. So anyway, now, you know, I see here, Lurking Snow Leopard, my landlord has 5, and there's someone who owns 4 fully furnished in our Airbnbs in our city. Oh, that's great. That's great. Okay. Yeah, exactly, LaQual. We can start there. Ban Airbnb. Airbnb is destroying shit also, by the way. Okay. Okay. I put video in the reactions and DM at timestamps of my 3 short clips. Okay, Mayflower Kid, let me take a look. Oh, wait, Matt Sai Guy, you posted a video too that you wanted me to watch? What does
Tim Pool going off look like? Because a lot of times he does that weird, like, snarky thing.
Let's jump to this next story. This is an old article from Bounding.
Oh, this is them still talking about the Animal Farm?
And Andy Serkis faced criticism for Animal Farm cast and comedic tone. Well, some news has occurred, and it involves...
Okay, I think we've talked about this enough, but yeah, this is funny. He's so pissed off. Okay, I'll look at what Mayflower Kid sent. So what is this about, Mayflower Kid? What are you trying to have us watch?
I don't know what happened last time. We are...
which you see here... Oh, I know Matt Saiga. I know who Brandon is. I'm just saying we've already kind of covered it, but that looks great. You guys should go watch it. That's true, Bright Love. They should all be collectively owned. All right. So let's see here. Although I do think people deserve not private. Oh my God, personal property. I think you deserve to own a space that is yours and that people can't infringe upon. It should be like the state should be able to. Maybe not. You don't directly own it, but it should be considered your private space. Let's put it that way. Okay. Not private, your personal space, if that makes sense. You should do this. Oh, 100% Gray Soup. We absolutely need a higher minimum wage. Minimum wage and maybe even UBI. We'll have to see about UBI. UBI, I have some issues with UBI, but we could take a look at that too. So Mayflower Kid, you said, what are the timestamps for this? You wanted me to watch something about this handsome gentleman? What are you saying? Don't freak out. 1 sec. I have timestamps. Where the fuck are the timestamps, Mayflower? Oh, there. Wait. You just sent it to me. You just sent it to me. Okay. Oh God. Okay. We'll do 224. Wait. This is you in here, Mayflower Kid. God,
live.
There's so many attractive. I'm sorry. I'm being a sexual predator, but like there's so many attractive men we've gotten to see today. All right. I'm sorry for objectifying you, men. All right. So this is Mayflower Kid.
Got these hands up, you know, I'm kind of pressured. It's being recorded. I could say it wrong and somebody will twist it. I don't have an opportunity to go back and explain what I meant.
Okay, we'll take a look at this.
So it's very...
I'm going to help you.
You can't have
I'm going to help you say it right.
A real healthy communication in a
space. Is this you, Mayflower Kid?
So let's make sure we meet up and have coffee.
Okay. Let's do that.
Yeah.
But trust with me. Wait. I would give you every opportunity in the world to make a mistake and then explain after in the same.
Wait a minute. Where are you, Mayflower Kid? You said you made some commentary. I'm just curious, guys. Not yet.
And we got to cope with each other. But we're going to go to Mayflower, and then it was NC Patriot and Diabolics. I appreciate everybody's patience.
Sorry. So my comment has more to do with kind of summarizing that whole conversation.
Oh my God, Mayflower Kid, you have the accent. You have the accent. Hello there. I'm from Minnesota. I'm from Michigan. I'm from Vermont. You have the accent, Mayflower Kid. I love it. I love it.
The January 6th thing, if that's okay, but I'll be brief.
Oh, damn it. No, it's okay. Go ahead.
So I think, in my opinion, part of the confusion is that when you understand, like historically and academically speaking, when you're defining fascism is usually like a nationalist type of movement with authoritarianism, focused at oppressing minorities and groups, whereas Antifa and further, left wing.
You're doing well so far, Mayflower Kid. I'm all behind you here.
More of fighting against capitalism and against those oppressive systems and against authoritarianism.
Yes.
Violence is a tool. Violence and intimidation is a tool. Violence can be on either side. So it doesn't make sense when you're saying that the left is fascist. That doesn't historically and academically make any sense. Like
yes.
It's a spectrum. It's not a circle of logic. They're ideologies. The ideologies don't change. The political parties, however, twist and change over time depending on, the culture and how things are going. So I think the spin that Sandy is putting on this makes it very confusing and makes it oppositional for people to agree with the way Sandy is saying it, because that's not the ideology. That's not where the core of their beliefs are and what they're in support of. So it doesn't make sense. But you can be left and you can be pro-violence. You can be left and be non-violent.
Yeah.
The same for the right. So I hope that clarifies part of that.
Oh, Mayflower Kid, you're spitting facts. Yes. Yes, correct. Oh my God, you get 100% Mayflower Kid on the quiz. I'm gonna go. You have another one here. Let's just go to the next one. Sorry, guys. I forgot. For those who don't know, Mayflower Kid is an established member of our community. We're just, I wasn't sure what she was going to be talking about in these clips, but she's talking about stuff that we talk about. And let's see what this next clip is here. Apparently, Mayflower Kid was spitting facts on this show and talking about some of the things we talk about. All right, so let's see what this is. Yeah, Mayflower Kid representing the revolters. Where are they gonna? Is this gonna?
We've seen those videos.
Here we go. Okay, give it a second.
We need to protest them instead of just trying to rile up.
Yeah, Mayflower Kid, thank you. That makes me feel good.
I gotta go to Mayflower.
Okay.
Sorry. So again, my comment
thank you, Mayflower.
Was really more reflective of NC Patriots and the January 6th.
Oh, Mayflower Kid, that makes you feel so proud. You say that this is all from your channel. Oh, thank you, Mayflower Kid.
Not this current subject.
Oh, can you actually remind me, because I get lost?
Yeah, sorry. So, so I think I would like to phrase it as going back to what I talked to about before with the ideologies and what fascism is and what the left side is kind of standing for. And you put that in the context of, for example, let's use police brutality.
Mm-hmm.
So if you take one topic, if you will, or one scenario, and you use police brutality or policing, most people would say, well, police brutality tends to rise more on the left side, where it becomes a concern that the police are oppressing people, and they tend to take a stance, that tends a little bit more against the police, or pushing back against the police. Whereas the right side tends to say, well, we're pro-police, we like their authority, we want them in control. So now you go to January 6th, and you take this example, and now, you like, for example, you look at the Ashley Babbitt, and it's interesting.
She is RL.
Because now you have the right side who is saying, oh, well, Ashley's in the wrong, and we're not going to stand up for the police in this scenario. And Ashley was, Ashley would see it even gets confusing explaining. Ashley is, she's the, the victim, and the police are wrong.
Yep.
And now you have the left side saying, "Oh, the police are right."
Yes, you're so right, Mayflower
this is
Kid.
right. She had a knife. That's justified homicide. And so what you're seeing is political party loyalty taking place, where again that culture starts to shift, and then you have, the left all of a sudden like
Trump failed
sticking up for the police actions, and you have the right now speaking out against police brutality in a somewhat kind of not so direct means. And so,
Sir Bart, this is from a channel called Bach Precision. I guess they just have group discussions. I'm not quite sure.
When you step back and look at this is a good example in real time of how political loyalty to a party makes things so confusing. Like, wait a minute, now the whole goalpost has changed, because here's our ideology where we started. We were against the oppression, and now wait a minute, now we're shifting all the way over here. So where are we going? And people get very confused, but humans tend to want to act tribalistic or in loyalty of a team, and that is, it's very natural for humans to do this. But it's so confusing, and it makes things so manipulative and propaganda and all of that. So actually, the people who are more grounded actually in their ideology tend to go back and forth between parties, which is very, very interesting to me. But I
think
that's
a good point.
It helps clarify, when and I think some of the criticism here that goes towards MAGA is the extreme party loyalty, where the ideology is so off the chart that it and now you're seeing it crack.
So wait, Mayflower Kid, this guy is a right winger. You went on a right wing guy's talk show like this? Bach, I'm proud of you, Mayflower Kid. That's not easy.
On the right, where it's like, wow, wait a minute, where have we gone? Now Trump is Jesus. So, I think it's important if we acknowledge this, and it can bring us together a little bit more. If we acknowledge, like, there is significant party loyalty that's interplaying here and distracting us from where our ideology was set from the beginning. I hope that makes sense. But sorry, my last comment is I really appreciate the hands up and trying to respect the hands up. However, I would say it's very hard to participate in the conversation when the hands just get ignored for an hour. I'm not trying to be, not personally, whatever, I don't take any of this personal. I'm just speaking on behalf of the space. I think it might be the co-host or somebody to invite those people to actually say something so they can participate in the conversation while it's happening instead of an hour later.
Mayflower Kid, I wanted to hear that. Mayflower Kid, you're doing a great job. You're noticing, you're being a jester. Okay, obviously you're not being a funny jester, but you're noticing the contradictions. You're right. A lot of people, Ashley, I'd probably even say that I think that Ashley Babbitt getting shot was justified. And the more I think of it, you're right. That's probably kind of a biased perspective of mine, because I wouldn't say the same thing in most other cases. That's a really interesting point, Mayflower Kid. You're noticing contradictions. And the ideology, violence is a tool. It is a method of action used to enforce ideology. Okay. And so, but like, let's see here. Let me see what we got here. We'll listen to this last one here that you sent us, Mayflower Kid, and then we'll go on to something else. 3. Do we think Mayflower Kid's doing a good job? I think she's doing a great job, especially going on a right-wing show.
With friends and family, and like I said, I don't know the whole story here, but man, from what I get, you're getting attacked from both sides, and I hate that, because I mean, you've always been really cool with it. You've always been cool with me, always.
And that's the problem with everybody grouping the left together, and that's what's insane. But we do have to go to Mayflower. She's been patient again.
Yeah.
Oh, Mayflower Kid, you're fine.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. Well, same scenario, but I guess 2 cents for Sandy. I guess I would in my opinion, I would caution you on the words you use, because even just now you said that the left you see in Portland is polar opposite of the left you're seeing in Minneapolis. And I would say that's not true.
Yeah, no.
It's different cultures. The ideology
No,
is
Alyssa, it's my stream. How dare you?
very similar, but they're different cultures. I'm on the East Coast. Our culture out here is different from Minneapolis, and it's different from Portland. Are we all left? Yeah, I think so. So I would just caution you on the words that you're using so that you can connect better with people, because when you say, oh, we're polar opposites, well, you already pushed them away. So that's just my 2 cents. But the comment I actually raised my hand for was going back to the whole cult thing, which, sorry, I keep missing the conversations. But okay, so I thought the video was very plain and helpful. But I think it's important to start with the definition. And the minute you say the
Well, I can define a cult for you. It's spelled MAGA, right?
word cult, the term is connected with significant stigma. So whenever you say the word cult, at least in the United States, people automatically like, oh, I'm not part of a cult. I'm not part of a cult.
Yeah.
Because it's got a bad stigma to it. That's what stigma is. But it's important, okay, so if everybody tries as hard as they can, I'll use examples from both sides to get away from the stigma and understand what is a cult. So it's a group of people with and they use the term like intense devotion or an intense bond, or I would even offer up loyalty, an intense, something that's bringing you to this group. And whether that group can be based off different things. It could be
blind following. It's blind following, within a group, basically.
Based off a person.
Dogmatic.
So like Jim Jones or David Koresh or, dare I say, Trump. It could be a person. So, but it could also be an ideology. So if you take what I would, I always struggle a little bit with how to define this, but I would call it maybe a militant anti-fascist group. Some people would call it anarchy, but when you get into the definition and understanding the group anarchy, I worry a little bit, but most people would identify anarchy or a militant anti-fascist group. You could see
rubber
that.
banding.
I'm sorry?
It was like a rubber band.
Sorry. So if you take that ideology, so I'm giving an example now from the left. So if you take that ideology and you say, well, I'm a militant anti-fascist.
Okay.
And that's like, I'm very intensely connected to this group of people.
Okay, I'm sorry. I might disagree with you here a little bit here, Mayflower. Let me see what you say. But
that could be an example. The other part of a cult is that the group they push away the people on the outside. If you're not part of that group, you're part of the group or you're not, kind of thing. That mentality. So I think it's kind of important to understand the cult, because it could happen on the left or the right. That's not it's not a partisan thing. But the reason why I would support calling MAGA a cult is because it tends to revolve more around Trump. It doesn't tend to revolve around Republican values, as they say, which again, you have to caution that, because parties switch.
You're right, Mayflower Kid, because it's around a person.
The culture that they're aligned with. But nationalistic or Christian, or if you want to bring up topics that tend to go in that category, Trump doesn't align with those things. And many people on the right will agree with that. Yeah, he's not the most religious person. The whole thing with Epstein, not awesome.
I got you, Mayflower Kid.
And they'll point out all these differences. But for a person in a cult, they tend to start to identify with a group. It becomes their identity. And when that happens, to separate from the group is very painful. And that's when you get cognitive dissonance, if you will. This I'm going to stay in this group even though it goes against all these things that I believe in. I'm going to stay in this group because it's familiar, it's comfortable. It's, this has got to be right. Who am I if I leave? And you have this tendency, and MAGA is going through this right now. And again, these can happen on the left too. I'm not trying to be partisan here, but Trump has gone, he's shown you examples that cross against all the Republican values or even national values or even Christian values. So, not to align with a party, because parties fluctuate with culture. And if you align, but Christianity, it does fluctuate with culture, but some things are pretty consistent within different branches of Christianity. But then you start to see, okay, Trump is all over the place. Like, this is not aligning. Am I really just attached to the person? Because is he really standing up for those values? And MAGA is understanding, and they're questioning this. But I agree with the video, it is a painful experience, and to ignore that is it's not very human to ignore that either.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there. I think we get the general idea of what you're saying. Yeah, it's a cult. Okay, like the MAGA is a cult. You can be a cult on the left or the right, that's for sure. Okay, cults can exist anywhere. It's a kind of a human thing. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Of course, there's a reason why I always say at the end of my streams, we always see what other people are saying. Don't get caught in information silo, because that's actually one of my fears. It was like, I don't want to end up having a cult around me. You know what I mean? Because I dress like I'm a cult leader. I have a jester hat and shit. Okay. Yeah, I get that. That's really interesting, Mayflower Kid. That's super interesting. Okay. No, you did great, Mayflower Kid. I thought you did really good. We could talk more some point about how to improve your debating if you want to or whatever, but that was really good. I love that. All right. I don't know how you send a super sticker there. Okay. Yeah, I got you, Mayflower. I'm not going to roast you, Mayflower Kid, because you did really, really good job. I have biases, Mayflower Kid. You mentioned like anarchists being in cults. Yeah, I guess like there's on the left, there are different groups that can form a cult mentality. They can have sort of can have kind of a cult mentality. I wouldn't say that like violent anti-fascists are in a cult. Some might be, but that's separate. There's like some violent anarchists who are not in a cult. There might be some who are in a cult, but it's not like a ideological thing, or it doesn't. You see what I mean? There's also anarchists who are non-violent who are probably in a cult. You see what I mean? But like same thing with the right. Okay, it's a human issue. Cults are. So I get that. All right, I totally get that. Although I guess another thing too is, yes, one of our big problems in this country is that both sides kind of do tribalism and things like that. Yeah, there you go, Wizard Bread's books, Marxist. Like there can be MLs can form cults, like capitalists can form cults, democratic socialist, any ideology or group, which I think is what you're trying to say, Mayflower Kid. I will say, so you're mentioning how like, were you purposely being nonpartisan, Mayflower Kid? Like as in, were you being nonpartisan? Because I know you're a lefty. Are you being nonpartisan to try and appear more fair when you're talking in those streams? Or is it just because that's sort of what the topic is? I'm just curious. I know you're trying to be nonpartisan and saying both sides talking about both sides and stuff like that. I'm just curious. Because one of my things is that we've said, as we've said before, social pressures, social suffering creates radicalization. Okay, so and radicalization can go left or right, and the issue becomes that I got you, Mayflower Kid. If we go right wing, that won't fix the problems. Okay, that is not the way out of that. That's just I don't mean to sound biased. That's kind of factual. Like their solutions won't fix the problems. They're kind of illusions. If you look at like fixing immigration, that's not going to fix the problems. But the group is trying to communicate. I got you, Mayflower Kid. That makes sense. I don't blame you for that. Okay. I don't blame you for that at all. All right, then that's fair. The lack of education rips them apart. rips who apart, Mayflower Kid? Forgive me. Yeah, Gray Soup, though, I will say, you say that Gray Soup says, isn't the right the actual call? Yeah, I would say so, Gray Soup. But Gray Soup, I'm sure you would agree. There are some, like, even moderate Democrats who are, like, in a major cult. Like, they believe the Democratic Party, no matter what it does, they must be right. Kamala Harris is an angel, is the perfect candidate. Nothing wrong with her. Biden is the perfect candidate. We must support them to no end. I think, so if you want to talk, like, moderate Dem, yeah. There's also lefties who are in a cult-like situation. So, okay. But that's great. That was really good, Mayflower Kid. We're all very proud of you. Thank you, Mayflower Kid. You get a boop. Boop. All right. Okay. So let's go on here, guys. I got you, Mayflower Kid. I got you. Okay, I got you. Let's go. Hillary and Kamala only lost because how dare you, Weirdomorphous Blob? Who are the lefties in a cult? Oh, there's plenty, TJ. It's just a human thing, right? Like lefties can be in a cult. Like they can form there's like the Weather Underground. If you've never heard of the Weather Underground, they were doing that might not be a good example. There can be lefties that go into cults. It's just sort of like what happens. Sometimes people get into cults. Right wingers can get into cults. Religious people can get into cults. Non-religious people can get into cults. It's a human thing. That doesn't mean that it has nothing to do with leftism. Okay, that it has nothing to do with leftism. It has nothing to do with anything like that. You're correct, Gray Soup. No, you're absolutely right, Gray Soup. The Democrats are not leftist. I didn't mean to frame it that way. I thought you were using left in the term in like how Americans use it, but you're right. Democrats are conservative, 100%. Forgive me. All right. So, but I do think, Mayflower Kid, that like maybe learn more, and I don't know the answer to this, Mayflower Kid. Learn more about Black Bloc, learn more about some of the anarchist groups. Yeah, you're right, Weirdomorphous Blob. There were a lot of 60s lefties cults that existed. Because I don't know enough about them, but that's an interesting to know. Exactly, Weirdomorphous Blob. That's why I withdrew my statement about Weather Underground. There were other cults in the 1960s. Okay. You see what I mean? All right. So just, yeah, but that's fantastic. You did so good, Mayflower Kid. You did. All right. Yeah, the Corpo Dems are in a cult. That's for sure. That's very true. So, yeah. Okay. So, do we all like Mayflower Kid? I think Mayflower Kid did right there. Okay. Excellent. Okay. Satanists who are anarchists. That's true. A lot of Satanists who are anarchists. Yeah. Brylov, I'm actually, let me put my face up, guys. I know we're kind of just talking about random stuff now. Thank you for sharing that with us, Mayflower Kid. We're all very proud of you. If anyone else, by the way, guys, you guys should know by now, if you ever appear online or anything, I just talk to me about it. I'll try to put it up on stream. We can talk about it together. Because we are a community, right? We're a cult, remember? So we got to do shit together. Okay, no, we're not a goddamn cult. That's why I dress like this. So you make fun of me. And so that you remember I'm just a goddamn guy on another side of a screen. Thank you, Mayflower Kid, for the bribe. Okay, I'm going to keep talking about it then, Mayflower Kid, so you send me more money. Anyway, so, okay. Would you explain to me real fast, Bright Love? We, Satanists. So, like LaVey, right? LaVey the Satanist. He was not really an anarchist at all, right? Wasn't he just like wasn't he from how my definition of an anarchist, isn't LaVey just like we should dominate each other and mistreat each other and shit like that and the powerful will win? Which I guess sounds more fascist to me than anarchist, although I guess it depends on how you look at it. But if you're talking about like Satanists that are not LaVey Satanists, it's different, right? I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that. Which kind of Satanist are you referring to, Bright Love? Because there are a lot of Satanists that are anarchist, but some of them who claim to be anarchists are actually kind of just fascisty and neo-corporatist or whatever. Some of them are not, though. Okay. All right. So, yeah, the Satanic Church or the Satanic Temple. All right, you guys. So, let's see what else we got here. Let's go. Let's see what else we got here. Thank you, Mayflower Kid. I hope everyone enjoyed listening to Mayflower Kid. fight the good fight in the name of the revolters. Okay, our cult here. All right. I wanted to. There was something else I wanted to show you. No, yeah, most exactly, Liquid Alcorn. This is what I was literally asking because it confuses me. I know that the modern day, modern Satanists and Satanic Temple are much different, but we actually had a Levian Satanist come in here once and cause all kinds of issues. So I'm just curious. So let's watch this. Oh, look, guys, you know what? We'll watch this real fast. Because I know you're all very excited for this. You're all very excited for this. This is... I got you, Liquid Alcorn. Okay, thank you. Then, yeah, I agree with you, all right? So this is Donald J. Trump. He apparently talked a little bit earlier. Let's just hear what he has to say. Everyone excited? Everyone excited to hear Trump's voice? I'm sure that's why you're here. You all want to hear the Mango Mussolini's voice. Let's hear what he has to say. Apparently, he gave a brief talk to the media. Are you here, Dolly Boy? There's Dolly Boy. Good boy. Dolly Boy says, you're my cult leader. Good job, Dolly Boy. You're the best, okay? Good. I had to seek you out just to harass you, Dolly Boy. Okay. I know, Drusilla. Let's just hear what he had to say. Apparently, he mentions Pope Leo and the Iran war negotiations. So let's see what he has here. Good, Dolly Boy. Let's see what he has to say. I'm sorry, Gray Soup. I'm sorry. Gray Soup, you need to be in here more often. I love your commentary. You're the best, okay? Please stay in our community and join our cult. Why does he walk back?
On the Pope. Don't criticize people who, quote, manipulate religion for political or military gain. Do you think that he's talking about you, sir?
Very important that the Pope understands. Very, very important. It would be nice not to say it.
He's so bad at grammar. Like, he could say, I would rather the Pope not say these things, instead of saying he'd be very nice if he understood that I would prefer he did not say these things. Like, that's so obnoxious. He's just obnoxious.
Iran killed 42,000 people that were totally innocuous protesters. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they did, every country, including Italy, where he's stationed, every single country in the world would be in trouble.
There you go, TJ.
So we're doing very well with respect to that, having to do with the whole situation on Iran. The blockade is amazing. It's holding up very strong, very powerfully, and I think we're making a lot of progress in that. But the Pope has to understand Iran, very simple, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The world would be in great danger.
Okay.
Would you meet with the Pope to even out your differences? Because Catholics are torn.
I don't think it's necessary.
Mr. President, you spoke with Prime Minister Modi just a couple of days ago. What was the conversation like? What is it that is on?
They're probably him and Modi probably didn't speak at all. It was probably all slurping noises and moaning, because God knows what they were doing to each other. We all know him and Modi love each other to death, apparently. So, it was probably all just really gross slapping noises and moaning and yeah, daddy, and things like that happening. Maybe the sound of a sling on a sling on a goddamn wire. I don't know what the fuck those things are called.
Good talk with him, and he's a friend of mine from India, and he's doing great.
How dare you,
we had a very good
Sir Bert.
conversation.
Considering extending the ceasefire with Iran?
With who?
With Iran.
We're doing very well, I can tell you. Maybe it'll happen before that. I'm not sure it needs to be extended.
Lacroix, how dare you? How dare you, Lacroix? I'm not answering that question, Lacroix.
Just so you know, Iran wants to make a deal, and we're dealing very nicely with them. We've got to have no nuclear weapons. If we do, that's a big factor. And they're willing to do things today that they weren't willing to do 2 months ago.
Do you have any news about Ukraine? Do you have any news regarding peace in Ukraine?
Will Hezbollah stick to the ceasefire? Are you confident about that?
I think they will. I think.
Don't you love that, guys? Don't you love the framing of that question? Yeah, with who? I don't know. Maybe the nation you're bombing, right, Sir Bert? Who do we think? Don't you love that question? Do you think Hezbollah will stick to the ceasefire? Is that really the question you want to ask? I feel like there's another actor involved that might be more likely to break the ceasefire. I don't know about you. I feel like one of the two people or more that are involved in this conflict in Lebanon, this genocidal violence in Lebanon, might be more likely to break the ceasefire. So obviously, though, they have to ask about who know. I bet that guy, what was that guy from Tel Aviv News or something? Was that Netanyahu's nanny? I don't know. Okay. Yes, we pray at the Temple of Casual. There you go, RL.
It's going to be, actually, it's very exciting.
They've gone through like 1,000 different, like what, 15,000 ceasefire violations? Brucey, I don't get why it's bad for Iran to have nuclear weapons, but it's okay for everyone else. And this, oh, totally, Brucey. I totally agree. No one should, in my opinion. No one should have nukes.
Because it's 48 years.
But alas.
We're going to be meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, as you know, and the president of Lebanon. And I had a great talk with both of them today. They're going to be having a ceasefire, and that'll include Hezbollah. And I think yes. It could be number 10 for me.
Oh my God, he's doing it, guys! Like I've gotten peace in 9 wars. This would be. Didn't he say 11 or 12 before? Has the number of wars he stopped decreased? So now it's this would be the 10th war I've stopped. The 10th war. Yeah, exactly. You're so right, Paul Squall. Cholesterol, please. We need cholesterol to help us out. Would cholesterol please help us end this? Please, please, please. We all know what we're waiting for, folks. Let's ask cholesterol to help us. Come on, Trump. Let's have one more McDonald's double cheeseburger. Let's do it.
Do you have any news regarding peace in Ukraine?
Ukraine is moving along. I wish they could get along. Frankly, a lot of people are dying in Ukraine. We'll see what happens.
Right,
There's things happening there. We're focused so much right now in Iran, seeing we can get that completed. And I think we're going to. And I think if you look, the stock market is good. The oil prices are coming down, and it's looking very good that we're going to make a deal with Iran, and it's going to be a good deal. It's going to be a deal with no nuclear weapons.
When is the next in-person round of negotiations on the war in Iran? When will
They're
that
all
take place?
important. I mean, it's not a question of Iran. All of them are
When
important.
will the next in-person
Probably,
meeting take
maybe
place?
over the weekend.
You're right, the spray tan machine. There you go. They're only, yeah, exactly. There's only been one nation that's ever used nukes, and it's been us, and we did it twice. Yeah, we're the most unsafe nation to have nukes, that and Israel. And of course, we'll never talk about getting rid of our nukes.
Mr. President, will you send the Vice
Just so you
President?
understand, the blockade has been incredible. It's held. They're not doing any business. They're unable to do any business because of the blockade. And so the combination of having no Navy, having no Air Force, having no anti-aircraft equipment, they have nothing. Everything is gone, including their leaders. Now they have a new set of leaders, and we find them very reasonable.
And Mr. President, on the
Do ya?
20-year minimum to stop enriching uranium, would you?
That's true, SoCal. He's the person who never heard of a Category 5 hurricane, thought Colorado shared a border with Mexico, and forgot World War II happened. Oh my God, you're totally right.
We haven't agreed to any.
I'm sorry,
we haven't
RL.
agreed to any.
So glad to see you here, RL. You're another classic.
What we have is we have a statement, very powerful statement, that they will not have beyond 20 years. That they will not have nuclear weapons. That's beyond. There's no 20-year limit.
What?
Anyone interested? Can you please give us more information on it? Go against the weaponization.
I think
yeah,
that
there exactly, Demasi's. Come on, McDonald's Meal Team 6. Let's do it.
Todd Blanche is doing a very good job, from what I'm seeing. All I can say thus far, I think Todd Blanche is doing a very good job.
Guys, he's wandering off. The doddering fool is wandering off. Someone reel him back in. Where's the shepherd? Someone put the crook around his neck and pull him back.
If there's no deal, would you be willing to extend the ceasefire, or will the fighting resume, Mr. President?
I would say the fighting. If there's no deal, fighting resume.
Okay. And then on gas prices, how much longer will Americans continue to see these high gas prices?
Well, they're not very high. If you look at what they were supposed to be.
That's for sure. I don't feel high enough.
In order to get rid of a nuclear weapon, with the danger that entails. So the gas prices have come down very much over the last 3-4 days. I know, that's what ABC says. But the fact is that if you look at the stock market's up, everything's doing really well. And the big thing we have to do is we have to make sure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, because if they do, you want to talk about problems, you'd have problems. So very important is that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, and they've agreed to that. Iran's agreed to that, and they've agreed to it very powerfully.
What the fuck does that mean? They've agreed to it very powerfully. can we stop destroying the English language? I mean, there wasn't much of it left to begin with, but dear God, that word does not go there. Can we remove the word powerful there? And by the way, these are almost all lies to begin with. I don't believe most of this shit, okay? But like I don't believe most of this shit that he's saying. I'm sure it's all lie. He's desperate for the war to end because we're losing. But like, why did you have to put the word powerful there? He does talk like a toddler. They agreed very powerfully. What the fuck does that mean? Oh my God. Okay.
They've agreed to give us back the nuclear dust that's way underground because of the attack we made with the B-2 bombers. So we have a lot of agreement with Iran, and I think something's going to happen very positive.
Do we?
Very complicated subject. It's. I don't think we're waiting. I think we're moving very fast. It could happen pretty quickly.
He doesn't know. He doesn't have a goal. That's why. It's as always. Yeah, all right.
Say it.
How long you could sustain the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz?
The what?
How long you could keep the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz?
We're doing very well with the blockade. It's very routine for us. The Navy is incredible.
Don't you love that confession? Don't you love that confession? He's like, oh, we're doing a blockade. That's very routine for us. The American Navy is always blockading some country and starving its people and interfering with international trade. Thank you, whoever just followed me. Hey, hey guys, we got to the follower goal of 330. You know, it's a common thing for us. We blockaded Cuba, blockaded Venezuela. Now we're blockade. Like, I love that confession. Just the confessions of the American empire.
And I think the blockade is doing very well. It's no ship is even thinking about entering. No ship is going past our Navy.
Yeah, exactly.
With the Pope, and are you worried it's upsetting your?
No, I don't. I have to do what's right. The Pope has to understand that. Very simple. I have nothing against the Pope. His brother's MAGA all the way. I like his brother, Louis. I'm not fighting with him. The Pope made a statement. He says Iran can have a nuclear weapon. I say Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if the Pope looked at the 42...
Did the Pope really say Iran could have a nuclear weapon? I mean, the Pope has been great going after Trump. I love that. I'm still not a fan of the papacy, but I am curious. Did he actually say Iran could have a nuclear weapon? I mean, I support that. I think we know what I think, guys. I would love Iran to have a nuclear weapon. That'd be fantastic. Then it would prevent them from being attacked so much and maybe stop Israel from doing such violent expansion all the time. Regardless, I doubt the Pope actually said that. Yeah, probably just a blatant Trump lie.
1,000 people that were killed over the last 2 or 3 months.
You're right, Sir Bart. He's taking pages out of Sheev Palpatine's book. You're right.
As a protester with no weapons, no nothing. I mean, you take a look at that. So I can disagree with the Pope. I have a right to disagree. I have a right to disagree with the Pope.
What do you say to people who see that, who see your criticism?
Okay, Brucey, sometimes you have to say what you have to say.
Nothing. I have no disagreement with the fact the Pope can say what he wants, and I want him to say what he wants, but I can disagree.
Yeah, Louise, from what I read, there were a few tankers that got through the strait, and I'm not sure. I have to look it up because I don't know. I'm not sure, Louise, because I've heard different things about that.
I think that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they do, the whole world would be at jeopardy. The Middle East will be blown up, and the whole world will be at jeopardy. We're very close to making a deal. That'll be a great thing.
The Pope, guys, remember, we have been close to making a deal for the past, like, what, 3 months? However long it's been that this war has started. He has said we've been close to a deal for months and months and months.
The Pope has to understand, Iran has killed more than 42,000 people over the last few months. Think of it. Protesters without guns, without anything. They were totally unarmed protesters. The Pope has to understand that. This is the real world.
That is
it's
weird,
a nasty
but
world.
they need a nuke. I'm sorry. I know this might be crazy, but I want Iran to have a nuke. Then they won't be bombed as much, and at least there'd be someone there to counter Israel, and maybe the United States wouldn't pick on them as much.
But as far as the Pope and saying what he wants, he can do that. Now, I know the Pope's brother. He is a big MAGA person. He's got MAGA all over his house. His name is Louis. He's actually a great guy. And I'm sure the Pope is a great guy.
A nuke, Sir Bart. You deserve a nuke, Sir Bart. You deserve a nuke, Weird Amorphous Blob. You deserve a nuke, Matt Sci Guy. We all deserve nukes. I'm doing an Oprah thing. Isn't that kind of fun?
Met him. But I disagree with the Pope. If the Pope would allow Iran to have a nuclear
Dolly
weapon,
Boy, you don't deserve one.
You can't do that.
Go back to the doghouse, Dolly Boy. I wasn't referring to you. Anyway. Thank you, Freddie. Thank you very much for the gifted sub there. Thank you very much. Welcome to the community, Freddie.
Anthony Mershak from MTV. No, not really.
Yeah, nuclear Oprah.
What?
Anthony Mershak from MTV Lebanon. I would like to ask you regarding congratulations for the 10th.
Yeah, it's very exciting. With Lebanon, it's very exciting. I think we're going to have a deal. We're going to have a meeting, first time in 44 years.
Yes,
and Lebanon will be meeting with Israel, and they're probably going to do it at the White House.
When do you think, President, when do you think they will?
Over the next week or two.
Or the next week, and do you think this agreement can reach?
I do. I think
without Hezbollah
I think we will have an agreement between Lebanon, and they're going to take care of Hezbollah. But they're going to be working on Hezbollah right now. But we'll have an agreement between Israel, very importantly, and Lebanon.
Will you support our Lebanese army as well?
I would. Yeah.
Iran's going to execute.
I'm sure, like, again, guys, we have to know, we all know that Israel doesn't actually want this deal. Israel doesn't want a peace agreement with Hezbollah. They will find an excuse. They will find an excuse to break any ceasefire that does happen to occur. We all know this, right? And until they've done their cute little ethnic cleansing and their cute little genocidal violence in Lebanon, and they've started occupying the land and taking it because they're Zionist Nazis. They are Nazis. We all know that this is all bullshit, right? And that the fact that this shows that he's either complicit or stupid, and probably both, almost certainly both. Any fucking American president or like official at this point in this, what's been happening around Israel, that thinks that Israel's going to stick to this are stupid. It's just moronic. They've broken every single other ceasefire. In Gaza, they did it. They're the ones who partially started this war. They're the ones I mean, come on. Like, to the very fact that we're giving air time to okay. Anyway, yeah, exactly, Demosthenes. Israel does all this for humiliation purposes. Here, you know what? You're right, Sir Bart. You're right. I think you're right. It definitely seems like it. It definitely seems like it.
Ceasefire? I mean, how do you even?
They're all agreeing. It's a very nice little package for about a week, and we're not going to have lots of bombs dropping, and we're going to see if we can make peace between Lebanon and Israel.
Yeah, we're
and this is more on the Pope, the President, because there was a group of bishops that did put out a statement saying the Pope isn't merely exercising his opinion, he's preaching the gospel. I mean, what do you say to people that do this?
Well, I want him to preach the gospel. I'm all about the gospel, but I also know that
he does. Guys, we all know Trump doesn't know what a gospel is, right? He doesn't know what the fuck a gospel is. He doesn't know. He's never read it. He doesn't know what a gospel is. I'm an atheist. I don't really care, but it's always so funny when he pretends to know anything about Christianity.
You cannot let a certain country, which is a very mean-spirited country, have a nuclear weapon. If they did, they would use it, and I think they'd use it.
Is he saying Israel shouldn't have a nuclear weapon? Because I totally agree, you know. If we're going to talk about a mean-spirited country, then yeah, definitely Israel shouldn't have a nuclear weapon. I guess that it's probably who he's referring to, right?
Quickly, and they would kill many millions of people.
Or the United States.
You know, the Pope could disagree with me on that, but certainly we're allowed to have that. I'm all about the gospel. I'm about it as much as anybody can be, but I can't allow, as President of the United States of America, I can't allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And here's the story. They won't have. They've already agreed not to have. That's good news, and I think the Pope will be very happy.
Yeah, Trump.
The Federal Reserve should wait and see about this Iran war before lowering interest rates. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree. I think we should.
You're right, Outer Signal. Gospel. Outer Signal says Trump thinks gospel is a genre of black music. You're right. You're right. You're right. Oh my God, you're right.
Should have lower interest rates.
Iran's going to execute 4 more protesters, reportedly, including the first woman protester. What do you tell Iran?
Oh, Louise, you're right. Calm down. Why? Do you think I need to calm down, Louise? What do you mean I need to calm down? I am perfectly calm. What do you mean, Louise? I'm just kidding. Yes, I should. I'll try to make that, Louise. You should have a reward for calm down, Sam, and then make it at least 50. Okay, I'll do that, Louise. How about that?
Tell that to the Pope. What did you say?
Thank you, Dolly
Tell
Boy.
that to the Pope.
You want to patch things up with the Pope?
That Iran is going to. Did you just hear that? Iran is going to execute 4 people, including the woman?
Trump, the Lebanese love you so much. Will you visit Lebanon?
extend the ceasefire? What makes you extend that?
I don't know if we're going to have to, but if we need to, I would do that.
Okay, so wait, that's important.
Sorry.
What are you telling the airlines and the oil companies about the way you're going to open up the Strait?
So if you look at the oil and if you look at the price we're paying, it's about half what people thought it would be if you did what I had to do. We had to take this journey to the Middle East in order to get rid of a nuclear weapon. There would have been, if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, or if I didn't kill the Barack Hussein-Obama deal, the nuclear deal.
Oh, I just hate when they always say Barack Hussein Obama.
We would have had nuclear weapons exploding in the Middle East and beyond. I believe I've been able to stop that. I think we have
He literally sounds just like George Bush.
Successful negotiation going on right now, and I think it'll be, if it happens, it'll be announced fairly soon, and that'll give us free oil, free Hormuz Strait. Everything will be nice, and I think your oil price will go down to lower than what it was before, and I think a lot of good things will happen.
Just for clarity, you're willing to extend the ceasefire period?
Well, we'll see. I don't know that we'll have to. Ideally, we'll, but if I needed to, I would.
The Lebanese people love you so much. What do you say? The Lebanese people love you so much. What's your message for them? And you will visit Lebanon after this deal?
I will do that. At the right time, I would certainly go there.
You think there's war?
Yeah, guys.
You know, Putin doesn't want to stop it apparently. He keeps bombing Ukraine.
I know, Wizards. I agree, which is shocking.
Go on for years more?
Well, it should have never started. If I were president, the war in Ukraine never would have started with Russia.
Really? Yeah.
But
you're right.
It's going on. Hopefully, it'll get over soon.
There wouldn't have been a war because he would have told the Russians, yeah, sure, come on into Ukraine, okay? I'll tell the Ukrainians to put down their weapons. How about you take the whole fucking country? Why not, Putin?
The First Lady came out last week and said she had no links to Jeffrey Epstein.
Who did?
The First Lady, Melania.
She had none.
Why did she come out and say that last week?
Because the fake news was saying she did, and she had none, and I think that's been proven. It bothered her that the fake news was being fake news. That's all. She just wanted to clarify.
Are you surprised?
Who's taking care of Hezbollah? Do you think that they are destroying the deal that you are trying to make?
We're going to see how it all works out, but they'll be working and coordinating. If you know Lebanon, right?
Yeah, the oil prices are going
they'll be
down,
working
guys.
with Hezbollah.
If you fire Jay
Are you still
Powell,
interested in acquiring Iranian oil?
What?
Are you still interested in acquiring Iranian oil after?
Well, we'll see. I mean, we have a very good relationship with Iran right now, as hard as it is to believe. And I think it's a combination of about 4 weeks of bombing and a very powerful blockade. The blockade is maybe more powerful than the bombing, if you want to know the truth.
Are you going to make?
What the fuck does that mean? Like,
Are you going to make the Arab countries pay a portion of all of the costs?
I think they'll make that. I think they're going to make that contribution. I think the Arab countries, because we've done a lot, I think they'd make a contribution toward the cost.
yeah, Paul Squaw, exactly. Yeah. Who's the we acquiring Iranian oil? Right, because it's going to be nationalized and we're all going to benefit, right? As opposed to some private company. All right. Look, yeah, Bro's just lying. We have a very good relationship with Iran. Well, yeah, I don't get it. This is so obviously lunacy. We are blockading Iran. What the fuck is he talking about? Oh my God, damn it. All right, Jesus. Okay. Our firebrand casual. Oh, you know I'm your firebrand, RL. You know I am. Okay. How dare Louise tell me to calm down? I don't know who she was. I think she was just, I don't know what she thought I was getting agitated about. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right. He's a dimension-ridden dolt. Yes, Sir Bart, totally. The words that come out of his mouth have no meaning. Yeah, I know, they don't. This man is such an idiot. Outer signal. He's blockading a blockade, but not stopping Iranian or Chinese vessels. I don't know. I don't get it. Okay, Trump's hunch is starting to follow the Fibonacci spiral. That's true, Wizard. That's a nerdy joke. No. You don't understand. We have good relations because of the blockade. Okay. Yes, you can, Fedayeen. Welcome, Fedayeen. Thank you for the gifted sub. Welcome, Fedayeen, to the chat.
Not been involved.
Why he just wanders around like a daughter?
See what happens.
No, Fedayeen. God damn it. That's okay. That's okay. Come up with something else, Fedayeen. We're all jesters in here, so.
But I think we're very
say something funny that makes fun of Trump. That'd be really good.
close to making a deal with Iran.
Or Israel. That's good too.
You'll be the first to know, but I think we have a chance, and If that happens, oil goes way down, prices go way down, inflation goes way down, and you're going to have, much more importantly than even that, you won't have nuclear holocaust.
Are talks happening now?
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, Freddie. We got, you can guess because Freddie says 10 minutes is so long to wait when you have a joke. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You know, I do that because, as you can guess, Freddie, and because of my content, I get a lot of lunatics in here. So I got to make sure. But I believe you're going to be a good one, Freddie, because your name tells me you're going to be funny, and I like that. You're going to have some good ones. Latex drool. It's an insult. He's an insult to clowns and court jesters. That's how much of a bad clown show this Trump guy's. Totally latex drool, right? Like, I'm a real jester. He just is a clown, okay? He's just a goddamn clown. And not a good clown, a clown that was dropped on his head as a baby, probably. I don't know how to phrase that. Okay, we'll go on here. I know it is Freddie, and I love that. That's why I'm saying I love your name, okay? Because let's be honest, folks, fuck Israel. I'm a jester. I'm just joking. Seriously, though. Is that it? Is that it? Are we done? Are we just gonna... Okay, I guess that's it. Wait a minute. No, he's still there. What is he doing?
We're going to look into it very strongly, but they do have very big sanctions.
We're going to look into it strongly.
There was a G20 meeting in Washington today. Why did you invite Poland instead of South Africa?
Well, Poland's a great country. We like it a lot. We're friends with Poland. The president is doing a great job, so we invited him.
I saw your Truth Social posts about Bruce Blakeman in New York. He's being denied up to $7 million of public campaign funds in New York by partisan Democrats. Have you seen that, and what's your reaction to it?
I can just tell you this. Bruce Blakeman is running for governor. He will be a great governor if he wins. I don't know that he wins or not because it's New York, and, you know, people cheat on elections and a lot of...
Whoa, Freddie Yeen. Freddie Yeen says, I tell everyone what happened, but not because I'm bragging, because I find it crazy. I got arrested 3 weeks ago for anti-American sentiment, and the cops took my PC and telephone. Where the fuck were you, Freddie Yeen? Like, were you in the United States when this happened? Were you in the United States? That's crazy. That is crazy. Norway, really? Druzilla, does that happen in Norway? We have someone from Norway in here, Freddie Yeen. Does Norway do that to people who have goddamn quote unquote anti-American sentiment, which is just human sentiment, which is what humans should believe? They should believe that the United States is an evil empire that mistreats people and funds genocidal state. Is that a thing, Druzilla? I'm just curious. Hello, Shiv. Hello, Shiv. How you doing? Every time an American politician is said to want to kill... Oh, I got you, Freddie. Interesting. Okay. That's interesting. Freddie says every time an American politician said he wanted to kill or exterminate a people, I tweeted the same thing, but about Americans. Okay, interesting. All right. Well, I mean, okay. I could see how in America that would cause a lawsuit. In Norway, you can't. Yeah, that is. I guess that is Fed posting, but like, is there a what are Norway's laws around that? I'm curious. That's interesting. Interesting. Well, Freddie, you're very welcome here. Okay, join the clown show, or at least join the jester's court here. All right. Is that true, Outer Signal? You say the U.S. Government sent a circular to all its embassies to pressure countries to detain people for anti-American sentiment. Hilarious. Hilarious. Jesus Christ. 2 guys were arrested in Nigeria. Really? That is absolutely insane. That is absolutely insane. But Freddie, you are a hero to all of us. Okay, we love you very much. please hang out, stay around, okay? Tell us everything you want to say. We'd love to hear it, okay? All right. The funniest part is they got really serious and oh my God, Freddie. Of course they did. Insane. All right. Yeah, that's fair, Drusilla. I get it. No, that makes sense, but still. All right. Okay, let's go on, guys. All right. Oh my God, my finger. I hurt my finger. I keep shoving my finger into like the hole on the bottom of my staff. You see that? Because it's like there and I'm ADHD, so I just like put my finger up in there and then it hurts. Yeah, neither do we, Freddie, and we don't not like Israel because of Judaism. We don't like it because of Zionism. All right. All right. Anyway, so I'm just gonna. All right. It hurts though. I hurt myself. That sounded dirty. Well, whatever. We'll keep watching Donald J. Trump.
Of other things, but Bruce Blakeman is a great gentleman. As you know, he comes from Nassau County, which is a Democrat area, and he wins by a landslide all the time. And if Bruce Blakeman gets in, your taxes are going to go way down. And a lot of good things are going to happen, including cleanliness.
Oh my
and
God,
all
that's
of the
insane,
things that you want to see. I know him very well. He's been a great leader, a great executive in Nassau County. Even though it's largely Democrat, he wins.
Okay, so Outer Signal did just send a video. I mean, an article explaining that yeah, the U.S. embassies are constantly are promoting going after people who express anti-American sentiment. Insane. Thank you, Outer Signal. So, by the way, this is also on The Guardian. Apparently, Netanyahu has confirmed an agreement to a 10-day ceasefire, which we all know Israel will break at the earliest opportunity. No doubt Israel will break the ceasefire almost immediately if they haven't already, because they don't want a ceasefire. They want to do exterminationism and colonization of Lebanon. But there you go. That's another thing that just got announced. Apparently there's a ceasefire, but you know that Israel's, it's in effect. Yes, I believe so, Freddie. But of course, we don't really believe that, do we? We don't believe that they're going to stick to it for like more than maybe a minute, if a minute, because they want to keep doing the ethnic cleansing and shit. Breaking. Israel broke the ceasefire. Exactly, Freddie. Breaking. Israel broke the ceasefire with Lebanon. That wouldn't really be breaking. That would just happen, right? Okay. Guys, don't make fun of me. I do keep putting my you know what? I can't say it. If I say it again, you'll make fun of me. But yes, I do keep. I hate you, Trump failed. No, I don't. Bad. I hate all of you. Okay, I hate all of you. I do keep hurting my finger. I can't stop. How dare you, Mayflower? I hate all of you. You're all a bunch of degenerates. You're all a bunch of dirty degenerates, and we're gonna keep watching Trump just to torture you. All right? This is how I'm gonna punish you.
To the landslide. Everybody loves him. He's a very talented guy, very great politician, and I think he probably has a chance. If Bruce Blakeman gets in, your taxes are going way down, and you know what else is going down? Crime.
There are these 10 missing scientists with access to classified stuff, nuclear material, aerospace. They've all gone missing or turned up dead in the last couple months. Based on what you've been briefed, what do you think is happening here, and do you think that this is connected or totally random?
Well, I hope it's random, but we're going to know in the next week and a half. I just left a meeting on that subject, so pretty serious stuff, but we're going to be hopefully, I don't know, coincidence if you want to.
Freddie. Well, tell us, Freddie, why were you banned? I mean, you don't tell me exactly what you said in case it was something that I would have to ban you for, but I'm hoping, Freddie, we are very open for people here, okay? As long as you're not demonizing entire groups of people for who they are or whatever, if that makes sense, okay?
Whatever you want to call it, but some of them were very important people, and we're going to look at it over the next short term.
It's possible that some foreign adversary is in the United States scooping these people up.
Well, Biden had open borders. It wasn't very hard to get here, but we've gotten many of them out. We've caught many people, many very bad people, including thousands of murderers that we've taken out of our country. Thousands.
He really could easily replace when he keeps adding different words here. He could say like brown people. He's like, we've taken out thousands of brown people. That's kind of what he means.
The drug lords that we've taken out of our country. Hundreds of thousands of prisoners that were let into the U.S. that we've taken out of our country. As far as the scientists are concerned, we'll probably have a pretty good answer over the next week.
And with the peace talks in Iran, does it have to be a big deal all at once, or would you accept a little deal to start?
Well, I have a little deal. I can make a little deal. I want to get it done. and get back to keep going with low, our prices.
He ought to not stay outside for so long. I feel like he's too old for this. He's going to collapse.
Is doing great. As soon as the war is over, we're going to be lower than we were 2 or 3 years ago. So I want to get back to that. We had to do something. We had to make sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. And we're at that. They've agreed to that. They've totally agreed to that. They've agreed to almost everything. So maybe if they can get to the table, there's a difference. They agree. They got to get to the table with a pen. We'll have.
Yeah, that's the point, Laqual. That's why I think he doesn't know the difference between like mental asylums and asylum seekers. I think he literally thinks that like asylum seekers come from asylums. That's my theory.
That over with, and then we can focus on our great economy. And also, I inherited the highest prices in the history of our country, the worst inflation.
Oh my God, he's still doing the Biden.
In the history of our country, I'll get it down to a very low number. We had it to a very low number, and it's still low. But the most important thing right now is to make sure Iran can never have a nuclear weapon.
Would you ever go to Pakistan to seal the deal yourself?
I would go to Pakistan, yeah. Pakistan.
You're right. That's like South Park, his little tiny penis. Yeah.
It has been great. They've been so good. Islamabad, I might go. Yeah, if the deal is signed in Islamabad, I might go. The field marshal has been great. The prime minister has been really great in Pakistan. So I might go. They want me.
The First Lady last week called on Congress to further look into and uncover the truth on the Epstein files, the Epstein saga. Do you believe that there should be a public hearing for more of these?
That's actually a good question. You should ask him, say how Melania said we should look into this. Do you say we should look into this? That's kind of a fun question. I like that. That's kind of, I want to hear the answer.
Epstein survivors?
Well, I'm okay with it. I think we've had a lot of public hearings. I'm okay with it, but I understand that the women didn't want to go under oath. That's what I heard, that the women, the victims or whatever, they refused to go under oath, which was a little surprising. So Melania felt strongly about it because she was accused of that
lies.
Through Epstein, but it turned out to be totally false. It was a false
Don't the ceasefire also include Iraq and region?
Are we talking about
the one? Of course, Louise. Of course, it's the women's fault, according to him. Everything is a woman's fault. It's either Kamala's fault. A nasty woman. Absolutely, Dodongo. Can we? It's really sad that like people aren't talking as much about the Epstein files anymore. We still remember, guys, the #1 American value is assaulting children. It should be part of our Constitution. I'm advocating. This is Casual Revolt's theory of American pedocracy. We need to erase what's written on the Statue of Liberty and replace it with a declaration of come here to assault and murder children. That is an American right, right? We love enabling it. We let the elites do it. They get away with it. We let shooters go into our schools and murder children. We give tons of weapons and funding to governments that love murdering children. We like directly murdering children with our missiles into their schools. Again, it's just an American value at this point. America, the land of freedom, democracy, and slaughtering and assaulting children. And since we clearly don't have the freedom of democracy, really, it's just the land of assaulting and murdering children. So that really should be, it's a pedocracy. It's a government run by pedophiles. So we really ought to just, I think we ought to start institutionalizing this shit. I think we ought to start institutionalizing this stuff. We really ought to, make an amendment to the Constitution, reminding people that that's the case. Anyway, just a person.
With Lebanon?
Lebanon, Iraq, and
the whole thing. So we just made a deal with Lebanon. As of 2 hours from now, we have a ceasefire with Israel and Lebanon. And that'll be great. And they'll be meeting, probably coming to the White House over the next 4 or 5 days. And that'll be the first time they've met in 44 years, which is pretty unneighborly, considering they're neighbors. But there's a really good chance that that'll work out with Lebanon and Israel. I met with, through the telephone, with the president of Lebanon, who's a really good guy, highly respected, and with Bibi. And I think there's a chance we'll be meeting right here in the not too distant.
Have the Epstein survivors proposed justice? Do you think the Epstein survivors are justice?
Israel and Lebanon have tried to make peace before. What's going to be the difference this time?
Me. I'm the difference. Big difference.
Me, I'm the difference. I'm the difference. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my God, we are living in a goddamn. There you go. I like that. That's a pedagogic kleptocracy. That's a really good point, Demosthenes. Very academic. You should write a dissertation on that definition. Yeah, you turn off the goddamn helicopter. Actually, though, I'm kind of okay with it. Do Dongo Manoof, because at least we don't have to fully hear his voice. Okay.
Me.
Australia has been about taxes. States like Virginia, North Carolina, and New York, Democratic states are looking at raising taxes. Is that going to take away from the tax cuts that
What's happened? No, because, you know, no tax on tips. I'm going over no tax on tips today. That's why I'm going to Nevada, I'm going to Arizona. But this is sort of a no tax on tips. What's happening is people are finding out that in their tax return, they're getting a big refund, much bigger than they thought.
Yeah,
so it's no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. No
I will say, at least the helicopter's making it so we don't have to raw dog this, right? We don't have to raw dog his voice. At least we got some kind of white noise in between it to make it better.
Tax on overtime. I think wait. I think it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If you look at what they're doing in New York and California, they're raising taxes. And they're driving people out. It's a shame.
Australia has just announced that it's increasing its defence spending to 3%. You've been asking for 3.5%. Are you satisfied?
No, we're going to see what happens. But
there you go.
On defence spending, look, we built the greatest military anywhere in the world. There's nobody even close. All you have to do is take a look at the blockade. Nobody's
right. Do you remember the shit ship, guys? Remember how, what is it, the U.S. Gerald Ford, who's the toilets flowed on? And then it caught fire because the crew got upset and it had to dock in port. Yeah, world's greatest military. We just have a giant floating shit ship that is overflowing with dung because we can't get the toilets to work. Also, can I remind everyone? So here's another note. Do we know that the latest aircraft carrier that we sent over to Iran, do we know that it had to go all around the Cape of Good Hope in Africa? It had to go all around the entire continent of Africa because it couldn't go through the Red Sea because we are worried that the Houthis will sink our aircraft carrier. Now, I don't know about you, but that's a bad sign, okay? If we're the great, powerful military power, and we can't go through the Strait of Hormuz because some people in Yemen might just sink our very powerful aircraft carrier, that's a sign that our empire ain't doing so well, okay? So that's another note that I learned yesterday, that we literally couldn't send the aircraft carrier through the Strait of Hormuz. Through the Red Sea because of the Houthis, which is a bad sign, very bad sign. So much for the great military power, right, folks? We have the shit ship, and we can't send our aircraft carrier through the Red Sea. All right. Anyway, guys, let's go on.
Never seen anything like it. That blockade is the best thing. And I'll tell you something. I think the blockade has been more powerful than the bombs. The bombs were powerful. And it weakened them. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anything. They have no leaders.
We already heard
But their new leaders, the ones that have replaced them, it's a regime change. They are much more, I think, frankly, more intelligent and more moderate. But we have a real chance to make a deal very soon with Iran.
On Australia, Mr. President, you asked for 3.5% increase, like 5% you did with NATO. Australia has only gone to 3%. Are you satisfied with that decision? Would you?
Well, I'm not happy with Australia because they were not.
Oh gosh, are you still here, Brucey? Look at that. He's not happy with you, Brucey. He's not happy with Australia
because they were not there when we asked them to be there. So Australia.
What did you ask for?
Australia was another one. They were not there, having to do with Hormuz. The Hormuz.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not happy. I'm not happy.
But why specifically? Do you still have a good relationship with the Australian Prime Minister? What message do you think the ceasefire in Lebanon sent to the UK and other European allies who chose not to get involved?
Yes, I agree with Rez. We need to do clown block like that other group.
Well, you know, we spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO. And when I asked them to get involved on a much smaller situation, which is Hormuz and Iran. They weren't there for us. Remember what I said.
I know, Dodongo, because American reporters are lapdogs. That's why.
Weren't there. None of them. They weren't there. So we were there in Ukraine. I mean, we shouldn't have been. It would have never happened if I were president. But nevertheless, when they've had problems over the years,
okay, you know what? We're done. We get it. We get it. Okay, I think he's like repeating himself at this point. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you. Very lovely. Had a great time listening to him with all of you. Definitely, definitely, yeah. They don't want to lose access, Demosthenes, because that's how our media system works. Anyway, isn't that lovely? That's fantastic. Don't we love our president? He's just such a great guy. Oh my God, never made a mistake in his life. There you go, Weirdomorphous Blob. He's Weirdomorphous Blob's hero. I'm gonna clip that, Weirdomorphous Blob. You're welcome, LaQuai. I'm sorry, guys, for giving everyone a I'm sorry for giving everyone a headache. Well, Matt Sagai, that actually might be true. But anyway, you're right, Shiv. I remember that I dreamed I woke up and looked at my phone to see his Oh, I'm sorry, Shiv. I'm sorry that wasn't real. Dodongo, imagine how many people are employed to take care of this dude. Look at all the suits. Oh, I know, Dodongo. Oh my God, right? I know, it's terrible. All the unhinged shit I say, that's the one that'll get... Actually, that's a fair point, Weirdomorphous Bob. You are insane, aren't you? You're welcome, Mayflower. Okay, guys, I'm so glad to... So, guys, everyone who has a headache, what kind of headache is it? Do you have... let's figure out what kind of headache I gave all of you. Okay, and let's see if it really is my fault or really something else. So, do you have a... Where does it hurt? Where does it hurt, guys? The headache I've given all of you, where does it hurt? Is it in the front of your head? Is it kind of a band around your head? Is it on like one side of your face? You feel it in the left side of your head. Okay. So that could be just a hypnic headache. What else, guys? What other headaches did we have here? Anyone have a cluster headache? You have a banding headache? Oh, so I'm stressing you out, aren't I? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stress you out. That is a sign that I'm stressing you out if I've given you a tension headache, okay? I'm sorry if I gave anyone a tension headache. You like your eye headaches? Oh no, you have cluster headaches? Oh my God. What kind of headache is it where your ear bleeds? Sir Bert, I think that's worse than a headache. I think that's something you should get looked at immediately, okay? I think that's you have all 15? Okay. That's true. Okay. There we go. Love that. I'm sorry, LaQual, that's my fault then. If it is a tension headache, then I've definitely done it to you. I feel so powerful knowing I can give all of you a headache. Oh my God, that's what my content does to you? Oh my God, I have a lot of power, Sir Bart. If I can make all your ears bleed and give you headaches, oh my God, that's like magical. I love that shit for me. So guys, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do, no, not a head dick, a headache, Demosthenes, okay? Jesus. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go get I'm going to go urinate, okay? I'm going to go pee. And then I'll be right back, and we can continue for a little bit longer, okay? I'll be right back, okay? Please don't leave. I love you all very much. I'm here for you. I'm here for you, okay? So I'll be right back. Give me a second. Love you all. Do not leave, or I will hunt you down one by one. Anyway... sure, I can get some urine. Do you want some urine, Shiv? I'll gladly sell some urine. I need money. So, let's go on. Light up. Let's go. Can you guys hear my bells? Can you hear the bells? Listen. Woo. All right, I'm back. Everything's fine. Everything's good. No, I'm not drinking, Mayflower Kid. Okay. All right. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? Everyone good? Everyone good? We all having a lovely evening? I hope we are having a lovely night, right? Lovely day. I'm not going to stream. You're hungry, so am I, Sir Bart. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to stream for terribly much longer. I'm probably going to stream for about 20 more minutes, and then I'm going to go eat. But stay around because we still got 20 more minutes of what do the cool kids call it? Content. 20 more. I do Weirdomorphous Blob. The Jester does have auto brewery syndrome, which is a very rare condition and is a real condition. Has anyone ever heard of it before, other than Weirdomorphous Blob? Auto brewery syndrome is where your body creates alcohol without you drinking alcohol, and it's a very rare condition, and it can cause some really weird scenarios where people can who have auto brewery syndrome might get pulled over, and then accused of drinking while driving, and then be tested and found to have alcohol in their system, even though they've never drunk. I am not lying, Matt Saiga. It's a real thing. Okay, auto brewery syndrome is a real thing. Okay, auto brewery syndrome. It's a gut fermentation syndrome. Is a rare medical condition where the body produces ethanol internally through fermentation in the digestive system. It is a real thing. No, I don't have auto brewery syndrome. I don't have it, obviously. I don't have it, but it's a real thing. Okay? How dare you, Sir Bart? Yeah, but it's a very rare condition. Okay? And wouldn't we all love to have auto brewery syndrome? That would be lovely. You can just walk around and produce your own internal alcohol and be drunk all the time. Anyway, yeah, no blood. There you go. Okay, so, all right. Yeah, I mean, I'm not making this shit up. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, LaQuan. God. Was it? Yeah, Grey's Anatomy episode? Right. Yeah, it's a very rare condition, but it happens. It's very dangerous, Mayflower Kid, because you don't want too much alcohol in your body. That won't be good for you. All right. Okay, guys. So let's see what else we can do here. What the fuck happened with Clavicular? Is he dead yet? I'm sorry, that was rude. Is he okay? Because I care so much about him. Is he okay? Is he dead yet? Yeah, that's true, LaQuan. They ferment. All right, let's see here. Yeah, really, I'm sorry. Oh no, what a shame. Who punched the other guy? What do you mean who punched the other guy? Didn't someone, I don't know, someone punched someone. Someone did something. Yes, it was Sneak. I think, was it Sneeko? I don't know. Sneeko did some bullshit too. Sneeko was just a lunatic. They're all lunatics out there. They're all lunatics. They're all fun little lunatics who are horrible. Okay, let me take a look here. Oh God! Wait, they're live right now.
That principle.
Okay, you know what, guys? Wait. You're all gonna hate me. Let's play a game. Who is speaking right now?
Donald Trump and the Republicans to exercise some willingness at some point to come to the table and as opposed to weaponizing the issue of immigration, which
Who is
they're now
speaking?
on the
Can we
wrong side
guess?
of in terms of public sentiment. So they're not even able to successfully do that anymore.
You got it, Dodongo. Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries. Now, I don't know about all of you. So he's literally live right now. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. Yeah, a coward without a spine, correct. Don't worry. Fedayeen, a lot of us are gay, trans, but we're like all kinds of different queer shit. Okay, we're all a bunch of queers in here. We're all most of us, not all of us though. Not most of us. A lot of us are. We also have straight people, straight women, straight men. We have lots of straight people also. Okay, we're all kinds of people in here. We are the we're like very we have straight and bi people. What do you mean, TJ? We're basically like we're like a collection of degenerates. Let's put it that way. Hello, Fetty. Of course you're welcome, Fedayeen. Of course you're welcome. Okay. There's a lot of straight folks in here. Okay. Now, obviously, we keep them separate from everyone else, and then we don't let them speak. But yes, they're in here. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We have people from all over. I don't care. Okay. All right. So, let's go. Let's watch. This is Hakeem Jeffries. He's live right now. I just wanted to quickly watch him for like 1 minute so we can see how bad he is.
Actually partner with us to try to find a comprehensive solution to our broken
Well, Fedayeen, I would guess you didn't try hard enough.
immigration system, respecting the fact that we are a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants.
Oh my God, he's so inspiring. I'm gonna pull my hair out with all the inspiration he's giving.
Approach our 250th birthday on July 4th.
Yeah, Louise,
We're about
I did.
200 days out from the midterms. I think 201.
Okay, that's it. I just wanted to briefly remind all of you how shitty the Democratic leadership is, because I like torturing people. All right. Mithril is back. Hey, Mithril. Hey, Mithril. We are so happy to see you here. Mithril guys is back. Mithril says, "Good evening. I'm back from my heart attack. Got surgery in a month." Oh, Mithril, we missed you. We're always asking folks about you. We were always asking Blake about you. Was it Blake? Or Blair? Blaine? I can't remember. But yes, so glad you're here. We're so glad you're here, Mithril. We were worried about you. We kept asking about you. So glad to see you here, okay? Seriously. I was worried about you, Mithril. We hope you're doing fine. Okay. And I'm glad that you're back. All right. Okay. Let's get back into it, Mithril. So glad you're here. All right. All right, you guys. Sorry, I got hyper excited, but Mithril, for those who don't know, is like a super established member in our community who recently had some health troubles. We've been hoping he'd come back soon. His daughter kept us updated about it, and we're glad to have you back here, Mithril. Okay, excellent, Mithril. All right, so glad you're here. Okay, guys. The Conservative University on YouTube. There's two of them. There's well, there's a couple of them. Which one are you referring to? There's Hillsdale College, I think it's called. I can't remember. PragerU, that's what it is. PragerU. Thank you. All right. Okay, let's see what else we got here to do. Oh, excuse me. Whew. I'm a fat ass, aren't I? I had something else I wanted to show you on. I gotta find it now, though. Okay, reactions. Oh, this looks good. Let's watch what Jonas said.
Monk was being tickled by his girlfriend. He was getting.
Let's watch what Jonas sent us. This looks like a fun one. Okay, this looks like a fun one. This one is called 1 pro tickler versus 8 anti-ticklers, because this looks like this is like, whatever. This is just going to be a palate cleanser. So let's watch. Jonas sent this to us. So let's watch.
Monk was being tickled by his girlfriend. He was giggling, seemingly enjoying it, but he was a little bit uncomfortable, I could tell.
You were there?
Oh, I was there. I saw the whole thing.
Oh, it's weird.
He looked uncomfortable. He was being tickled. He was squirming. Then you know what happened next?
What?
He died.
This is a joke, right? This is a parody.
Wow. She shot him in the chest.
Wait, no. So can we just take that back for a second, right?
She said that morning when they woke up, today?
Yes.
At 2 o'clock?
Yes.
I'm gonna shoot you in the chest.
So here's the thing, right? That's not someone dying from tickling.
Wow.
Let me ask you this question.
I'm not trying to be insensitive. I'm not trying to be insensitive.
Semantics, that's semantics.
What? It's not it's literally the reality of what he said.
Let me ask you this question. If my uncle wasn't being tickled,
He wouldn't have died.
he would have been ready for that bullet.
Oh God, that's hilarious. Okay, I know tickling kills people. So I know Jonas doesn't like getting touched. So Jonas sent us that to show how evil tickling is. I'm not a big fan of being tickled either. I will clock you in the face. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say it, but if you tickle me too much, I would not make a good tickle me Elmo. You're gonna get assaulted Elmo if you tickle me. But anyway, I'm sorry, that was too personal. You just be careful with your tickling, folks. Just be careful with your tickle. You're tickling. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. See, this is what happens, guys, when you're streaming and you have to actually try to give commentary for shit, and you got to just make shit up as you're going, and it's like, what the fuck do I say about this? Well, I guess I could talk about how I'm going to clock you if you tickle me. If I were you see what I mean? This is just what happens when you're spewing nonsense. All right. Anyway, okay. Are you on this? Let's see here. Yeah, 2 out of 5 starts vamping. What's vamping mean? What's vamping? Wait, what is vamping? What is vamping? Okay. Thank you for laughing at me, Outer Signal. I am a jester. Okay, I appreciate that. Let me find something else for us to look at. Christ, you see, I'm slowing down here, guys. I'm slowing down. What else we got here? This is from Gwen. Though Gwen isn't here, so I'll wait on that one. Ooh, a lot of good stories from Gwen here. Okay. Ooh, let's watch this. So this is from Fetty. Are you here, Fetty? Have you abandoned us,
Nobody
Fetty?
is writing Project 2029. So nobody. Or at least I wrote a framework. Except I'm not calling it Project 2029 because the United States.
So this is just some, no, Fetty. I'm sorry, not Freda. Fetty. I got you. So this is sent to us from Fetty. Yay, Fetty. Thank you. Fetty just sent us, no one is writing Project 2029. So let's listen. Let's listen. Project 2029. Okay, no one is. Let's just watch this. I don't know. Fuck it. Let's watch. Okay.
Nobody is writing Project 2029. So I did. Or at least I wrote a framework. Except I'm not calling it Project 2029 because the United States we know today was not built in a year. And the destruction Republicans have done from Reagan to MAGA is coming up on 50 years in the making. Trump. So this isn't a project for a year. It's a project for generations. But in order for those generations to thrive, we have to first rebuild the foundation that they tore down, which is why I'm calling it the American.
No, okay. Okay. So he's making an error because the foundation has not been torn down. I know. Trump has dismantled a lot of bullshit. And the Project 2025 did a lot of damage, okay? But the foundation was still there. And what is the name of that foundation, folks? Someone tell me in the chat. What is the name of the foundation? Okay. What is the name of the foundation that was not really replaced by Project 2025? There you go. We could say oligarchy, we could say capitalism, we could say all of that shit. Okay. So he's saying we need to return to the original foundation. The original foundation isn't what, you see what I mean? We need to tear down the foundation and rebuild the foundation. Okay. Because Project 2025 made things worse, but we need to do more than just reverse Project 2025. We can't just go back to an oligarchic capitalist system. All right? You see what I mean? Whatever.
American Foundations Act. First, here's what I want you to imagine. It's 2029, and the Democrats took the House and the Senate in 2026, and then they took a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate and the White House in 2028. Now, here's what the average person doesn't understand. And this is the reason why people think that Congress doesn't work anymore. This is why they
because it doesn't.
Think that the government is broken. The last time the left had this much power for a single term of Congress, just 2 years, was the 89th Congress in 1965, with Lyndon Johnson as president. He was a Democrat. The 89th Congress is widely considered to be the single most productive session in American history. In just 2 years, Democrats used their power to pass the Voting Rights Act. They passed a law that created both Medicare and Medicaid in one bill. They passed a revised version of the Immigration and Nationality Act, the Clean Water Act, and the Clean Air Act. They established motor vehicle safety standards. They ratified the 25th Amendment. It created the federal student loan system. It created the National Endowment for the Arts, the Public Broadcasting Act, the Freedom of Information Act, and the National Historic Preservation Act. Over 60...
Freddie, we don't care. You can like Plattner or hate Plattner. We have different views in here. You're not going to get banned either way.
Landmark pieces of legislation in one single 24-month period. The America we know today would not exist if it weren't for the 89th Congress. And these laws were so popular with Americans that Democrats kept their filibuster-proof majority in the Senate and a massive majority in the House into the 90th Congress. Even as the Vietnam War was starting to turn south.
These were not, he said the left. I still wouldn't really view these people as the left, okay?
The fact is, the reason Americans overwhelmingly believe that government can't get anything done is for one simple reason. We can't stop electing Republicans to government. They hate government.
No, that is not true. Because even if the Democrats control the House, the Senate, the House and the Senate and the presidency, they don't do shit. They do very little, okay? So no, it is not, the problem is not that Republicans keep getting elected. The problem is, exactly, Freddie, the problem is we don't have a left, and that both parties are beholden to corporate interests, all right? This is very libbed up. This is very libbed up, okay? I know, Mayflower Kid, I'm being an asshole, but this is very libbed up. Now, are there ways to, I mean, yeah, it'd be nice if we could get, but that's okay, Fetty. I'm not criticizing you guys. I hope you know. I'm not criticizing you or Alyssa. Regardless, okay, we'll continue watching.
So they get in, they do it poorly, and then they say, see, we told you government was bad. So let's vote every single one of them out and give the left what it needs to start fixing things. So where does the American Foundations Act begin? Domestically. Now, first, obviously on the economy. Since the end of World War II, American workers have gotten dramatically more productive. The economy has grown, corporate profits have grown, the stock market has grown. Everything grew, and for about 30 years, wage growth kept up. And then at the start of the Reagan presidency, the working class economy broke. From 1979 to 2019, the productivity of the average worker grew almost 4 times faster than their wages. If over that 40-year period, the salary of the average worker just tracked with productivity, the average worker would be making $9 more per hour than they are today. Not entry-level workers and minimum wage, the average worker, every worker, an $18,000 a year raise. Now, this is the infuriating part, because that money was still made. It just didn't stay with the people who generated it. The wealth flowed upstairs, while the workers fell through the floor. The American Foundations Act would fix the floor, raise the minimum wage to match the productivity to wage ratio from 1980, and then tie the minimum wage to inflation. So every single year it automatically adjusts. And Congress never has to fight about it again. Next, federal paid family leave for all full-time workers, starting with 3 months and then rising every couple of years to 6 months, 9 months, and 12 months. So businesses can have time to prepare. Because it's the right thing to do, and because we're the only developed nation that doesn't offer it. And that shit's embarrassing. Next, a federal ban on right-to-work laws. Because really the only thing they do is give you a right to get fired.
That's it. I hope, okay, unions were already way too weak in this country. Just getting right-to-work laws, yeah, we need to get rid of them. We need to get rid of the right-to-work laws. But we also, by the way, can we stop calling them right-to-work laws? They're anti-union laws. But we also need to, get people to join unions, okay? We need to, like, legislate that every corporate board in America has to have union representation on it. Now, obviously, I'd like to not even have to deal with the unions. Why don't we just have the workers run the businesses? That'd be nice. But if we're going to have to take a lukewarm approach to this, can we at least maybe force it so that unions are represented on every board in America and every big company is forced to have a union? That'd be nice. Okay.
Without recourse. And next, and this is something that I came up with entirely on my own, a corporate tax structure that charges progressively higher tax rates based on the ratio of the CEO paid to the average worker, steep enough to make it financially illogical to pay corporate CEOs things like golden parachutes or billion-dollar compensation packages while their ordinary workers struggle. If the right says, oh no, we're going to lose all of our CEOs, let them leave.
God, guys, we're having to do so much to regulate these businesses, these private tyrannies. Private tyrannies. That's what they are. They're private tyrannies. Exactly, Alyssa. Like, we are allowing these goddamn companies, like, we let them to do whatever they want. They can choose to be, they can choose to pay what they want. They can choose to do this. They can choose to give themselves things. Maybe the problem is that we've given them private power over these companies, right? Maybe the workers should have power over the companies, rather than us having to constantly battle them and constantly make sure they're not exploiting all of us, which they are, okay?
Because we can grow our own. And ours? They'll have their head on straight. Next, housing. Buying a house used to be something that you did in your 20s. Today, the typical first-time home buyer is in their mid-30s, pushing into their 40s. And the share of people who have even bought their first home has been cut in half since 2007. And according to the National Association of Realtors, delaying the purchase of a home by even 10 years...
I know you're joking, Alyssa. Of course you're joking.
...costs the average family $150,000 in wealth they will never build. That's not a housing statistic. That's a wealth statistic.
No, what happened to AI? What do you mean AIG? What are you referring to, SoCal?
That's a retirement statistic. And lastly, on housing, a ban on...
Weird Mars Blob. No, casual revolt. The real solution is making sure the CEOs only get paid 100 times the average worker. Exactly. I love this. I love this idea. We need to make sure they get paid a little less. Okay, we need to make sure they're not getting paid outrageously, which is like what? Still 100 times amount, whatever. Like, okay.
Corporate landlords. This one's not even radical. Tim Scott, a Republican, and Elizabeth
What did he
Warren.
say there? What was that one?
And lastly, on housing, a ban on corporate landlords. This one's not even radical. Tim Scott, a Republican, and Elizabeth Warren just got this passed through the Senate overwhelmingly. This law could open up a massive supply of single-family units, which is why I would also add a 25.
No corporate landlords, so still you can still have private landlords though, right? You still have landlords. Is that what we're saying?
$1,000 first-time homebuyer tax credit with $20,000 paid up.
I know, guys, I'm the crazy radical. I know I'm the crazy radical. But like, can we just not have landlords? That'd be nice.
Front to help with the down payment, and another $5,000 after a year if you're still in the home. The next part of the act, elections.
I agree, Parkours. That's our point, right? Is you're right. We shouldn't have CEOs because they don't contribute any value to the company. The workers should control the businesses, in my opinion.
The United States has 50 different election systems. The laws on early voting, on mail-in voting, on ballot drop-box locations, when and how votes are counted, varies across virtually every state. And that inconsistency not only breeds confusion for voters, it breeds conspiracies for election deniers.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I remember that, SoCal. I don't know why my brain wasn't working. Yeah, you're right. Okay. You're right. AIG and the bailout, after the AIG got bailed out, they used a lot of the money that the government gave them to bail them out in 2028. First of all, on stock buybacks. So they used the money they got to buy back stocks to increase their profits. And they also used it to give all of their CEOs massive corporate, basically salary increases. Because again, if you, our tax dollars that we use to save them, because again, as long as these private tyrants have control over what they do with their money, they will make the worst decisions and they will do what benefits them. God bless America, right, LaQual? And this is why the structure of our economy, where we have private ownership, where these private tyrants can make these decisions, is the problem. Okay, that is the problem. And you know what, guys? You know what's funny? Don't you love it? Don't you love it, guys? Don't you all love it when, like, people will say things like, not all CEOs are bad. Not all companies are bad. That, they're not all that bad. I mean, I guess, you know who else said that sort of thing? Slave owners. Slave owners. Okay, slave owners did the exact same thing. They're like, and you still hear that argument sometimes today in neo-Confederates. Well, not all. Some slave owners treated their slaves well. The critique of slavery is not that some of them, that we should stop it because some of them do it badly. It's the fact that it's immoral, for one thing, okay? It's the fact that it's immoral to own people and to have that power over them to begin with, right? So can we, like, even if every slave owner was slightly kind to their slaves, I guess, which is impossible based off what slavery is, it would still be immoral and need to be ended. So can we agree that even if there are some business owners, some CEOs that might be slightly nice, I guess, that it is still deeply unfair? Yeah, it is still deeply unfair that they get to own the labor of someone else. They get to extract a profit from their labor without themselves doing any labor, and they get to make these decisions, okay? And they can fire them when they want to, and you see what I mean? Anyway, so the system itself is unfair, even if there are some corporate CEOs that are nice and toss bones to their workers. We got it? Dear God. I know, right, Parkours? Ugh. Let's go on.
Foundations Act would standardize this. A mandatory minimum 4 weeks on early voting. Federal requirement to allow mail-in ballots. A tax incentive.
So so America has ended chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is illegal in America. You're right. There's still slavery in American prisons, but it is not, we ended chattel slavery, however. But yeah, if that makes sense. Okay. But I'm not complimenting America. Trust me. I'm just saying we did end chattel slavery, but there's still slavery here. I see here. Okay. You don't enjoy, of course I enjoy my scraps, LaQual. What do you mean? I love being tossed scraps from our corporate overlords. Okay. Sir Bar, as a wise man once said, laws are threats made by the dominant socioeconomic ethnic group in a given nation. It's just a promise of violence that's enacted, and the police are basically an occupying army. Yep, correct. Correct. Okay. All right. Yeah, the scraps that keep you alive.
For people who vote, a federal holiday on Election Day, and free public transportation for anyone who needs it. The act would ban partisan gerrymandering, requiring independent redistricting commissions to redraw districts every 10 years using an algorithm optimized for socioeconomic diversity. Because in 2024, only 27 House districts out of 435 were considered competitive. Both parties, with a heavy emphasis on Republicans, have drawn and redrawn districts over decades with one goal in mind: job security. The result is a House that for 20 years has been heavily biased to the right, a House that almost never swings to reflect public opinion, and a Congress powered by people who don't have to respond to regular voters, only true believers. Next, the act would get rid of winner-take-all states in the Electoral College. The act would be followed by an amendment to get rid of the Electoral College, and this change would get rid of swing states overnight, because every single vote in every single red and blue state would have equal influence. Next, implement ranked choice voting nationwide, which would heavily decentralize the two-party system and give smart third-party candidates a realistic shot of winning. Lastly, on elections, the act would bring a federal ban on any official from the executive branch up to and including the president from using federal funds, penalties, or incentives in any way to influence any election in any direction. Because elections should belong to the people, not the people in power. Next, on immigration. 75% of Americans support a path to citizenship for those who are here peacefully. And that majority support holds up across every demographic. This position is not controversial anywhere but Congress. The act would draw one clear line based on one clear question: are you here the right way? Are you working? Are you contributing? Have you hurt anyone? That's the standard. Legal residents would go to the front of the line. People who have trusted the system and in some cases have been waiting for decades get top priority. Undocumented immigrants who have never committed a crime go next. And then after, once the backlog is cleared out, new federal requirement that says any non-citizen who wants to come here and work here peacefully.
It isn't weird, Marcel, but like I like that idea. I like ranked choice voting. But you're right, Weird Amorphous Blob
has a path to citizenship that cannot cost more than $5.
Okay, can we? These are cute. These are cute. Can we rip out the foundations though? That's what we really need. Is we need to tear out the foundation.
$1,000, and that cannot take more than 6 months because the United States was built by immigrants. This act simply reflects that reality. We're not soft on borders. We're just honest about belonging. If you're here the right way, you're home. Next, healthcare. The United States spends 18% of its GDP on healthcare. Every other developed country is closer to 12. We pay more and we get less, and it's so expensive that tens of millions of Americans.
Okay, please let him say we're going to need universal healthcare, because if he says like we need reforms or something, I'm going to lose my mind.
Stay in jobs just for their healthcare because they're too scared to lose it. Punishing mobility, punishing job creation, and punishing innovation. Also, we can continue to pay the insurance companies. It's all for this.
Did he just say job creation? Okay, he's a capitalist through and through, whatever.
The American Foundations Act would provide a public health option in the Affordable Care Act, because some people do actually like their health insurance. They just can't afford it. A public option free to any individual making up to $125,000 a year and families making up to $250,000 would put mass.
Right, he wants a public option. Okay, that's better than nothing. But you're right, LaCroix. But can we like have, can we have like more? Like, can we have like universal healthcare, just generally, just universal socialized healthcare? That'd be lovely. Rather than just a public option or whatever. Jesus Christ, that's a... All right. U.S. has 2 boners. They have 800 million out of area.
Of downward pressure on prices from private insurers, especially because this public option could have something like a $500 deductible and no cap on lifetime benefits. Next, the act would obviously codify Roe v. Wade into federal law, because it's been shown that states with abortion bans are already costing the national economy $61 billion a year in lost wages and reduced workforce participation. And in states with total bans on abortion, applications for medical school have dropped 10%. You ban abortions, you lose doctors. You lose doctors, you lose lives.
No, Fetty, you're right. I agree with you, Fetty, that healthcare is also very expensive for companies because they have to pay a significant portion of their stuff to pay for their employees' healthcare. But to me, that's kind of, because I'm a socialist, that's a secondary consideration, right? It's kind of stupid that we do that to begin with. Although, if we don't go all the way to socialism and we just have universal state provided healthcare, that'd also be very good for businesses. So I agree with you there, Fetty, because that would allow them to not have to pay so much for their employees' healthcare. But yes, but still, it just seems to me like, that wouldn't really be a problem if people just owned their own businesses, but okay.
Lastly, the act would restore checks and balances, because no one president should be stupid enough to think they can run the country alone. Now, there are 1,000 ways to defend this one. Let's just put a very fine point on it. When Donald Trump threatened to end a civilization without congressional authorization and without a declaration of war, millions of us realized we weren't sure if we could stop him. And that is an unacceptable structural failure. In America.
No, Fetty, that's fair. You're right. I'm sorry. I misinterpreted what you meant.
Americans recognize this because before that deranged threat, 60% of Americans already said they thought Donald Trump's executive branch had gone too far across every front. Demand for reform is real, but the will to act has been blocked by Republicans. The American Foundations Act would fix this. Revise the War
I know I'm not replying to a lot of this, guys. There's just like
Powers Act to reflect modern times, because our modern military is not based on deploying troops. It's dependent on money and missiles. So as a response, the act would require congressional authorization for offensive military action and require the defensive use of the military to be deployed in response to offensive threats from adversaries, not manufactured excuses. Next on checks and balances, no more impoundment. That's illegal. No layoffs of the federal workforce over 5% in one calendar year. Anything more requires congressional approval, with a lower 2% cap for anyone working in science, health, or research. Meanwhile, inspectors general can't be fired without congressional authorization. And lastly, no
cute.
executive tariffs over 5% or...
See, that's... Yeah, so this is complicated. Anyway, well, all right.
90 days without permission from Congress. Now, if this all seems insane, none of these ideas are radical, and none of them are impossible.
That's okay, Shiv. I feel you.
Almost every single thing I articulated here has a majority support across partisan.
I agree, Wizard Brezix. As we all agree in this community, trans people are superior to cis people. So very clearly, we need to arm all the trans folks and then disarm all the cops. So that would solve all of society's problems.
Some of these things have bills right now in Congress with Republican support, but they can't get through because of Donald Trump, because of Republican chairs in the House, and because of the Republican filibuster in the Senate. It's not the ideas that have been missing. It's the congressional leaders willing to go to bat for them, and the president willing to sign off on them. And that's what we need. So if this sounds good to you, share this video and demand this level of conviction from anyone you vote for in 2026 or 2028. The conviction that says we believe in this and we will defend it, because we know that you will love it when you see it in action. Just like in 1965, this is what the first year of a Democratic-powered Congress could look like. When we win big and when we get to work.
My God. Yeah, okay. He's lived up, whatever. I'm sorry, I kind of stopped talking there. Alyssa, what do you think?
The Iranians thought the ceasefire...
Oh, shut up. Sorry, that was mean. You said, Alyssa, what do you think of them? Who's asking automakers to help weapons production? That's hilarious if it's true. That's hilarious. That sounds hilarious to me. That sounds very like all over. Really? Oh, well, that's great. I mean, I'm not surprised. That sounds very fascist. Yeah, that exactly. It sounds like World War II, Alyssa. It's like that's very fascisty. Let's quiet, piggy. Okay, anyway. Sorry, that was rude. I didn't mean to yell at JD Vance. I just saw his face and I got irrationally angry and decided to yell at him. Okay. Yeah, Mr. King, or not, or is he not? He's not addressing basic needs because he's a lib. If you use more than 3 pronouns or at least 1 neo-pronoun, you get a license to kill. I love that, Wizards Brett's books. Of course, it's really unlikely, Fetty, unless we put massive... This is the thing, guys. It is possible that we could convince Congress to do what we want, but they're going to have to be very afraid. They're going to have to feel that it is better for them to do what we say than it is to not do what we say. So how do you convince them of that? Well, a sure way to do it is to make them scared as shit, okay? That think that if they don't do what we say, they're going to lose everything, all right? And how does one do that? Well, there are ways to do that, okay? There are ways to do that. That's true, Weird Amorphous Blob. So there are ways to do that, okay? But obviously... that would be difficult to do. Obviously, I'm saying, like, right now, we don't have much organization. So regardless, it is possible we could force through some of this shit. But again, but that's very hard. Unless, and this is why I keep saying, guys, I don't think we're going to get what we want just doing electoralism, okay? We got to put major pressure on the government at the very least. And of course, there's other things we could talk about that I can't mention on live stream, but at the very least, we need to put massive pressure on them to make them feel like they have no choice about what to do. All right? Now, that can be done from the top down, as in you could have a president, just one president elected, who could try to do it using the bully pulpit and the assistance of the populace. But given that that's also very unlikely, it'd be much better for us to just start organizing, and you know it, Alyssa. Okay, you know it. Because I don't know how else you would do it. And I don't know what other way you could do it apart from putting massive pressure on the government and maybe some other ways, which I can't mention on stream. Okay. Yep, exactly. We're at Wizards Bread's books. Okay, exactly, Wizards Bread's books. Oh, hilarious, Mithril. Hilarious. Mithril says, the front page of Private Eye this week was Vance holding Orban's hand aloft with the headline, proof that American influence can get regime change. Hilarious. That is not true in that case, right? But wait. Oh, I get it. Because people hate. I got it now. Because people hate America. You're correct, Mithril. I thought you meant literally we're the ones who got him unelected or made him lose the election or whatever. I love that. That's true. That's true. Okay. I got it. It took me a moment. I'm slow. What can I say? All right, you guys. So you know what time it is, guys? I'm getting very tired and I'm very hungry. So I'm going to abandon all of you and go off to greener pastures, like Jesus Christ. Okay. Because I am Jesus Christ. I know it's shocking. I know I'm not a muscular twink. You know, I mean, you don't know, maybe I am. But I know I'm not Jesus Christ. So, but what we're going to do, guys, is I'm going to go eat. All right. How dare you, Mayflower Kid? I am not a Zionist. All right. How dare you? Rude. Okay. So no, we're not going to do food guess or SoCal because I'm hungry. Okay. I am hungry. Yeah. CR is going to a farm upstate. You're damn right. Okay. So I'm going to say goodbye. Of course you aren't Jesus. You're white. Wizard Bread's books, but I am a sexy twink, aren't I? Anyway, whatever. Shut up, all of you. Hate all of you. Jesus, right? There you go. I am Jesus Christ. I bless you all. Bless you, my children. Bless you. All right? And I'm not saying because you sneezed. Okay. You all know what I'm about to say, right? You all know what I'm about to say, guys. I love you all very much. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. First of all, free Palestine, right? Please fucking free Palestine, okay? Free goddamn Palestine, free Ukraine, free the Sudan, free Iran, free everyone, free us, for God's sake. We need to be freed from these capitalist pigs, okay? Otter revolt. Thank you, LaQuа. I am an otter. I'm like, whatever, never mind. That's going to be dirty if I say that. Okay, so free everyone on the planet. All human beings should be freed everywhere. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to not blindly listen to authority figures, and that includes when you watch me. Despite my jokes, we are not a cult. And I hope you know that I want you all to yell at me. And I don't want you all to yell at me. You can disagree with me. You can tell me I'm wrong. You all do all the time anyway. Might as well keep doing it. All right, and see what other people are saying. Okay, don't get caught in an information silo because I'm only human and I'm just on the other side of a screen. We're living in a fascist moment in this country, and fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms. Okay, you cannot stand in the center. Some revolutionary reforms, in my opinion. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not let them. Do not be a slug. Don't let the fascist, imperialist, warmongers walk all over you. You all are based and badass. We all saw Mayflower Kid fighting the good fight over on a different stream, okay? Everyone can do this. You can all fight in your own way. Education, whatever it may be, do the good fight, okay? Weird Amorphous Blob was an organizer for a while. All right, on the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. I know, Mayflower Kid, you don't like that. Chainbreaker has been passed down on my family for many years. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? To remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, and some of the freedoms. You cannot, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please. Do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, please, guys, if you have any friends who you think would be interested in watching our streams here, please let them know. I'm trying to get more people in here. If you found any clips in this video you like, you can use Twitch to clip it. That would help me out. Send the stream to some of your friends. You can literally forward it to your friends. Anything you can do to help me get the word out, I would deeply appreciate. Very much. Okay. And is that it? Am I done there? If there's any other way you want to help, you can let me know. I can give you some. I can tell you, probably. But anyway. Love you all very much. You have a good rest of your day. I will see you all tomorrow. Remember, we have a Kahoot tomorrow. We have a Kahoot tomorrow. Okay, we need a Kahoot, right? We're doing a Kahoot, right? Love you all very much.